visionary initiative by SERP, Government of Telangana. This unique platform empowers women across the state to turn traditional skills into thriving businesses, taking local craftsmanship to global stages. Within this bazaar, every stall tells a story of resilience, of tradition, and of transformation. In the forested stretches of Adilabad, Bagubai, a determined tribal woman, leads a spirited group of women who rise before dawn to gather mahua flowers. These flowers, once collected, are lovingly cleaned, dried, and rolled into mahua loaves. What was once made for festivals and family is now shared with the world, offering not just a taste of tradition, but also rich nutrition value and heartfelt glimpse into the life of the women who lovingly keep it alive.
May I request everyone to please take their seats. Sir, वो फिर छोड़ दीजिए, छोड़ दे, मेरे को वो छोड़ दे. Lighting of lamps start करेंगे. Lighting of lamps, yes, 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 yes. Please take your seat. Okay. So now to start the sessions, may I request our Additional Secretary T.K. Anil Kumar sir to please come on the dais. May I also request our Joint Secretary Ma'am Smriti Sharan to please come on the dais. May I also request Commissioner Panchayati Raj Rural Development and CEO sir to please come on the dais. May I also request our Deputy Secretary Ma'am Dr. Monica to please come on the dais. Thank you, dignitaries. So before, in fact, formal launch, may I request the dignitary to please light the lamps and formally start the today's conflicts. So, SHG members जो हमारे SHG की दीदियां इनफैक्ट 5 राज्यों से आई हुए हैं, मैं उनसे भी आग्रह करूंगा कि स्टेज पर आएं और दीप प्रज्वलन करें.
शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तु ते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापं सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तु ते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So with the permission of the chair, shall we start? Yeah. So, good morning, namaskar, andarki namaskarams. Respected Additional Secretary, sir, respected Joint Secretary, ma'am, CEO, sir, ma'am, Deputy Secretary, ma'ams, representatives, CGM, RBI, CGM, NABARD, senior official from Asian Development Banks, senior official from all banking fraternity. In fact, I would like to appraise probably the first time in NRLM dignitaries. We have been used to conclave with the public sector and private sector banks separately and RRB cooperative. Probably in the first time in the last 14 years, in fact, all type of banking friends, public sector bank, private sector banks, RRB and cooperative banks are with us. Welcome. Insurance companies, senior representative welcome, insurance companies, pension regulator, PRFRA, IRDAI, senior colleagues from SRLMs, sectors, support organizations, our partners, SHG members, most important SHG members and SHG leaders from 5 states and other dignitaries. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you on this National Conclave on Financial Literacy and Resilience, bringing together distinguished policymakers, regulators, practitioners, thought leaders, community to advancing the financial inclusion agenda in our country. This important dialogue that we'll be having today will be followed by a Central Level Coordination Committee meeting, which will be chaired by Honorable Minister, in which we'll try to collectively build whatever discussion that we're having today to shape and give an action plans tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, as all of us know, that India financial inclusion journey is staying today, it's a defining moment. We have demonstrated to the world that skill is possible. Millions of households, adults have been brought into the formal financial systems. Digital platforms have expanded like anything. And for the further inclusion, the architecture is firmly in a place. As all of us know, that the agenda of financial inclusion has evolved. Now it's no more a development agenda. It's contributing to the economic prosperity of the countries. Its true strength lies in convergence. By convergence, we mean responsible credit that fuels livelihood and entrepreneurships, financial literacy that leads to informed financial decisions, and resilience that protect rural household from any shocks and any vulnerabilities. The convergence, these three convergence of important pillars of financial inclusion is not mere a social priority, it's economic imperative now. As of all of us know, financially capable citizens participate more productively in markets, invest in education and health, build assets, and thus contribute to the nation buildings. As we gather at this national conclave, the challenge before us is very crystal clear. Move from counting assets to measuring impact, from isolated interventions to ecosystems building, and from financial inclusion to economic prosperity. With this background, I, Anil Kumar from the Financial Inclusion teams, welcome once again to the National Conclave. And with these, I like to cordially invite Commissioner, Panchayati Raj and Rural Development and CEO Sir, the host state, for her welcome address. Ma'am, please.
Respected Shri T.K. Anil Kumar Garu, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Rural Development. Respected Smriti Saran Ma'am, Joint Secretary RL. Monica Garu, Deputy Secretary MORD. Esteemed bankers, officials from various national and international organizations, and my dear SHG Didis. A warm welcome to the youngest state of the country, Telangana, and the oldest SRLM of the country. So we are the youngest state and the oldest SRLM. It's a privilege for me to welcome all of you to this National Conclave on Financial Literacy and Resilience. I would like to briefly highlight the key themes today which is going to be discussed. First is financial literacy. Financial literacy is the foundation of inclusive prosperity. When women understand savings, credit, insurance, and digital banking, they gain confidence and control over their future. Financial awareness not only strengthens families, but also builds a resilient local economy. From vulnerability to stability is the issue of resilience. You know, we are all the bulwark against the draconian system of debt trap and poverty trap. Rural households often face uncertainties such as health emergencies, livelihood shocks, and so on. Regular savings, access to affordable credit, and mutual support through SHG help families from vulnerability to stability. SHGs are not just financial groups, but they're pillars of social security. The third theme today is expanding access to credit. Timely and adequate credit enables women to start enterprises, improve livelihoods, and generate income. When credit reaches the SHG women efficiently, it transforms the beneficiaries into entrepreneurs and job creators. I also sincerely appreciate the banking partners for their continuous support and commitment to empowering women through the formal financial inclusion mechanisms. So let us all meet together and join our hands together to bring in financial resilience and empowerment through our SHG network. Welcome once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And as you rightly say, in fact, Telangana and erstwhile Andhra Pradesh is one of the oldest SRLM in the entire country, has learned the SHG model, and in fact, it's a great contribution of the state in making the SHG movement and success. Thank you, ma'am. Now, in fact, moving forward, in fact, the team has tried to build the journey of NRLMs, right from how it started, right from the mobilization to institution building, to capacity building, to financial inclusion, and now we're talking about the Lakhpati Didis. So may I request the team to play, in fact, play the photo documentary that has been prepared to give an feel. The documentary, please. So this is a photo documentary, in fact, not on video documentary. So based on the earlier photographs, what we have and phase-wise photographs, a story has been carved out. How the system has evolved, how the institution has evolved, how right from just from the beginning, in fact, mobilization is now, in fact, talking about the Lakhpati Didi and thus Lakhpati Didi. So the friends which are newer to the NRLM ecosystem, especially the insurance and other, probably will give an idea how the mission has evolved and what, in fact, is aspiring into the near futures. Yeah. So I hope this has given, and thanks to sir NIDPR which has helped us brought this documentary. So thank you, in fact, NIDPR Resource Cell for bringing this ones. So I'll be trying to both in Hindi and English because हमारे पास 5-6 राज्यों से SHG दीदियाँ कम्युनिटी लीडर्स भी आए हुए हैं. तो अभी तो हमने फोटो के माध्यम से देखा कि हाउ द NRLM हैज इवॉल्व. अब हम लाइव सुनते हैं और देखते हैं कैसे है. इसी क्रम में इनफैक्ट मैं बुलाना चाहूंगा, हमारे पास 2 दीदियों को अभी हम सुनेंगे. एक महाराष्ट्र से दीदी हमारे पास आई हुई हैं. दीदी CLF प्रेसिडेंट है, सोलापुर से है. तो मैं दीपाश्री गावली दीदी को बुलाना चाहूंगा कि NRLM से शुरुआत से कैसे फेजेस देखा, कैसे उन्होंने काम किया, कैसे SHG बना और क्या प्रभाव हमारी गांव की महिलाओं में पड़ रहा है. तो उनकी मुंह जबानी हम सुनते हैं. देवाश्री गावली दीदी, CLF प्रेसिडेंट, सोलापुर, महाराष्ट्र से.
आप सभी को मेरा प्रणाम. मेरा नाम दीपश्री अमोल गौली है. मैं रिधोरे गांव, तालुका माड़ा, जिला सोलापुर से आई हूँ. बचत समूह में आने से पहले मैं घर काम और बच्चों को संभालना यही काम करती थी. मैं ग्रेजुएट तक पढ़ी हूँ, फिर भी कुछ काम नहीं करती थी. सारे लोग मुझे कहते थे कि ये कुछ काम नहीं करती, ये कुछ कमाती नहीं. फिर मुझे लगता था कि मेरी पढ़ाई यूं ही बेकार गई. हमारे गांव में 2018 में वर्धिनी राउंड हुआ. इन वर्धिनी दीदी ने हमारे गांव में 18 समूह बनाए. इसमें सदगुरु स्वयं साहित्य की स्थापना की, उसमें मैं अध्यक्ष रही. फिर इस समूह के माध्यम से मैंने 15,000 का ऋण लेकर सिलाई मशीन का व्यवसाय को प्रारंभ किया. इस व्यवसाय से मुझे 6 से 7,000 तक का मुनाफा मिलता था. इससे मेरी परिवार की आजीविका सुनिश्चित हुई. हमें हमारे गांव में जो लोग बोलते थे कि ये कुछ कमाती नहीं, वही लोग आज बोलने लगे थे कि ये कुछ कर रही है. मुझे आत्मनिर्भर होने का जो इच्छा थी वो उम्मीद अभियान में आने से ही मेरी इच्छा पूरी हो गई. हम कभी गांव में, ग्राम पंचायत में, ग्राम सभा में कभी जाते नहीं थे. सभी महिलाएं जब समूह में आई तो वो ग्राम सभा में जाने लगी. ग्राम सभा में जाने से सभी महिलाओं को शासकीय योजना की जानकारी मिलने लगी. अभी ग्राम सभा में हमें हमारी राय भी पूछी जाती है. 26 जून 2019 में रुद्रेश्वर महिला ग्राम संघ की स्थापना हुई, जिससे मेरा सदगुरु समूह जोड़ा गया. 2020 में रुद्रेश्वर ग्राम संघ उड़ान महिला प्रभाग संघ मानेगांव से जोड़ा गया. उड़ान महिला प्रभाग संघ मानेगांव में 19 ग्राम संघ है और 278 समूह है. इन 278 समूह में हमारे 2,819 महिलाएं हैं. इन सभी महिलाओं के अकाउंट खोले गए हैं और इन सभी समूहों को आरएफ भी वितरित किया गया है. 2,526 महिलाओं का PMSBY बीमा निकाला गया है और 2,780 महिलाओं के हमने PMJJY बीमा निकाले हैं. आज तक उड़ान प्रभाग संघ में जितने ही समूह शामिल हैं, उन सभी समूहों को बैंक लिंकेज 16,56,90,000 हुआ है. सभी समूहों को फर्स्ट बैंक लिंकेज हुआ है और फोर्थ बैंक लिंकेज 33 समूहों को हुआ है. हमारे प्रभाग संघों में समुदाय निवेश भी प्राप्त हुई है और 83,40,000 हुई है, जिसे समूह के मांग के अनुसार वितरित की जा रही है. समुदाय निवेश से लोन लेकर हमारे सभी महिलाओं ने विभिन्न सारे व्यवसाय शुरू किए गए हैं, जैसे कि बकरी पालन, आटा चक्की, पापड़ एवं मसाला उद्योग, कुक्कुट पालन, सेंद्रिय गुड़, सेंद्रिय दाल मिल, सेंद्रिय गुड़ पाउडर, आंवला कैंडी, इतने सारे विभिन्न सारे व्यवसाय शुरू किए हैं. प्रभाग संघ के स्तर पर सभी आर्थिक लेन देन की नोंद रखी जाती है. हमारे प्रभाग संघ का हमारे प्रभाग संघ का इंटरनल ऑडिट दिसंबर 26 2026 तक हुआ है और एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट मार्च 2025 तक हुआ है। हमारे प्रभाग संघ को मार्च 2025 तक 4,13,000 का प्रॉफिट हुआ है और अप्रैल से जून तक त्रैमासिक अप्रैल से जून तक हमारा प्रॉफिट 91,000 है और जुलाई से सितंबर तक हमारा प्रॉफिट 78,000 है और अक्टूबर से दिसंबर तक हमारा प्रॉफिट 98,000 है। हमारे सभी ग्राम संघों का इंटरनल ऑडिट सितंबर 2025 तक हुआ है और एक्सटर्नल ऑडिट मार्च 2025 तक हुआ है। हमारे यहाँ 256 समूहों का ऑडिट भी हुआ है। महाराष्ट्र राज्य ग्रामीण जीवनोन्नति अभियान के अंतर्गत हमारे महिलाओं को उत्पादनांक की बिक्री के लिए हमारे यहाँ राज्य जिला तालुका स्तर पर मेले या सरस का आयोजन किया जाता है। उम्मीद मार्ट से 2 प्रोडक्ट भी ऑनलाइन किए गए हैं। हमारे यहाँ इन मेलों से कारण सभी महिलाओं की आय में वृद्धि हुई है और उत्पादनों की रिकॉर्ड ब्रेक बिक्री हुई है। उड़ान महिला प्रभाग संघ के अंतर्गत महिलाओं के आजीविका उपलब्ध कराने का मुख्य कार्य उम्मीद अभियान ने माध्यम से निरंतर जारी है। इस अभियान ने महिलाओं को आर्थिक रूप से सशक्त बनाने और उनके व्यवसायों को स्थायी आधार प्रदान करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका बजाई है। लखपति दीदी, हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारे लखपति दीदी भी है। हमारे प्रभाग संघ का कार्य अभी तक अच्छा चल रहा है, हम आगे चलकर इससे भी अच्छा चलाएंगे, यही आशा करते हैं। आप सभी ने मुझे बोलने का अवसर दिया, इसलिए मैं आप सबकी आभारी हूँ। जय उम्मीद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
धन्यवाद दीदी। हमने देखा कि NRLMs दीदी बता रहे थे कि क्या हुआ है, इंस्टीट्यूशन बने हैं, मोबिलाइजेशन हुआ है, एक्टिविटी हुई है, इम्पैक्ट क्या पड़ा है। So talks about the governance, fulfillment of regulations and how it is impacting the rural community. Now we'll hear from a Didi from Telangana, Mikala Varalakshmi. She is Mandal Samakya president. Now what is the aspiration in going forward? Next 5 to 10 years, what should the NRLM do, or how should NRLM look like from the SHG perspective? So now can I request, in fact, Mikala Varalakshmi, CLA president? Yeah, please. Yes. So let's clap for the Didi, and then we'll start.
सबको मेरा नमस्कार। मैं जनगाम जिला से आई हूँ। हमारा स्टेट है तेलंगाना और हमारा मंडल है रघुनाथपल्ली मंडल में है। हम मंडल के तरफ से रिप्रेजेंटेशन करने को आए हैं। हमारा मंडल का नाम है नवभारती मंडल समैक्या। उसमें हमारा मंडल में हमारा बेस्ट मंडल है। जो कार्यक्रम हमारे को दिया जाता है वो अच्छी तरह से हमारे सखी, हमारे दीदियाँ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करते हैं। और हमारे मंडल में 53 वीवोस है, 36 ग्राम पंचायत है, 1245 SHG ग्रुप्स है और 13,000 अप्रोक्सीमेटली 13,400 मेंबर्स है। सब मेंबर्स को हम इंश्योरेंस कराते हैं। कंपलसरी हमारा एक विजन है कि हमारे SHG मेंबर को कंपलसरी इंश्योरेंस रहना, हमारे सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट रहना। और हमारे मंडल में सर लोग हमारे को ज्यादा टाइम नहीं दिए, ओनली विजन बोलने का कहा है, इसलिए हम विजन ही बोलेंगे। हाँ, कृपया करके हमारे मौका देने का आशा करते हैं कि हमारा विजन है। हमारा रघुनाथ मंडल में हमारा बेस्ट मंडल है। हमारा मंडल में बहुत सारे छत्तीसगढ़ से आए हुए हैं, दिल्ली से आए, दूसरे प्रदेश के स्टेट से भी हमारे मंडल को देखने आए कि जैसे दीदियाँ कैसे काम करते हैं। ये मंडल में ऐसा इतना फाइनेंशियल इम्प्रूवमेंट कैसा है। हमारे में जस्ट एक 4 years बैक हमारे को 70,000 हमारा दीदियों का पैसा था। हमारा मनी, हमारा दीदियों का पैसा से हम 70 से अब ये 2024 से 25 तक हम 3,75 lakhs का अमाउंट हम ऐसा गेन करे। सब हम मिलके ऐक्यता से यूनिटी से हम करना चाह रहे हैं। हमारे सीईओ मैडम देवराजन मैडम हमारे को भरोसा देते हैं, हमारे को हिम्मत है, करने का कोशिश हम जरूर करेंगे और करके दिखाएंगे। और एक है सर, हम अभी पेट्रोल पंप बना रहे सर, पेट्रोल पंप के लिए हम पेट्रोल पंप बना रहे सर। पेट्रोल पंप में हमारा निधि, हमारा उसमें से 20 लाख रुपए हमारे दीदियों के पैसे से हमारा मंडल में, हमारा रघुनाथपल्ली मंडल में पेट्रोल पंप बना रहा है सर। और वैसा ही सोलर यूनिट सर, 2 मेगावाट से हम सोलर यूनिट्स अश्वरापल्ली में, एक गांव में, ठंडा ऐसा गांव में हम अश्वरापल्ली में सोलर यूनिट्स का भी आयोजन किया जा रहा है सर। वैसा ही हम पैडी प्रोक्यूरमेंट करते सर। हमारे 36 विलेजेस है, 36 विलेजेस में 22 सेंटर्स लगाए सर, एक एक विलेज में सेंटर लगाए सर, जो कि किसानों को हम भरोसा दे सके। ट्रैवलिंग एक्सपेंसेस उनको लेस किया है सर, उनको भरोसा है सर कि दीदी सर हमारे को थोड़ा हिंदी सीख के आए सर, तेलुगु भी मिक्स करते सर, जरा आपको समझ में आने की आशा करते सर। ऐसा सर हमारे दीदिया अभी क्या है सर, తెలుగులో నేను ఒకటి ఏం చెప్తున్నా అంటే ఎవరికి కూడా రైతులకు హాని జరగకుండా, మోసం జరగకుండా, దళారీలు ఎవరు లేకుండా మేము ముందుకొచ్చి పనిచేస్తున్నాం సార్। వాళ్ళు కూడా మా పైన విశ్వాసం, ఈసారి లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ 3 ఇయర్స్ నుంచి సార్ మాకు ఒకటే ఉంది ఏంటంటే अभी क्या बोल रहे सर कि इन लोग का भरोसा से लेते, कुछ भी इसमें फ्रॉड नहीं है, कांटा है प्रोक्यूरमेंट में, वेइंग मशीन्स है, टार्पलियंस, वो सब भी हम एएमसी से, सिविल सप्लाई से हेल्प लेके उसको हम पैडी प्रोक्यूरमेंट कर सर। पैडी प्रोक्यूरमेंट हम परचेस किया सर आज ये बार अप्रोक्सीमेटली कितना 50 एक गांव से 8,000 क्विंटल्स और दूसरे बड़े गांव से 10,000 क्विंटल्स, 15 क्विंटल्स, ऐसा पूरा मिला के हम पूरा परचेस करें सर। उसे भी हमारे को प्रॉफिट आता सर। 50% हमारे को वीवो को देते सर, 40% हमारा जो महिला दीदी एक सेंटर को है उनको 40% देते सर। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन डीआरडीओ को 1% देते सर, 4% मंडलान को देते सर, 5% जिला परिषद को देते सर। तो हमारा विजन है कि हम पैडी प्रोक्यूरमेंट इतना परचेस, एक बार ऐसा था कि 2002 में ये क्या कर सकते हैं, ये दीदियां क्या कर सकते हैं, ये पैडी प्रोक्यूरमेंट चला सकते हैं क्या, क्या ऐसा बोले सेठ लोग। अभी सेठ लोग रहते ना सर, शेट्टी लोग, ये क्या कर सकते हैं, ये नहीं कर सकते थे, ये क्या पढ़े, ये इनको क्या है। मगर हम टैब सीखे सर, हमारे को ट्रेनिंग दिए सर, हमारा मैडम, हमारे यूनिट, हमारे सर्प यूनिट हमारे को ट्रेनिंग दिए कि 15 दिन का ट्रेनिंग देके एक टैब दिए। टैब के टैग में డెబిట్ అమౌంట్, డైరెక్ట్ డెబిట్ అమౌంట్ ఖాతా రైతులకు పోతున్నాయి సార్, డైరెక్ట్ మనీ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ మా విజన్ సార్। ఇది వివోలో కూడా, మా మండల్లో కూడా సార్ డైరెక్ట్ క్యాష్లెస్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్, నో మనీ సార్, క్యాష్లెస్ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్స్ మా సర్ప్ ద్వారా మాకు ట్రైనింగ్స్ ఇచ్చేయడం జరిగింది। మాకు హస్నేపర్తిలో ట్రైనింగ్స్ ఇస్తారు, రాజేందర్ నగర్ లో ట్రైనింగ్స్ ఇస్తారు, ఇంకా మా డిఆర్డిఓస్, మా ఏపీఎంస్ అందరూ కూడా, మా రాజేందర్ సార్, మా నూరుద్దీన్ సార్, వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా చాలా మాకు విజన్స్ ఉన్నాయి సార్। ఇంకా మాకు విజన్ ఏముంది సార్, అందరూ కూడా మా दीदी మా పిల్లలు, हमारे दीदियां सब बच्चे पढ़ना, एजुकेशन मस्ट, हमारे को एजुकेशन रहना, सब लोग हम पढ़ना सर। हमारा एक बात बोलते सर, हम इंटरमीडिएट पढ़े सर, इंटरमीडिएट के बाद में हमको हिंदी का बारे में थोड़ा थोड़ा होता, हमारा बाजू हमारे सहेलियों से ऐसा बात करके हम सीखने लगे सर। और एक है सर, इंटरमीडिएट पढ़ने के बाद में हम लास्ट 5 इयर्स में, मेरा ही बोल रहे सर, लास्ट 5 इयर्स में ये क्या है, हम पहला एमपीटीसी का इलेक्शन करे सर, एमपीटीसी का इलेक्शन करे। हमारे दीदी हमारे को भरोसा दिए कि तुम इतना अच्छा बात कर सकते हैं, तेलुगु में इतना अच्छा बात करते, सब बात कर, क्यों नहीं हमारे दीदी पॉलिटिक्स में नहीं आ सकते, हमारे दीदी अभी पॉलिटिक्स में हम भी अच्छा बात कर सकते हैं, सबके समान हम भी रह सकते हैं। 50% रिजर्वेशन है, कैसा भी पॉलिटिक्स में आना, हम लोग का भी एक विजन है सर। हमारे दीदियां भी अच्छे अच्छे पोजीशंस में रहता, अच्छा कमाना, अच्छा मिल लगाना, ऑयल मिल लगाना, पैडी प्रोक्यूरमेंट मिल लगाना, सोलार लगाना सर, सबसे भी बड़े बड़े अंबानी सब करते सर। हमारा भी एक विजन है सर, हम भी कर दिखाएंगे। हमारा देवराजन मैडम, दिव्या मैडम है, हमको भरोसा देते हैं सर, हमारे को इंप्रूवेशन देते सर, उसके हिसाब से हम सब करते सर। हमारा यूनिट में हैंडीकैप्ड को भी एक सेंटर लगा हुआ सर, हैंडीकैप्ड जो है उनको बिलो पॉवर्टी के लाइन में है, उन लोगों को उन लोगों को एक थेरेपी देते सर, डॉक्टर्स को बुलाते सर। हमारा विजन है और अच्छा इम्प्लीमेंटेशन लगाने के लिए हम आशा करते हैं सर। सब लोग हमारे को दुआ दीजिए सर, हमारे दीदी अच्छा हुए। और लखपति में भी हम फर्स्ट है सर, हमारा मंडल 25% लखपति आज बना है सर। अगले विजन में हमारे विजन है कि 90% तक हमारे दीदियां भी लखपति दीदी के वैसा बनना चाह रहे सर। और हमारे को नेशनल में मंडल का अवार्ड भी मिला हुआ है सर। हमारा मंडल में रघुनाथपल्ली मंडल नेशनल में मंडल का अवार्ड हुआ सर। हम आशा करते हैं सर, बहुत समय नहीं है, सब मैडम बोले ऐसा बोल रहे सर, इस बहुत बात करने का आशा है सर। हमारे को ऐसा चांस मिला, इतना अच्छा डायस में हमारे सर की यूनिट की तरफ से हमारे देवराजन गुप्त मैडम, हमारे को ये खुशी है सर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। हमारे को ऐसा ही प्रोत्साहित करिए, हमारा विजन को इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में आपका आइडियाज दीजिए, हम जोड़ेंगे, आगे बढ़ के दिखाएंगे, मेरा भारत महान ऐसा बोल के हम देंगे सर। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
I mean, outstanding. Didi, आपको अंदर से नमस्कारम. So I didn't find any area which is not inspiring and not visualizing in the going forward. दीदी मैं personally आऊँगा, at least confidence जिससे बोल रही थी, I'll personally come to you to take that lessons. So thank you both of you, महाराष्ट्र की दीदियों को, आप तेलंगाना की दीदियों को. I think probably now the house is probably confident. In fact, whatever we'll see in the technical discussion after tea breaks, probably it's achievable with these kind of Didi we are leading from the front. So thank you very much. Now going forward, I'd like to invite our Joint Secretary ma'am to again share the journey with some statistics, some data, what has happened, how the things have evolved in terms of various financial inclusivity, various NRLM instances in terms of data for easy understanding to the participator. Ma'am, please. Yeah, please, ma'am. Yeah, from there. Yes. No. Can we have the presentation? Not working?
Good morning, everyone. Our heart swells with pride when we have a hall full of bankers raptly in attention listening to us. Before I begin my presentation, let me tell you, and I've said this before, if there is one cohort that intimidates me, it's the bankers and the regulators. You people are ace number crunchers. You know money like nobody else knows. And when we talk, we have to really come prepared. So we've come really prepared, and I hope we meet your expectations. Next slide. So the whole NRLM program, when we began in 2011, it was a structural shift which was based out of evidence and research which said that subsidy-based development has done its bit, but there is a need for a paradigm shift. And that was loan and grant-based, which is where there is an accountability for it to be returned and replowed into whatever is the initiative. And the NRLM program is based on that fundamental principle that the poor have an innate ability to rise out of poverty. We don't need anybody's sympathy, and we don't need doles. We just need some very structured support to help us get out of poverty. And our last 12 years' journey has shown us just that. And this philosophy has turned really transformative for us, because what we've seen in these years is that not just are they socially collected together, they're entrepreneurs, they're voice of the nation, and they are pointing out the decade-old, century-old social ills which need to be tackled. And our experience also shows that when institutions of the poor are strong, prosperity becomes very self-sustaining and durable. What you see here on the slide is the entire macrocosm of what NRLM looks like. We don't do separate, disconnected activities. You may wonder that why is it that financial inclusion gives us all the money, but so why are we talking about efforts like integrated farming clusters, or Mahila Kisan, or gender awareness, or violence against gender? But that's because nothing works in isolation. And each of us are very symbiotically connected as a whole. So these are our 4 pillars. I'm trying not to read out the slides because that's for you to see, but I'm just trying to tell you what is the ethos behind each of these core principles that we believe in and around which we've structured our NRLM program. So it's not just social empowerment. We move from, previous slide, please. Yeah. So it's not just about empowerment. We move them together, and then we prepared a self-reinforcing ecosystem that helps them progress step by step. You may wonder what's the big deal about food and nutrition? Doesn't everybody eat? Well, that's not enough. You're aware that the burden of care is on the woman solely. Elderly care, children care, household work, and everything that is unpaid falls on the woman's shoulder. She eats last. Every third woman is anemic. And if these are the markers, I don't even want to get into the numbers of malnutrition amongst infants or stunting or retarded growth. And if that is the entire thing, NRLM can't work with just one pillar. You may also ask that augmentation, if you're in NRLM, you will in any case work with the women. That's not also the whole picture. Primary livelihood is fine, it's agriculture. But we've got to add to that. We've got to make every livelihood activity stable so that there's a fallback option in case of a climatic catastrophe, a famine, a flood, a bumper crop which does not give them money in the market. And also access to financial services. Now this is very important. We're not talking of plain vanilla bank loans. We're talking of insurance. We're talking of risk coverage. We're talking of a health shock. It's an experience for all of us in this country. One long hospital admission can set a family back into intergenerational poverty. So if you look at this entire ecosystem, you will understand that what NRLM has built from the grassroots is like yeoman's delivery. It's unprecedented in the world and it's unprecedented in the country. These are very stable pillars along which we work. Next, please. How do we do it? Is with this rock solid gold standard structure which our pioneers thought very well of. That if these are institutions of the poor, it is for the poor and by the poor. We are not going to get anybody from outside because nobody understands their pains, their cultural elements better than the people who they live. Which is why we built SHGs, collected them into village organizations and into cluster level federations. And our core strategy was mobilize them, build them into solid institutions, bring in financial institution by way of community funds, then teach them into different ways of livelihood diversification, enhance their skills, not just theirs, but also of their family, their young children, their spouse. And then social development and social inclusion, which is so important. Because when we talk about leaving no one at the last mile, we are talking of several underprivileged classes, communities, which for centuries did not get the same attention and affection which they ought to have got. And we in NRLM were very mindful. Primitive tribal groups, marginalized social groups, Joginis, Devdasis, rag pickers, you name it, and we have a plan for everybody. Including people with disability, elder who are not being taken care by their families. We have a plan for inclusive development for each one of them. And then last, we do convergence and partnerships. One partnership that has stood the test of time and has yielded results of a very stellar kind is our partnership with the bankers. And which is why it is with such great joy that we are addressing you here today. Next, please. very recently, we were at a very high-level committee meeting, and very senior parliamentarians, they asked us, what do you do for them? What money do you give them? And we are at pains to explain to them that we are not subsidy-based. We give them enablement structures so that they can rise out of poverty and be self-sustaining. But then, thank you, AS sir, you got that corrected. That was a course correction on my part. And I said, yeah, but that's one story. But there's another story that every year we pump in and we channelize so much of effort and funds into it. And what is the magnitude of the money that we bring into the system annually is here for you to see. I won't repeat the numbers, but I just totaled up that what is this reach like, and if you just give me a minute, I'll tell you what it is. Pardon me, I'm a little unwell, so I'm a little underprepared. So the total annual outreach is 19.82 crores. 82 crores of people, and total financial outreach is 1.5 lakh crores. Now, by any yardstick, that's a big number. So for a 10 crore households, this is what we channelize every year. And don't forget that these are in perpetuity, so these kept getting circulated for better results. And you can see that there is non-farm sector, there's training and capacity building, farm sector, and also financial. Next, please. This is a bird's eye view of who all we touch. I won't dwell into it. We'll share this presentation, but we are literally, we are everywhere. To put it in Younger's language, we've carpet bombed the whole country, and we are there. Next, please. Now, this is a slide that you should really look at. We do our impact assessment, and these are the results of the latest impact evaluation. The data is for 2023. It's been done by a very creditable institution called the 3IE, and the results are for you to see. 28% higher accumulation of savings amongst SHG members. Don't forget, we moved from a time when we only borrowed from money lenders who had such high charges that there was no hope. One was indebted for generations. There's a 20% decline in informal loans, and the shift is from small loans to large loans. That's where your contribution is reflected. So please look at it very carefully. 40% households reported earnings by female members. Primary occupation include livestock and non-farm. Our Didis who just spoke here, every woman begins with that stereotype. Ye kari kya sakti hai? Ye to aurat hai. We've moved from there. And it's not a day's job. It's years of job and very collective work. If anyone says that one program, one institution is taking the credit for this, sorry, that's a wrong assumption. 19% increase in average household incomes and near universal bank account coverage among SHG Didis. I think we can give you a round of applause for this. Thank you. It was Honorable PM's vision. It was all the bankers' commitment. And 95% coverage is definitely a milestone worth celebrating. Next one. This is financial inclusion. These are the numbers that you are very well aware of. I won't dwell on it. But we can't rest on these laurels. In my future slides, coming slides, I'm also going to tell you that what is it that we expect to work together in the next coming years. Next, please. this gives you an ecosystem of what we do in the farm livelihoods. We have more than 2 lakh producer groups which have 42 lakh members. We have 755 FPOs with 6 lakh members. We have several subsector interventions. We have farming clusters. We have almost 5 crore Mahila Kisans undertaking various agroecological practices. There's livestock intervention, natural farming and organic farming. And these are the emerging sectors where there is need for higher infusion of loans, individual, and also more innovative loan products for them so that they could move to the next level of entrepreneurship. Next, please. This is the non-farm livelihood ecosystem that we have. We have 81 lakh entrepreneurs. We have 41 lakh individual entrepreneurs. And we have 26 lakh group enterprises. And how we move is from manufacturing to trading to services. As our smaller producer collectives become strong and confident, they add value addition to their basket. They also add trading to their basket. Then there are several that also go into services. And this is another sector where we seek and hope to work very closely with all of you. Next, please. Lakhpati Didi. I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know about this initiative. Honorable PM's pet clarion call at various forums. And just recently, he has given us an immense task of doubling our target from 3 crore Lakhpati Didis to 6 crore Lakhpati Didis. While we are going to have sleepless nights working on this, trust me, we are not going to make it any easier for you. So please be ready. Let's pull up our socks and get ready for this. And we are doing this in a very systematic manner. Everything is documented. It's registered on an app. And we have something called a digital Ajivika register where we put all of this. And it's not a one-day entry. Anything for it to be recorded and to be registered for sure, it has to stand the litmus test of 4 agricultural seasons or 4 business cycles. So the numbers that we have are doubly checked. Next, please. Something that we are very proud of is the social capital. It's easy to build up programs, but to have sustainable resource persons on the ground, which we call boots on the ground, is what this program has achieved in more than a decade. And all these community resource persons that you're looking at, financial literacy, or Vitt Sakhi, or Bank Sakhi, Krishi Sakhi, Pashu Sakhi, Enterprise Sakhi, these are people who've been there, who've done that, who know the tricks, and if you meet them, they will even tell you, aapko pata nahi hai, ye aise nahi, ye aise hai. So you can't fool this lot. But this social capital is what gives us credibility, sustainability, and reliance of the entire government structure for us to deliver. If there's a crisis, bank on us. COVID is a perfect example. Taking the message of anemia, filaria, gender-based violence, nutrition, you name it, any big campaign that is announced in this country, it's our CRPs and our SHG women that carry it through. So we continuously nurture these CRPs. And we also request you for more inputs here, because when we are building a big cadre of financial literacy and cadres and Bank Sakhi cadres, we need to continuously upgrade their skills, make them learn new things, tell them how to reach the market, tell them how to enable more entrepreneurship to come into the country. So we need and we seek your continuous support here. Next, please. I'm sure all of us should take a copy of this slide and show, because 12 lakh crore is from all of you who've helped in channelizing the enterprise ecosystem of our self-help groups. And our leverage rate is 1:18. For every 1 rupee that we gave from the community funds, our women, self-disciplined and financially literate, have been able to leverage it 18 times. So this is what you've done, but there's much more that we need to do. Next, please. So what is our aim? We need to make it very sustainable. One livelihood, one business product doesn't work. So we need to have 2, 3 parallel sources of livelihood. I could be doing small pond fisheries, I could be doing agroecological practice, and I could also be running a parallel printing press. But I have to do all 3, because what if there's a drought? I can't be sitting without money. Our individual loan size, if I recall correctly, is somewhere around 3 lakh. That has been a cause of worry, sir, for quite a long time. And it's about time that we move it from 5 to 10 lakh. And it would be a pity if this is just another conference and we make the minutes and we circulate and we do these mundane once in 2 months meeting to see bankers ne kya kiya, RBI ne hamari kya madad ki, or whatever. This really needs to be taken home, probably put on a post-it and put on all our computer screens, that the individual loan size has to increase. And we want to fund at least 100 producer companies annually. And if you talk to us on the sidelines, we'll be happy to tell you what our farmer producer groups are facing. What are the challenges? And we'll be happy to tell you how you can step in. And we have to create collectively a social capital that caters to financial inclusion and for enabling enterprises. Next, please. So these are the emerging opportunities. SNG lending remains consumption-oriented, and we need more working capital, which is linked to cycles of production, inventory management, and timelines. As producer collectors transition from aggregation to value addition, we need your help for higher capital. Out of 1.2 lakh producer groups, only 1,000 have been integrated into formal banking. Please take a note of it. There's a need for major formal credit linkage here. And there's a need to strengthen financial capabilities among rural entrepreneurs in enterprise credit, products and procedures, interest structures, repayment obligations, insurance, and better management practices in finance. The long and short of it is that while the first mile financial access has improved, institutional firms supporting rural women enterprises now face differential credit requirement and need a support to transition from subsistence to scalable enterprises. Next, please. That's the day forward for all of us. Deepening of credit, having sustainable livelihoods, stronger self-managed institutions, which means that we have to train our cluster level federations to be self-sustaining, profit-making units. And we have a lot of work to do. My team from institution building is sitting here, and she'd be heartbroken if I don't mention this. So we need to sit on the sidelines and also talk, how do we make CLF more aware, more financially literate, so that they can be their own source of revenue? Because we also need to plan for the sunset time. And once we are all gone from the sector, it's the CLF that will carry the prosperity story forward. So we need to talk here. And also integration of digital systems, how we can use technology to make sure that the information is real time and we can raise a ticket and troubleshoot it in real-time basis so that a Didi doesn't have to wait for 6 months before she gets the loan. And an unscrupulous, informal money lending agent comes and tries to give them money at very higher rates. Next, please. These are our roles. I will just try to talk about the bank and FIs. We need higher credit limits, flexible repayment models, adequate insurance and pension. Mr. Roop is sitting in the audience, and I'm so thrilled to see him. We've been talking a lot, but I think now we need very specific timelines and plans for it. Financial advisory and grievance redressal. And from the private sector, we need business intelligence, technical expertise, market linkages, and partnerships. Not related to this conclave, but we've been talking at various other platforms of how CSR can be leveraged in a better way. CSR seems to be like that karmakand, as our minister says, that you got to tick the box, so you do that. But are there better ways of leveraging the CSR effort into this movement? If there are any good suggestions, we'll be happy to hear about that. On the government side, we know there is only one thing that works: convergence, 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 and we are committed to that. And community institutions, the states on the ground, the people, our boots on the ground, and our various officers have made this possible, and we are committed to working on it all through. Next. Before I end, I will just like to leave you with two thoughts. I know you people generally like to hear numbers, but I thought to myself that if I make a very impassioned plea, perhaps you'll go back with the message. And that is, banks do more than financial transactions. They finance aspirations, empower citizens, and strengthen the foundation of national development. And when the story of Viksit Bharat 2047 would be written, bankers, you will have a very prime place in that storybook. So here's my call to all of you to please rise to the occasion. And there's just one more thought that I wanted to leave you with. Sometimes in my, and please don't take it otherwise, sometimes in my conversations with all of you, I know you people are very knowledgeable and I know you know the numbers very well, but at any stage it's important to abandon what you already know and kind of embrace things that are new. So I would like to give you a quote from Adam Grant from his book called Rethinking, that says, "It takes humility to reconsider our past commitments, doubt to question our present decisions, and curiosity to reimagine our future plans. What we discover along the way can free us from the shackles of our familiar surroundings and our former selves." So here's to all of us to build newer selves and build the story of prosperous India. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. In fact, you have shared the entire story, the entire ecosystem of the mission, the gaps, the achievement, the milestone through statistics and data. And probably this set the tone of the conclave, in fact, for the coming panel section. Probably, in fact, most of the things will be drawn from here. What has been done, where are the lags, what should be talking in this message. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, I would like to invite the chief guest of this inaugural session, our Additional Secretary, Sri T.K. Anil Kumar, sir, to share the visions of an RLM for the next 5 to 10 years. Sir, please.
Smriti Sharanji, Joint Secretary, RL, Divya Devarajan, CEO, SRP, Dr. Monica, Deputy Secretary at NRLM, all the bankers who have come for this meeting, our partners from the state, SRLMs, और हमारी सब दीदियाँ जो आई हैं सभी को मैं नमस्कार करना चाहता हूँ. It's my privilege to extend a warm welcome to this August gathering of distinguished participants assembled here today for the National Conclave on Financial Literacy and Resilience and the 25th CLCC meeting 2026. This is indeed one of the largest and the most diverse assemblies, bringing together bankers from the public sector, private sector, cooperative banks, RRBs, representatives from the insurance companies and councils, development organizations, state, SRLMs, multilateral agencies, sectoral experts, office bearers of the cluster level federation and coordinators of Saksham centers and members of the financial inclusion teams. This unique confluence of institutions, practitioners and thought leaders provide a valuable platform for the meaningful deliberations, insightful discussions and collaborative problem solving. I'm confident that the exchanges today and tomorrow will help us address emerging challenges, identify innovative solutions and chart a strong and inclusive pathway for the future. The National Conclave on Financial Literacy and Resilience marks a significant milestone in strengthening the financial inclusion strategy under the Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Rural Livelihood Mission. As you are all aware, financial inclusion is a structural instrument for poverty reduction and economic transformation. Access to formal savings, credit, insurance, pensions, and digital financial services enables rural households to stabilize incomes, manage risks, diversify livelihoods, and invest in human capital. It builds resilience and drives sustainable growth. I will stop here on my written speech because what is there is already been spoken. So after that detailed presentation by the Joint Secretary, which spells out very clearly what has happened and what needs to be done, I'll just pick a few issues because today it's a workshop today. So we need to critically look at things. We need to analyze what we have done and what we need to do in the future. So I will begin with what was presented. I think you saw visually the two Didis who had come. So you saw social empowerment, you saw financial empowerment, you saw political empowerment. All in one shot was there for you, and subsequently the figures and facts were presented in the presentation. So this 14-year journey has been wonderful. We have created institutions, the self-help groups, 92 lakhs, village organizations over 5 lakhs, and cluster level federations of around 32,000 of them. And financial inclusion plays a very important role, and we have crossed 12 lakh crore in SHG bank linkage. A very big thank you and congratulations to the bankers who have this possible. A slide which Smriti ji had shown, how do we do it, is very critical. So this doesn't happen in one go. It is not a one-touch change that we desire. This touch happens again and again and again and again. So we have to understand that it is not that you give subsidy or you give a particular training and then you find transformation. It doesn't happen that way. So those figures are very critical. So every year we reach out to around 5 crore women through SHG bank linkage. Close to 1.5 lakh crore is given. And that's how we reach this 12 crore, and the going forward is the challenge is going to be even higher. We have 5 crore Mahila Kisans who are there, but we have a cohort of close to around 80 lakh women who are in collectives, who are in PGs, who are in producer enterprises, who are in FPOs. These are people who will need constant attention because you are creating an entity and then you are trying to nurture it. You have to ensure that they have to develop. So that is again a multiple touch point. We have made a little bit of progress in the non-farm sector. We have around 81 lakh enterprises that we have created. These are again multiple touch points because an enterprise doesn't get created in one shot because there would be 3 or 4 cycles, there would be failures. There would be a lot of activity around that enterprise creation that we have to understand. So the key takeaway is multiple touches and large numbers. The scale is amazing because as she spelled out, 19 odd crores of training and touch points that we do annually. So what is changing? I mean, going forward, I mean, we have created the structures. We have done wonderful work in financial inclusion. The structures are there. The multidimensional approach, we have touched on health, sanitation, nutrition. We've also done work on gender. But as one of our senior colleagues mentioned, the glass is half full. There is a long way to go, and we need to kind of move forward in a particular direction. So two things I would like to just mention here. So first thing is, of course, the Rural Prosperity and Resilience Program. So this is something that the Honorable Finance Minister announced in the last year's budget. We are looking to launch the Rural Prosperity and Resilience Program. The focus there is primarily enterprise development and employment. These are two key areas. So moving away from just thrift or just financial inclusion, we are saying we will go and create enterprises, create more employment in the rural area. So that's a big challenge in front of us, and that's something that we have to look at. The second aspect is, of course, the Lakpati Didi story. So we've had 3 crore Lakpati Didis, and Honorable Prime Minister in the last week announced the creation of 3 crore Lakpati Didis over the last 2.5 years. And he has set a target of 6 crore Lakpati Didis by 2029. How does this change things? Please understand that earlier it was a 1/3 thing. Out of 10 crores, we were trying to do 3 crores. Now we are trying to do 6 crores. So as against 1 in 3, we are now have to go for 3 in 4. Some 75% people have to be targeted. So there's a huge shift that is going to happen. So you cannot have anecdotal or sporadic successes, but you need to have a uniform success across a substantial portion of your cohort. So around 75% of your cohort now needs to kind of look at things, and you need to kind of provide services for that. That's a massive shift. And so that makes it very much challenging. Of course, I must say that there has been tremendous amount of work that has happened. Examples we saw today, and I mean, you've heard about Balini, the dairy activity and the turnover being very large, or the Didi Ki Rasoi, or the West Bengal stitching story, or the Akka cafes, the House of Himalayas. But then we have to now think of taking it to the next level. 3-4 issues. I think there are 3 very good sessions that are being planned out today. The one is on financial literacy, the second on resilience, and third on enterprise development. So I was wondering what is it that I can, I mean, I don't want to be the bad person in the room, but it's important to flag certain issues, and the strength of NRLM has been that we do monitoring and evaluation, we get feedback, and we do course correction. So it is very necessary that we critically look at what we have done and improve upon what can be done in the future. So, Madam talked about the 3IE report. It's a wonderful report that has come out. It looks at the entire journey till the 2025 and has given very great insights into what is going on. Of course, every 2 to 3 years, we need to have this kind of monitoring and evaluation, which helps us understand. One of the basic things they highlighted in the presentation and in the book is that scale is important. If you don't have scale, it doesn't work. So that is very critical. As bankers, you know that, but scale is very, very critical. So they came up with this and they made the presentation. Many of you may be aware also that there are only few states where the size of the village is very large. So there is Kerala, there is Telangana, there is Andhra, but the size of the village is very, very large. So there is already a scale. So if you operate in that scale, things flower. But in states where the scale is small, the village size is small, whatever you do, social scaling you do or economic scaling you do not get the right results. So working in scale is very, very critical. Why am I stressing this point is that The whole ethos of a federation or a federated structure is to get scale. So you should understand that getting scale is not just the IVCB team or one of the verticals of the NRLM is supposed to. All the entities have to think in that line. So if you do not work around clusters, if you do not work around cluster level federations, you will not have the scale. So if you're trying to give or pump in more money at the SSG level without operating at increasing the size of the market in the region, things will not arrive at the right results. So my first request to you is, I don't have a solution, but this is again something you should discuss, that how do you make the cluster level federation or the model cluster level federation as a pivot to the entire activity? How does finance kind of pivot itself on the cluster level federation? And one of the very interesting things that the book talks about is the SSG bank linkage or the individual bank linkage that we are promoting actually weakens the federation, because the federation does not kind of get any money out of it. It is a direct deal between the individual and the banker. The federation loses out. But if you, the money that we pump in through RF and CIF, or the money that comes through SSG bank linkage, to some extent there is a certain percentage that is retained by the federation. So these are issues that we need to look at. How do we kind of address this issue of scale? How do we make CLF the whole center of activity? And it is not, as I mentioned, the sole responsibility of the IBCB team, but the finance team as well as the bankers have to think. Probably NABARD would have wonderful ideas on how to kind of put this together. Second thing that they mentioned, which is again a very important thing that was mentioned even in the NITI Aayog report, financial literacy continues to be a big challenge. Although we do around 5 crore literacy programs every year, the result from the field is that the financial literacy needs further pushing. There is a need to kind of. Why is this important? As I mentioned, the perspective that I've given you, we are looking at 75% of the cohort now to take up enterprise activities. When you talk about enterprise activity, it is not just financial capital that you're talking about. You're talking about human capital as well. If you need to move into enterprise development, financial capital of course is required, but human capital is very much required. So financial literacy is the bottom of it all. So you need to kind of teach them financial literacy, and then how to do marketing, how to do kind of enterprise development. So that is something that has to be kept in mind. So financial literacy is very critical. So we need to take a hard look at what were the initiatives that have taken place, how do we further strengthen the financial literacy vertical. And one element that goes hand in hand with financial literacy is digital literacy, of course. We need to climb the digital literacy. Why? Because if we have to scale now to 75% of the cohort, it cannot happen with incentives. It cannot happen with small doses of a nudge here or a nudge there. You have to look at technology. You have to ensure that we get into the bandwagon of the credit rating systems being developed for these, and how they can seamlessly get into the market. So the financial literacy part is a very important element, so we need to critically look at that aspect. The second aspect, of course, is resilience. As we move towards enterprise development, as we move towards higher risk taking, resilience component is something that is right in the middle, something that we have done a lot of work on insurance, but going forward, how do we ensure that assets are insured, and how do we kind of strengthen that? I'm happy that the ADB team is here, and they've been a lot of discussion around it, and hopefully we will be engaging positively with the regulatory authority as well, and bring it to the conclusion. bank loan, the entrepreneurial loan or the SHG bank linkage, how it can be strengthened. So 2 points have already been mentioned. Of course, our SHG bank linkage is averaging in 3.5 lakhs. We need to kind of increase it. There are close to state where the total lump is. So focus at how can we kind of make that difference. Movement in the individual loan, so we have kind of hit 5 lakh loans in the current year, which is higher than what was achieved in the last 3 years. So we have a long way to go, but the increasing the offtake both in the SHG bank linkage and the individual bank linkage. I can only again that we have last within the next 5 years. We're trying to say that again we need to have a hard look at that as well. Is that enough? Do more than something you need. This bankers would be in a better position to help us out. And how do we leverage the money that is with the CLFs? There's a lot of money that is there. There will be a pumped in 62,000 crores. There would be, I'm pretty sure, in the range of around another 60,000 crores which would have been generated. A 1.5 lakh crore kitty is there. So how do we at least begin that this fund, that the CLF, how can it nudge people into enterprises? How can they support? The last point, of course, is collectives. That has been the biggest challenge, because we have made efforts in the producer group, in setting up producer groups. Close to around 2.1 lakh producer groups have been created. Around 80 lakh women in collectives have been firmed up. But what does the 3IE report say? The 3IE report says that it's very difficult to even look at the data of the PG, because the PG does not maintain the books. It is not, so there is a lot of hand-holding that is required. So it is not the farm vertical that is to be responsible for the PG. Now the finance team has to come in. They need to tell them, how do you keep the books? You need to strengthen them, because these collectives are critical. If we have to move forward, and we are planning to do 6 crore Lakpati Didis, these collectives are very, very critical. So we need to look at how these collectives can be supported both from the mission as well as from entities outside, our partners, our bankers. So I'll stop here. I think there would be a lot of deliberations, but do have a look at the report, or at least the summary of what the 3IE report has stated. It would be a good beginning point to have the discussion, and probably it will come up, you will come up with ideas which we can implement in the scheme in a better way. I stop here, and I thank all of you to have joined here today to make this workshop a success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think, in fact, we highlighted the vision or the goal that an RLM should focus on, the enterprise development. Lakpati Didi, in fact, you rightly pointed out, the CLF should work as a pivot in the coming financial literacy. Financial literacy is very critical, but the gap need to be arrested. Probably in the next panel discussion, I'm the eminent panel, will be discussion on this. Resilience in the middle way, in fact, the structured ecosystem need to be developed and all that, and many others. So thank you very much, sir, for this one. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the inaugural session. I'd like to thank my dignitaries for taking time. Now we'll have a short tea break of 15 minutes, and we'll reassemble at 11:45 in the same hall. Yeah. Thank you very much for joining us. Ma'am. Yeah. Correct. So I request, please come back on your time, because at 5 o'clock, it's a hard stop today. So please come back in the 15 minutes. Request SRLM team to please guide where is the in fact tea.
ఛార్జింగ్ ఉందా? మట్టి ఉన్నా చేంజ్ చేద్దాం బ్యాటరీ చేంజ్ చేసుకో చేంజ్ చేస్తాను రేపు చెప్పురాదా చెప్పు ఇవేంటి ఐటీసీ కాకతీయ ఎంతరా 2000 పడుతుందా మనిషికి निकाल दो वायरलेस. हो जाता है वो तो फोटो से नहीं.
May I request the team from Telangana SRLM to please call people who is taking tea and coffee. We're going to start the session.
एकदम लास्ट one. May I request everyone who are standing outside to please come inside the hall. We'll be beginning our technical session soon. May I request everyone to be seated down, please?
ये कदम है बदलाव के। झारखंड के गांवों में इनकी धमक अब आए दिन सुनाई देती है। महिलाओं के स्वयं सहायता समूह यानी सखी मंडल की बैठकों में गांव की गरीब महिलाएं हर हफ्ते 10-10 रुपए की बचत करती हैं। फिर इसी से कर्ज लेकर वे अपनी जरूरतें भी पूरी करती हैं और रोजगार के साधन भी जुटाती हैं। गरीबी के खिलाफ निर्णायक जंग लड़ रहे इन समूहों को मजबूत करने के लिए बैंकों से सस्ता ऋण।
Okay, welcome back once again. We are now going to begin our first technical session. For this, we'll have during this session we'll have a panel discussion. So for this, may I like to have the panel, please? Shri Chinmay Kumar, Regional Director, Reserve Bank of India. May I request, sir, if you could come on the dais, please. Ms. Shefali Agarwal, CGM, Microfinance Department, NABARD. Shri Alok Chandra Jena, CEO, NCFE. Dr. Deepayan Ghosh, Chief Operating Officer, Tripura SRLM. Mr. Bhaskar Chakravarti, General Manager, Canara Bank. Ms. Kalpana Ajan, Regional Head, South Asia, Women World Banking. Ms. Ruxana Parveen, CLF President. Ruxana Didi. Ms. Neelam Devi, Saksham Coordinator from Jharkhand. Neelam Devi. I'll request my colleague Anil to join the panel. He will be moderating the session. I'll also request Dr. Manika, Deputy Secretary, MORD, to join the panel. So for this first panel discussion on financial literacy, enabling inclusive prosperity and resilient economic development, we have at this August panel. Before we begin the panel discussion, may I request Dr. Monica to please share the perspective on financial literacy and also update the House on what NRLM has been doing on financial literacy initiatives. Dr. Monica, please.
Thank you, Saurabh. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. Respected Additional Secretary, sir, Joint Secretary, ma'am, CEO, Telangana, SRLM, ma'am, all my colleagues from the host state, my colleagues from NRLM, and all the financial experts from bankers, regulators, policymakers. Good morning again. It gives me immense pleasure and delight to be here. It also gives me a lot of, I'm a lot intimidated because I have to speak on financial literacy in a house full of people who are financial experts. So today the topic is financial literacy. Next slide, please. Thank you. So let me start with a cautious statement. A person can either discipline their finances or their finances will discipline them. When we think of financial literacy, what comes in our mind is awareness. But financial literacy is not limited to awareness. It is about control. It is about protection. It is about economic agency. It determines if a household can manage the risks it faces. It controls if the woman can turn credit into opportunity. And it sees to it that is our economic growth a resilient one or a fragile one. Next slide, please. Let me start with a story. This is a story of a lady named Rani, who is a self-help group member. She lives in Bihar. Her story is similar to multiple rural households. She has livestock in the form of goats. And every year she takes a lot of loan from the local money lender who charge her exorbitantly in the tune of 50 to 60% interest on a loan. And she uses this money to feed her cattle, feed her goats. And her income is never enough. Every year she works really hard, she puts in a lot of effort, but the debt compounds against her. So every year she repays, but the debt keeps on increasing. Her story changed when she joined the self-help group under National Rural Livelihood Mission, and she opened a zero bank account. Like most of the households today, 95% of Indian households. Next, please. Okay. Yeah. So what I'm talking about is the supply infrastructure. 95% of households have a bank account today. So she opened a bank account for herself, and with time she took an institutional loan, a mudra loan, and with that her business became profitable to an extent that she was able to repay the loan from the money lender, and she was able to buy another goat, and she built on that cycle of profitability. What is important to understand here is that it was not just the access to finance, but the understanding of finance, the education or the financial literacy which helped her. As she progressed, we saw that she also learned digital finance with the help of her self-help group itself, and she started using UPI as a payment method. Today, 38% of women entrepreneurs in India use digital methods for transaction. These small behavior changes, which are the bedrock of our NRLM system, starting from regular saving your money, taking loan from a formal channel, and keeping records. It builds a lot of confidence and discipline among the women, which has translated into huge amount of money to the tune of 2.3 lakh crores deposited in banks from the self-help group women. It is important to understand that financial literacy is not limited to just opening bank accounts, but transforming this access to finances to financial well-being. Financial well-being is also about protection or about resilience. So let me give you another story. A lady called Hema. Her husband passed away in a work-related accident. this broke her emotionally, but it did not break her financially. And why was that? Because she, being a member of an SHG ecosystem, she had already enrolled into the Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, and with that she was able, I mean, within a very short period, she paid her premium well in time. She was given 2 lakh rupees on demise of her husband directly into her account. With this, neither did the schooling of her kids stop, nor did she have to take loan from the local money lender in this time of crisis. Later on, building on the benefits of insurance, she also learned about pension schemes. So she enrolled into the Atal Pension Yojana, because she understood that small savings today will lead to huge benefits once she reaches a pensionable age. It is important to understand this story of Hema is an exception, because today the insurance and pension coverage within women is disproportionately low in our country. What we understand from Hema's story is that financial literacy, when it meets with timely service delivery, it leads to schemes not just becoming an abstract policy, but actually a real safety net for the rural households. Financial literacy also leads to economic empowerment in the form of entrepreneurship. As has been already told, we have 3 crore Lakpati Didis today. This is done by diversification of livelihood, be it moving from growing something from producers to a processor, like food processing units, or enterprises and other entities, like if you become a part of an FPO, or if you have a sewing machine, or it can be multiple jobs. Our women today are, or it may be drone Didi. So our Didis today are jumping into multiple enterprises, and it is important to understand for any enterprise, without an equivalent amount of enterprise loan, it is difficult to move ahead. So financial literacy is very important in understanding that it is not just protection from a bad time in the form of insurance and pension products. It also allows you to move ahead into economic growth and development. It is important to understand, we as a country in the supply side, we have done quite enough, quite well, and all the financial experts here will vouch for that. But it is important to understand that opening 53 crore Jandhan accounts in itself is not important, because a lot of these accounts are dormant. So unless they are used, it will not be useful. So we also need to understand the demand side of it. Next slide, please. So what we understand is to develop the demand side of our financial well-being, financial literacy plays the most important role. The last survey on financial literacy was done in 2019. It showed that financial literacy in our country is quite low compared to the international standards. And the disparity between men and women is very high, with females in the rural areas being only 21%, whereas males 29%. In any developed country, it will be more than 50%. Similarly, the disparity between rural and urban was very high, between 33% to 24%. Financial literacy today is undertaken by multiple agencies. The problem, according to our understanding, is that it is a fragmented approach. So number of agencies a number of agencies have a lot of programs and schemes on how to create awareness and generate financial literacy. What is important to understand is these programs run in parallel rather than running in a series, rather than converging together. And achievement is seen as the number of camps we hold or the number of beneficiaries touched, rather than the outcome, rather than how many people have actually utilized the services. These are some of the stats. We at SRLM touch nearly 3.5 to 5 crore rural households every year with our financial literacy initiatives. So our answer to this conundrum is a community-led financial literacy architecture. SRLM has the largest architecture in our country for this. We start with master trainers at the district level, financial literacy CRPs at the block level, SHGs, and village level training. We also have something called a Saksham Center. This brings together awareness and service delivery. So every module which we teach is the one which we can deliver. So this woman not just understands about insurance, she also gets enrolled into insurance at that moment. So this leads to a long-term behavioral change. Our SHG system ensures that learning is continuous, localized, and trusted. So as we look ahead, financial literacy must not be seen, as Anilji has already told, it is not just a social sector benefit which is being transmitted to SHGs, it is a pillar of financial stability. We have already built infrastructure for financial inclusion. Next challenge is financial capability, because infrastructure without capability will not lead us to the results which we aspire for. Financial literacy is not about financial inclusion alone, it is about stability, resilience, and growth. What we are building is not just awareness, we are building economic stability at scale. So no other platform other than NRLM can provide that scale to a country. So with the house full, I request that all the regulators, the financial institutions, the government, and our community members who are here, we can move together, and in a convergent manner in the coming years, we should ensure that financial literacy becomes embedded as an important part of the financial system and not just at the margins of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Monica, to take us through the initiatives on financial literacy under NRLM. On the panel, we probably have all conceivable stakeholders involved in financial literacy. Anil, I now leave it to you to moderate the session. You have about an hour for this session, so we'll be keeping the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh. And thank you, madam, for setting the context. In fact, the context, I need not to delve upon it, seen in the presentation, the context, the issue. In fact, it has come in the remarks of Additional Secretary also that financial literacy is very critical. However, we need to arrest the gaps. So we have, in fact, it's my privilege to moderate this very distinguished panel comprises of regulators, financial institutions, think tank, large-scale implementer like SRLMs, and also the community leader we are having. So diverse panel, and as the Saurabh mentioned, probably these are the major stakeholders concerned about the financial inclusion, financial literacy into the country. So in fact, I'll directly taking time in the consideration. In fact, what we'll do in the first round, we'll have a very initial remarks of all the distinguished panelists, say 1.5 minutes, and I'll start with the RBI Saryu. So what is your initial remarks of the financial literacy ecosystem in the country, or may you like to reflect some of the points that have been highlighted by Dr. Monica in her presentation?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. In fact, I am stepping in for my colleague who should have made it from our central office, but for some pressing reasons, I am stepping in for her. So basically, if we look at financial literacy and the way OECD defines financial literacy, if we see, it's basically a combination of awareness, knowledge, skill, behavior, attitude, okay, that will help, which will enable a person to take sound financial decision, which ultimately will lead to his or her sound financial well-being. So this is basically what OECD has come out with, and broadly all of us have the same view on that. Now, you see, financial literacy, again, it encompasses whole lot of the entire society, so as to say. While SHG is definitely a large segment, but then you see in the way this financial literacy thing is now evolving, even where the place where we are sitting, this is Hyderabad is known to be the highest, the kind of IT people and the kind of per capita income that we have in Hyderabad is possibly, maybe it would be next to none, but then here also if you look at the level of financial literacy, there have been instances where people, so-called highly qualified tech people, they have lost their savings, okay, either to some financial investment fraud or through digital arrest. So that again also falls into the ambit of financial literacy. So what in my initial remark, I would like to say is that financial literacy is again a whole encompassing concept rather than just restricting it to a certain segment of the society. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rightly said. Now I'll request CGM NABARD for her initial remarks of 1.5 minutes for financial literacy.
So first of all, thank you for inviting me and inviting NABARD to be for this conclave. If you see the financial literacy part, it has always been a core component of the financial inclusion agenda. And right from the beginning, it was there. What has happened that over the years, as the financial inclusion has evolved from the access point to the outcome. So this way, the financial literacy is also undergoing a change. In the beginning, when we started in 2008 with the C. Rangarajan committee, it came, and then the financial inclusion drive was made and financial literacy for the program. We were mostly talking about whether the accounts are being opened or not, or whether the KCC is there or not. So the numbers was being seen. But now the clear shift is there, but what Madam was also hinting at in her presentation. The shift is towards how we are going to use it. What is the quality of these transactions? What is the quality of the savings? The usage part, the quality part, that is becoming the core of the financial literacy. One thing more which I would like to state here, that financial literacy, it's not a one-point input or something like that. It's a continuous process. So even if you go for the enterprise, it has to be in a continuous, it has to be regular. And now I should say that the time is to go from literacy to education part. That should be the shift now we should have. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You rightly said the continuous process. Now I request CEO NCFE for his initial remarks. In fact, in the presentation also there is some data. The panel also may like to reflect upon some of the data, the kind of things. Sir, please.
Thank you so much. In fact, if you see in India today, the data what ma'am showed, financial literacy is no more an educational construct. It's a systemic architecture embedded in financial inclusion and development paradigm. What has happened over the years is that we saw financial literacy through inclusion window, I think, which is a unique assertion here in Indian policy framework, which is not there in other countries. In other countries, what happens? This financial education is the first step. It leads to financial inclusion. And as ma'am said, it should lead to financial well-being or through inclusion process. The education should lead to inclusion, and inclusion should lead to resilience and well-being, financial well-being, the final state of one individual. And there is a framework, like OECD has a framework, as CGM RBI said. They said there are 3 components that we apply in case of India with a bit of tweak, where we measure financial knowledge, financial behavior, and financial attitude so that a person becomes financially literate. Because what, in the context of self-help group members, which is around, we can say, 10 crores. And the whole domain in India is almost 100 crore people to be financially educated. Maybe the percentage in that terms, we can start with that, where the whole level, the financial group to be educated is available. But in Indian situation, the survey that was done in 2019, and in fact we are doing a survey now, which is an all India survey, which will be concluded in March. The 19 survey says only 27% of total populations are financially educated in terms of that framework. Framework which is knowledge, behavior, and attitudinal framework. And then there is a lot of disparity, gender divide, then your zonal divide, geographical divide, and then you have urban-rural divides and all this. And obviously the indicators that say that women are less financially literate than men, rural populations are less financially literate than urban populations, and some zones like Western zone has a better financial literacy than Eastern zone, and all those disparities or asymmetries are there in India in terms of financial literacy. Now the question is, from the development side, if you see the present questions is, we have also transforming from financial literacy to digital financial literacy, where there is a huge amount of flooding of digital financial products and services. And whereas the literacy part is not coping off with the number of products that is coming into the market. That's why all these scams, fraudsters are coming into that. In fact, fraudsters are well ahead of the regulators in terms of doing research, in doing those their scheme of things into the financial ecosystem. The basic objective of financial literacy was, in fact, from the regulator's perspective, is to minimize systemic risk and to increase efficiency of capital allocations, and finally, individual level that he should be financially aware so that he is able to take a financial decision, which is, I think, a miles to go before that in terms of data that has been shown. I think we need to take specific areas, specific approaches from Indian context, and then go ahead. I think self-help group, the model that we have, I think that's a very good model, but here again, we emphasize on inclusion in case of SSG. Then through inclusion, we saw that a person who will have an account will automatically be educated. That was the initial assumption. I think that assumption didn't work. In fact, the studies of PMJDY said that almost we are saturated in terms of access. We have 54 crores of accounts. But if you see the operations, the access has not led to the quality of operations of the accounts. I think that's where we need to look into in terms of literacy. Literacy would be the first step going forward from the policy perspective, from our policy thinking, and then that should lead to inclusion. In fact, in most of the countries, if you see outside India, where the people come voluntarily for education and then they go for inclusion, which is, we are not doing that. In fact, the role of the state, role of the various regulators, role of multi-stakeholders, that is very important in case of India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jena. In fact, we all are eagerly waiting for the latest report on the financial literacy that you say probably the survey will be completed by March. Thank you. So now, in fact, I request Madam Kalpana from Women's World Banking for her initial remarks on the ecosystem financial literacy.
Yeah, thank you. First off, thank you so much for this opportunity to be here. We at Women's World Banking, have done work on financial literacy, though we would like to call a digital financial capability. So it's pretty much all of what the previous speakers have spoken about, because we all know literacy by itself is not enough. And our definition, of course, also follows the OECD. But I think from a Women's World Banking perspective, we have found while the NRLM has provided a phenomenal framework and a delivery channel to ensure that women's financial capability, is addressed. We believe that along with that, ensuring that the delivery happens, at what we call as integration at teachable moments, that is far more effective than a classroom teaching. This is based on the research that we've done in multiple geographies around the world. Rather than bringing the woman to the classroom, can we ensure that the teaching happens when she's opening a bank account, when she is trying to get Udyam Aadhaar registration done, when she's possibly accessing a Prayas loan through the cluster level federation. This is part of the work that we are doing with SIDBI in about 4 states. We find that the effectiveness is so much better when it is integrated at these teachable moments, as we call it. And second, of course, and this is just a double clicking of the point that was earlier made about actionable learning. It can't, India, we are privileged to have a phenomenal digital public infrastructure. So it goes without saying that digital financial capability is an absolute must. I mean, so the point well made about digital safety. In fact, we're working with RBI on, with CEPD, in particular in terms of ensuring how is it that we can actually develop content? You know, what is, how do we deliver it? We work very closely with NPCI as well. And our work both for individual and as a merchant. And, you know, given Mr. Anil Kumar's remark earlier, this is now the age of entrepreneurs. If 75% of our 10 crore population have to become entrepreneurs, you know, we need to ensure that the content that is, you know, developed for her is also relevant. One of the questions, and I remember Ms. Smriti Sharan raising this in an earlier NABARD, I think it was last year, and she brought up a very, very pertinent point. What are the benefits of formalization for these entrepreneurs? That struck me, you know, when you raised it last time. I do believe that we need to work on ensuring that she is aware of the benefits of formalization and ensuring that we actually guide her, you know, to get formalized, to make her visible, etc. So really our approach on digital financial capability is about integrating with whatever solution that is being driven at the ground level. And we are completely product agnostic. The solution could be savings, the solution could be credit, the solution could be insurance and pensions. And we work across all of these product segments. But when we deliver these solutions, how can digital financial capability be integrated and, you know, and delivered, understanding her context and understanding her needs. This is our approach based on the research and the practical work that we do across the geographies. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now, in fact, I request Mr. Vasar Chakravarti, General Manager from Canara Bank. Sir, your initial remarks on the topic.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for giving this opportunity. From the bank point of view, let me share my thoughts, sir. So far, you have seen the development of financial inclusion and financial literacy. No doubt, financial literacy is one of the pillars of financial inclusion, played a very important role in one of the objectives of inclusion, that is access to the banking system. Here, I want to mention about, as per the line of the topic, because of this access, opening of PMJDY accounts, 2.80 lakh crores of amount of money from the poor people has brought into the economy through the banks by opening of the accounts. Almost 57 crores of accounts have been opened. In turn, I can say this, during 2021, this FI index, RBI started implementing FI index. At that time, our national economies are 6th or 5th position. When this year FI index has reached 67%, we are 4th largest economy. I can say indirectly this FI inclusion, through bringing more number of accounts, more amount of money kept in the households, small amounts kept in the households, has come into the banking system, which in turn helped the economy to develop. Now we are almost reaching 3rd largest economy. This is with reference to 67% of FI index. If it goes to 85% of FI index, you can measure what is our economy going to be in future. In the world, it is going to play important role. This is my small observation, what I made through FI. No doubt, FL's financial literacy centers bank-led approach. And not only this, all stakeholders, SEBI, NABARD, RBI, MORD, different NGOs, different people have played important role in financial education, but as they reached, almost achieved first objective, that is access. Now, very, very important thing, now second objective and third objective of financial inclusion is usage and quality. So my request here, all regulators, government authorities, anyway, our Prime Minister Modi has defined objective, Viksit Bharat 2047 by India. My request to all the regulators present here, sir, let us bring out a uniform framework for financial literacy by all the stakeholders to avoid duplication of efforts, duplication of money, duplication of procedures and other things. If it is bringing, I want to see that one FL2 version, in line with the FI2 version. I want to see this FLCs to be transformed. That is one thing, sir. I want to define one more thing also. This entire gambit of FLC and FI, that is education. I want to define in 5 E's. First is education. We have done it, financial literacy education. Next, coming to empowerment, financial empowerment. Here also we have done something good under empowerment, knowing the people to know where to approach, how to approach the insurance importance, all those things. Now, as told by Madam, next stage of is enterprises. Enterprise development among the people. Here, next level of financial literacy should come into play in the enterprises development. Here, my request to all the people, thought leaders are there, think tank is there, government top bosses are there, how to leverage financial literacy in this level of enterprise development as a level 2 version of financial literacy. Sir, let me tell you, sir, one thing with your permission. SLBs, we are monitoring 25 parameters, sir, for all banks. 31, I am referring to Karnataka, 31 districts, 50 banks, 25 parameters. What we think of FI parameters is PMGDY, JBY, SBY, APY. These are the 4 parameters coming into our picture. But I see FI parameters in a different way. FI parameters means this is deposit linked, insurance linked parameters. Next, let us define agriculture linked FI parameters. There are 10 schemes of Government of India where we are also working among the bankers to cover it, sir. That is 10 parameters: KCC crop production, animal husbandry, fisheries, SSG, ENWR, PMFME, AIF, so on, so 10 parameters are there, sir. Like that, let us define under MSME also FI parameters. That is PM Mudra Yojana, PM Swanidhi Yojana, PM Vishwakarma Yojana, and some other schemes are there, sir. Coming to retail loans, there are also FI parameters. Retail FI parameters I want to define. Prime Minister Awas Yojana, Prime Minister Solar Yojana, and one more thing, Prime Minister Vidya Lakshmi Yojana, sir. So these are the parameters. These are all credit parameters. Non-credit parameters of Government of India schemes are also there. Those can also be defined in FI parameters, sir. So my request is, it is a high time that we have to form a national framework for financial literacy, combining all the stakeholders and bringing to uniform implementation. This is what I see as a financial literacy version 2, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. I think quite relevant. Everybody is talking about FI 2.0. You mentioned that we also need to look upon FI 2.0. One of my sincere requests to the panel taking time in consideration. I request to please stick to the timeline so that we can discuss more. Now, in fact, I'll come to the implementer. I'll come to CEO Tripura Adipan. So what is your initial remarks? You have been doing financial literacy in the state for the last 4 or 5 years. Initial remarks in 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Onni. First, we will talk about the ecosystem. So, and thank you for choosing me for this panel and giving this opportunity to everyone. Today, I think the workshop, the mandate of the workshop is financial literacy to resilience. And resilience cannot be achieved without the proper financial literacy. So it is rightly mentioned here. And second thing is that when we talk about the financial literacy ecosystem within the NRLM or SRLM, those who don't know, for the knowledge of entire house, and many of you may be aware about this thing, we see the financial literacy majorly into 4 components. So initially we have started with basic banking, insurance linkage, financial decision, planning and all these things. So then it has been graduated further to the digital financial literacy. And while doing this, we have done a lot of work on developing the content, like the training modules. Now Sikho Didi is there, and many of you may not be aware. Nowadays we have a financial literacy mobile application called Saksham application, which is capturing the real-time data of the financial literacy activities with GI tech photographs and all. So which gives us a lot of insights that what is happening exactly in the field. So NRLM has portrayed and rather evolved because of these robust community institutions, a very good architecture or ecosystem of the financial literacy. Now it is up to all the stakeholders how we can capitalize it. In my second point, I just want to say here is that when we are implementing this thing in the state, we oftenly find that financial literacy activities are highly fragmented among the various stakeholders. So the kind of ecosystem already been developed in the NRLM, it can be capitalized by all the stakeholders, maybe more giving focus into it. And I beg to differ one of my fellow panel members also, that we are getting into inclusion and coming towards the financial literacy. It may not be correct in terms of NRLM perspective, because here the financial inclusion and financial literacy happens together, hand in hand. Because without this financial literacy, what could we have achieved so far? It is not possible. Because like in last 10 years, from my own experience being an implementer, I lived with all the aspects of the financial literacy and financial inclusion, particularly in my state, and seen the development of other states also. So here it is happening hand in hand. Yes, there are a lot of gap areas which we can plug in together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Field. So अभी हमारे पैनल में 2 दीदियां झारखंड से ही है, और दीदियों ने कहा है कि उनसे सवाल पूछने से पहले उन्होंने एक वीडियो बनाया. सो आई रिक्वेस्ट माय कलीग टू प्लीज प्ले द वीडियो. उसके बाद उनसे
अब तक ग्रामीण भारत में वित्तीय समावेशन की बागडोर मुख्य रूप से जिला और ब्लॉक स्तर की टीम के हाथों में थी. बैंक लिंकेज, बीमा, डिजिटल फाइनेंस, एंटरप्राइज फाइनेंसिंग और वित्तीय साक्षरता की योजनाएं जिला और ब्लॉक स्तर पर बनाई जाती थी और कैडर उन्हें जमीन पर लागू करते थे. लेकिन अब बदलाव की एक नई लहर आई है. सक्षम केंद्र के माध्यम से वित्तीय सेवाओं का प्रबंधन अब सीधे समुदाय के हाथों में है. सक्षम केंद्र संकुल स्तरीय संघ यानी CLF की एक विशेष इकाई के रूप में कार्य करता है, जहां सभी वित्तीय सेवाएं एक ही स्थान पर उपलब्ध कराई जाती हैं. सक्षम केंद्र की धुरी है सक्षम समन्वयक, जो CLF के मार्गदर्शन में कार्य करती हैं. पहले जो योजना और निर्णय ब्लॉक स्तर पर होते थे, अब वही कार्य इस केंद्र में कैडर स्वयं मिलकर करते हैं. बैंक सखी अपने स्वयं सहायता समूहों की समीक्षा कर बैंक लिंकेज की योजना बनाती हैं. वित्तीय साक्षरता सामुदायिक संसाधन व्यक्ति हर ग्राम पंचायत के लिए प्रशिक्षण कैलेंडर तैयार कर स्वयं प्रशिक्षण आयोजित करती है. बीमा, पेंशन, उद्यम ऋण और डिजिटल बैंकिंग हर सेवा अब सक्षम केंद्र के वन स्टॉप समाधान का हिस्सा है. बीमा सखी बीमा दावों में सहायता करती हैं. वित्त सखी उद्यम के लिए बैंक से समन्वय करती हैं और BC सखी डिजिटल लेन देन को बढ़ावा देती हैं. आज ब्लॉक टीम की भूमिका मार्गदर्शक और समीक्षक की हो गई है, जबकि वास्तविक क्रियान्वयन और निगरानी की जिम्मेदारी समुदाय स्वयं निभा रहा है. सक्षम केंद्र के 3 प्रमुख स्तंभ हैं. स्थानीय भाषा में समुदाय के नेतृत्व में समाधान, आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार प्रशिक्षण और कौशल विकास, किफायती प्रशिक्षण, रिफ्रेशर तथा प्रशिक्षण के बाद भी निरंतर मार्गदर्शन. सक्षम केंद्र गांव की हर महिला को वित्तीय रूप से सक्षम बना रहा है. सक्षम केंद्र जहां योजना भी हमारी है और प्रगति भी. ग्रामीण भारत की वित्तीय आजादी का नया पता.
हमारे साथ रुखसाना दीदी हैं, जो झारखंड से CLF की अध्यक्ष हैं. दीदी, इनफैक्ट ये आपका है जैसे सक्षम केंद्र आप लोगों ने बनाया. मैं आप जानना चाहूँगा कि करीब आपके CLF में 400 समूह है, करीब 4000 परिवारों के साथ आप लोग 424 444 400 ज्यादा समूह है. और जैसा मुझे इनफैक्ट आपसे बातचीत के लगा है कि ये वित्तीय साक्षरता का काम और सक्षम का काम पिछले कुछ सालों से आपके CLF में और महिलाओं के लिए किया जा रहा है. सो आपका क्या अनुभव है, जो वित्तीय साक्षरता का काम आपके यहाँ चल रहा है, इससे वाकई में महिलाओं को या ग्रामीणों को फायदा हो रहा है और कैसे हो रहा है, कुछ बताएंगे?
यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी को मेरा झारखंडी जोहार.
सभी को जोहार। मेरा नाम रुखसाना परवीन है। मैं झारखंड के बोकारो जिले से नवाडी प्रखंड की रहने वाली हूँ। हमारा संकुल संगठन का नाम है चिरुडी आजीविका महिला संकुल संगठन स्वावलंबी सहकारी समिति लिमिटेड नवाड़ी, जिसमें मैं अध्यक्ष के रूप में कार्यरत हूँ। हमारे संकुल संगठन के अंतर्गत 6 पंचायत 15 गांव आता है और 444 एसएचजी जुड़ा हुआ है, जिसमें से एसएचजी दीदियों की संख्या 4685 है। जी बिल्कुल सर, आपने कहा कि जो अभी हमारे जो दीदियां जो है वो वित्त साक्षरता में काफ़ी प्रगति हुआ है। जैसे कि हमारी जितनी भी एसएचजी की दीदियां हैं 100% एसएचजी बैंक लिंकेज हो चुका है और 98% हमारे जो बीमा दीदी जो हैं PMSBY में बीमा करा चुकी है और 94% जो है PMJJBY में 94% बीमा हो चुका है। कुल 38 जो है बीमा क्लेम सेटलमेंट हमारे जो नॉमिनी को है उनको मिल चुका है और अधिकतर हमारी दीदियां जो है हमारे सखी मंडल की 90% दीदियां जो ऋण वापसी अभी जो कर रही है BC पॉइंट के माध्यम से ही कर रही है और जो हमारी जो दीदियां है जो अभी व्यक्तिगत लोन लेने में भी आगे आ रही है और जो अभी तक मुद्रा लोन 185 दीदी ले चुकी हो और अपने उद्यम को आगे बढ़ा रही है। हमारा CLF अभी 0% NPA है। हमारा जो VO हो चाहे SHG हो, हमारे SHG VO में जो भी कमियां होती है उस कमियों को हमारे जो सक्षम सेंटर के अंदर जो हमारे कैडर्स हैं उनके माध्यम से उस कमी को पहचान करके और उस कमी को हम लोग सुचारू रूप से कार्य करते हैं। जैसे कि अगर कोई ग्राम संगठन में कोई 100 से 150 दीदी तो रहती है ग्राम संगठन में, तो वहाँ पे किसी को अगर बीमा ही करवाना हो, कोई दीदी का अगर नहीं हुआ हो तो संबंधित जो हमारी कैडर है FLCRP हम लोग वहाँ भेज के उनके ट्रेनिंग के माध्यम से उन्हें बीमा भी करवाते हैं। और हमारे जो कोई भी SHG अगर न्यू SHG बनाना है या फिर कोई SHG में लोन करवाना है तो हम लोग वहाँ पे बैंक सखी जो हमारी दीदी है उससे संबंधित बात करवा करके हमको उसको लोन दिलवाने में मदद करती, इस तरह से कार्य कर रही है। और सक्षम सेंटर में जो है हमारा जो अभी हमारा CLF हर एक डोमेन में तो काम कर ही रही थे, लेकिन कुछ कमी से हमारे हमारे जो CLF है वो काम नहीं कर पा रही है। तो सक्षम सेंटर होने से अभी हमारा जो सक्षम सेंटर है हमारे कैडर के माध्यम से वो अच्छे से अपने कार्यों को कर रही है और अपनी गतिविधियों को आगे बढ़ा रही है।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अदिति। यहाँ पर ही आपने बताया कि जो बीमा का काम हुआ है या बैंक लिंक या 0 NPA का काम है उसमें वित्तीय साक्षरता का कि बार बार शायद आप लोग जाकर दीदियों को बताती हैं कि समय से चुकाएं तो फिर बैंक और पैसा देगा या बीमा कराएं तो उसने बताया। अब मैं इनफैक्ट नीलम दीदी से आप सक्षम समन्वय सक्षम कोऑर्डिनेटर की तरह काम कर रहे हैं, पहले इनफैक्ट FLCRP ये थी, तो कैसे ये सेंटर को मैनेज, जो सक्षम सेंटर है ये कैसे इनफैक्ट मैनेज करती हैं और ये कैसे सेंटर गांवों में दीदियों को वित्तीय साक्षरता वित्तीय समावेशन में मदद कर रहा है?
फिर से मेरा यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी को झारखंडी जोहार। मेरा नाम नीलम देवी है और मैं झारखंड राज्य के बोकारो जिला नावाडी ब्लॉक की रहने वाली हूँ और हमारे CLF का नाम चिरुडी आजीविका महिला संकुल संगठन है, जिसमें मैं वित्तीय साक्षरता का पहले प्रशिक्षण देती थी। और अभी सर जैसा कि बोला जा रहा है कि मैं केंद्र के अंतर्गत क्या काम हो रहा है और इससे क्या लाभ है, तो सर केंद्र में मेरा रोल एक सक्षम सेंटर का कोऑर्डिनेटर का है, जो कि CLF 2 अक्टूबर 2021 से हमारा उद्घाटन हुआ था सक्षम सेंटर का। उस समय से मैं उसमें कोऑर्डिनेटर का कार्य कर रही हूँ और सक्षम सेंटर के अंतर्गत चल रहे सारे गतिविधियों, चाहे वो प्रशिक्षण हो, मीटिंग हो या कैडर का रिव्यू हो, इन सभी पर मॉनिटरिंग एवं निगरानी समय समय पर करते रहती हूँ। जैसे कि हो गया CLF का सक्षम के अंतर्गत जितने भी दस्तावेज है, रजिस्टर है, उनको मेंटेन रखना, सुरक्षित रखना और जो भी ब्लॉक लेवल या बैंक से हमारा टारगेट होता है उसको दीदी तक पहुंचाना और दीदी का जो प्रॉब्लम होता है उसको संबंधित विभाग में पहुंचाना, ये सक्षम केंद्र का मुख्य रोल है। सर, इसके अंतर्गत हम अकेले तो ये सारा काम नहीं करते हैं। इसमें मेरा 4 प्रकार का कैडर है और एक मेरा निगरानी CLF की निगरानी समिति है। जैसे कि बैंक सखी के माध्यम से हम SHG का खाता खुलाना, उसका लिंकेज करवाना और इंश्योरेंस करवाना, वित्तीय सखी के माध्यम से हम जैसा कि आप लोग बार बार बोल रहे थे मुद्रा लोन का फॉर्म भरवाना, उसके लिए उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाना और साथ में करवा के वो छोड़ती नहीं है, साथ ही वो बैंक से दिलाने और उसका वापसी में सदस्यों को भरपूर अपना सहयोग देती है और साथ में वो उसका क्या उपयोग हो रहा है उसको भी देख रेख करती है। और BC, जो हमारी BC है, वो BC मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, बैंकिंग सुविधा को वो अपने गांव घर तक पहुंचा रही है और साथ में डिजिटल लेन देन में भी सहयोग कर रही है पहले। और इससे ये हमको इसका रोल वित्तीय सखी का मुख्य रोल हुआ। जैसे पहले तो दीदी कुछ इस कारण से भी नहीं बचत कर पाती थी, या फिर जो बोलते हैं कि इंश्योरेंस हो गया या निकासी करना हो, इस तरह से ज़्यादा बैंक की दूरी हो, या फिर उसमें अगर उनको 500 जमा करना हो 100 रुपये भाड़ा ही लग जाए, इस सोच के समझ के नहीं, फिर 500 से जब 1000 होगा तब जाएंगे एक साथ जमा कर लेंगे। इस तरह से फिर पैसा ऐसी चीज है जो 500 और जमा करने के चक्कर में वो भी 500 खत्म हो जाता था। वो BC के होने से वो हमारा ये हुआ। और हमारी SHG का जो लेन देन है और दीदी को भी वो 90% अभी BC के माध्यम से हो रहा है, चाहे वो मुद्रा लोन वापसी हो, CC लोन वापसी हो या खुद का निकासी हो। और इसके साथ सर इसके आगे हमारा आगे FLCRP का रोल, जो कि FLCRP को हम लोग ऐसे तो वो बहुत सारे विभाग में काम सारा प्रशिक्षण देती है, जैसे कि बचत करना, योजना बनाना और भी सारे, लेकिन हम उसका मीटिंग में जो हमारी क्या बोलते हैं वित्तीय सक्षम के अंतर्गत जो मीटिंग होती है, उसमें 2 बार मीटिंग होती है। उसमें हम लोग सभी प्रकार के कैडर का जो रिव्यू करते हैं, उसमें क्या कमी आए, सभी कैडर ने बताया दीदी यहाँ पर मेरा लिंकेज नहीं हो रहा है, तो वहाँ भेजते हैं। किसी के यहाँ बोला गया कि हमको ये में नहीं इंश्योरेंस, दीदी हमारे गांव में 4 दीदी इंश्योरेंस नहीं करा रही है, तो वहाँ पर उसको इंश्योरेंस जागरूकता के लिए भेजते हैं। इस प्रकार से वो FLCRP का रोल होता है। और हमारा सबसे महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अपने अनुभव से बताती हूँ कि हमारा बैंक लिंकेज उप समिति का है, जो CLF की 5 उप समितियों में से एक है। और ये उप समिति बहुत सारे बैंकर हो या दीदी हो आपस में बोलने से भी घबराते हैं। जैसे कि अगर आज हम भी यहाँ बैठे तो आप लोगों से बात करने में डर लग रहा था, इस तरह से वो दीदी को भी बैंकर से बात करने में डर लगता है। तो इन सब के को में समन्वय लाने के लिए दीदी समय समय पर बैंकर और सखी मंडल का बीच में मीटिंग और कैंपिंग करवाती है। और साथ में सारे VO SHG का जो ये है क्या बोलते हैं उसको वित्तीय, उसकी निगरानी भी करती कि अगर वो दीदी ली है पैसा तो मिसयूज कर दे तो फिर वो रिपेमेंट नहीं हो पाएगा। जैसा कि दीदी ने बताया कि हमारा 0 MP है, इसका एक मेन रोल ये भी है कि दीदी हमारे यहाँ ऋण का सदुपयोग कर रही है। तो ये निगरानी समिति काम हुआ। और सर इसके कारण हमारा जो हमको क्षेत्र में लाभ नजर आया, या CLF का सक्षम सेंटर खुलने के से ये भी हुआ है कि हमारे सक्षम सेंटर के साथ साथ सभी VO और SHG को ये नंबर डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किया गया है। और VO ऑफिस CLF ऑफिस में संक्षेप का विवरण भी दिया गया है कि आप इस नंबर से कांटेक्ट करेंगे तो इंश्योरेंस से आपका सहयोग होगा, इस नंबर से आप संपर्क करेंगे तो आपको प्रशिक्षण मिलेगा, इस नंबर से सहयोग करेंगे तो आपको कोऑर्डिनेटर से बात होगा। इस कारण से हमारी जानकारी को आसानी से मतलब प्रॉब्लम आसानी से आ जाती है और उसका सोल्यूशन भी समय पर हो पाता है।
ठीक है दीदी, आई थिंक
ये हमारा सक्षम सेंटर को
So, क्या काम हो रहा है सक्षम सेंटर? In fact, is one-stop solution has been established. So, thank you very much. Now, in fact, I'll come to the specific question. In fact, I'll take some of the issue that has been highlighted into the presentation. And probably Mr. Bhaskar also. So I'll come again to the, again, RBI, sir. So in the presentation, you see, in fact, among many, there are three major stakeholders in the country, which you probably find the bank-led, RBI, NABARD, some other FLC, and the NRLL-led kind of things. But the clientele at the ground is almost same. So do you, RBI, see that, in fact, there should be a national framework, as Mr. Bhaskar was also mentioning, so that all these come together and do with the same resources more fruitful work in the ground? Quick, sir, because time is short, I will take 2 minutes in the answers.
No, if you tell me quick, then again, I'll be constrained with my thoughts. But see, what again I am telling, I'll go back to my initial comments. See, financial literacy again is a very wide term. You see, the kind of work, while what you guys under the NRLM you are doing is exceptional, but please try to understand, see, financial literacy for us also means we have now associated with a lot of these state government for amending their course curriculum for standard 8, 9, 10 children. Okay, I mean, you need to have financial literacy education right from the school level. Right, so that again is one aspect. The other thing is we need to have a targeted and segmented approach. And the other confusion which very often we are having is you need financial literacy, then financial inclusion. But what I'm trying to say is you need financial literacy even for financially included people. Please try to understand that. Okay, so in that context, it's very imperative that this financial literacy thing is an ongoing effort, endeavor of all the stakeholders. It has to be a multi-stakeholder approach. While there would be gaps, there would be overlaps. So that is where all of us, there has to be some kind of a harmony and some kind of a convergence that has to be carried out. And that possibly would make the overall financial literacy approach much more effective and focused. That is what I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Rightly said, it requires a multi-stakeholder approach, and it's a segmental approach that is required in the country. Thank you. Now again, I'll come to the NABARD, ma'am. In fact, whatever this system that we're seeing is the largely bank-led, the institutional bank-led. Be it the FLC model, be it the, in fact, RBI NABARD supported. But if we came to the other parts of the financial sector, especially the insurance and pensions, in these domains, the institutional architecture for insurance and pension literacy is largely out of the institutional parameters, and probably could be one of the reasons for low penetration of insurance and pension into the country. So do you see some specific institutional or strategic required to bring these two stakeholders also under the ambit of institutional architecture of financial literacy into the country?
So just I will take you to the why this banking sector has been successful. So if you see the approach it was taken, it was simultaneously addressing of the demand and supply side. From the supply side, what happened that there was a nudge to open more branches, either through the branch opening or through the BC framework. The products were simplified to a great extent with the introduction of the no-frill accounts, which we call now BSVDA accounts. And then with the advent of this digital public infrastructure, the transactions also became very easy. And with the, at the same time, it was ensured that the trust which was available in the physical banking, that was maintained. Now, from the demand side, if you see the problem, the challenge was to how to change the consumer behavior with the banking sector. So the thing was that if you see in the routinely, if you see this changing of the consumer behavior, it's a long drawn process. But it was, our experience has been somewhat different, I think. And the most of the credit it goes that what we used for financial literacy programs or the camps or anything, what we used, they were the community-driven organizations. There were self-help groups, there were farmer clubs, there were joint liability groups. And we used these community-driven institutions as the platforms to nudge the people to come to the bank, to open their account. And what was the unique point of these organizations was that in one way or the another way, these institutions were already in relationship to the banking structure. So the trust was established at a core, and that is why the thing that because I still remember in 2009, 10, 11, when these things were taking up, and I was in the district as a district development manager of NABARD. We used to go to the SHGs, the banker was there, the branch manager was there, BC was introduced in the same meeting, the community leaders were there, and it was, the whole thing was there, and then immediately the branch manager used to come to that group, and then the accounts were opened. So that trust building exercise was there. When you come to the insurance and the banking product, I think there is a somewhat difference in the product only. The insurance product has its uncertainty. Now the offerings which a banking product gives, it is immediate, or if I say it's very like you are able to take that benefit in a shorter time, and it is somewhat predictable. But it is not so in the insurance sector. So that is why that trust, because I have seen in my personal experience also, when we are going to the groups and telling them, you take this PM Jan Jyoti Yojana or PM Suraksha Bima Yojana, there was a lot of apprehension from the public. And that trust, you have to build up that trust, and it takes a lot of time. But yes, for the sector, it would be a long-run process. But yes, what is there that these community organizations can play a very important role in driving this agenda, and the institutional framework which we are already having in the form of FLCs, or the jo abhi madam ne saksham ki baat kari, I think that is one of the things which we can use for the penetration of the insurance and pension products within the communities. And the third thing is that insurance sector, if we can come with some kind of BC framework model. The beauty of the BC framework model, which I think was that it was the regulatory framework was there, but it was driven by the local agents. The people were local, and there was a sort of flexibility also, and there was a sort of very much control also. So that is the thing which insurance sector can take from the financial sector, banking sector.
Thank you, ma'am. Quite relevant. Now I'll come to NCFE once again. So a very practical question that we also come across here. So how do we define the parameters based on which a household or the person can say that I'm financially literate? So in a classroom, I say if I attain 35% mark, I pass and will jump to the next class. So for the masses, how do we define or how do we do it, sir?
In fact, as ma'am said before, in India, financial literacy or financial inclusion is a multi-stakeholder approach. And there are quantitative models available by OECD to measure financial literacy. In fact, in India, we are following that model with a bit of tweak from the context of interactions by form of asking questions. Like I just said, there are three subcomponents of financial literacy. One is knowledge, another is behavior, another is attitude. There are three subcomponents of financial literacy. What we most of the times misunderstood is that product literacy is equivalent or synonymous with financial literacy, which is not really financial literacy. That in case of SSGs we have studied, we also draw conclusions that product literacy is financial literacy, but it's not. Product literacy is a transactional literacy. It's a literacy which says I have knowledge about the product, but there is a need for transforming from product literacy to financial capabilities, which includes both knowledge, behavior, and attitude. Behavior is nothing but translation of your knowledge into different actions. That we call it as inclusion. So in the OECD framework, there is a quantitative framework where they allocate marks, like out of 22, if you get 15, then you are considered as financially literate. So there is an allocation of marks for your knowledge level, your behavior level, and your attitudinal level. What is the function of attitude in financial literacy is, if you are financially attitudinally correct, then you make your financial literacy sustainable. Means if I am literate today and I have proper financial attitude, till my death I will become financially literate. Because it has seen in USA, if you see the data, the financial literacy level fluctuates. Means at a particular year, if it is 55%, next year it will come down to 53 or 54%. So the financial literacy, the three components that I want to emphasize again, that knowledge, only knowledge is not lead to financial literacy. You have to translate knowledge into your behavior. That is your either opening an account, then having a risk management perspective of having an insurance. Then when I grow old, I should have a retirement planning. I should be thorough about my planning part of it, which encapsulates budgeting. And also if I have surplus money, I should invest. That investment part is not there in case of our SSG financial literacy concept. In fact, even if you have that in the content, this knowledge, behavior to some extent is there. We can talk about it's a partial behavior, but we don't have those attitudinal aspects into the financial literacy concept. That is what is lacking in our model. But India has done phenomenal progress in product literacy. In fact, this is rare case in case of, if you compare with all other countries in India, not only in financial literacy, also in digital financial literacy. If you see the UPI transaction volumes, in fact, we used to say a beggar who is there in front of Gateway of India uses a QR code for begging. In fact, he also have an app, financial app, where he communicates with other fellow beggars, saying about the level of amount he has got during that year. But we cannot say this transactional knowledge is a financial literacy. So what we are talking about financial literacy, it has to be a comprehensive aspect of knowledge, behavior, and attitude. There are quantitative frameworks and measurement which is uniform for the whole context. In fact, the survey that we are doing and SHAPE is doing for the whole country, we adopt this framework. We don't adopt the whole 100% what OECD has said, because we have tweaked in the Indian context so that we change that for this particular framework.
Thank you, sir, quantifying this one. Probably last question from the panel, because shortage of time. So I'll again request WWB. Ma'am, given the multinational experience of WWB, so do we have something learned from the global perspective where there are models which can be learned and can have replicability in our country?
No, thank you. Actually, I think I have more powerful stories in this country. And what we realize is that given this 10 crore, SSG members, it's a very powerful, system for us to actually test multiple models. In fact, I just want to refer to the work that we've done with NABARD, given that you're there in the panel. We've created what is called a gender intentionality scorecard, because effectiveness and outcomes are very important. It's not just about the literacy, as Mr. Jena was talking about, right? It is equally about what does it translate into. So therefore, our scorecard actually translates, and it brings a gendered element to it, because a lot of the times I'm told, inclusion is gender neutral, but we argue otherwise. And so therefore, we always say gender intentionality has to be the core. And so we track it based on genders, usage of bank accounts, credit opening, how many credit, funny conversation with an RRB where they said, 60%, 80% of our SSG Didis, of course my credit penetration would be very high. But when we actually did the gender disaggregated data, we very clearly pointed out to the chairman of that RRB that it was 24% of women that actually had loans. So it's very important to be fact-based. So you have to make it visible and then have action plans to attack that. We also cover insurance. We also cover various elements and this is live with NABARD right now. We've done that. So you need to have, we've done this with Kenya as well, with Kenya Commercial Bank, and with Indonesia right now we are doing some very deep work with the largest bank there. So we have quite a lot, but we have very good examples from India, and the world is learning from India rather than the other way around, actually, Anil.
Thank you. It's good to know that. So before closing, ma'am, with the permission of the chair, in fact, we'll take a couple of reflections, questions from audience, if any. Is there any reflection, feedback, suggestions, queries from audience? Yeah, I see one has raised Pooja. Sir, Pooja and then Singh Saab, then we'll summarize. Yeah, please. Can you have the mic,
please?
So first of all, thank you to the panelists and everyone over here who have given such a good guidance in how do we execute financial literacy among the women. So in this reference, although in different measures the same question has been discussed by the panelists also, but we have been involved with financial literacy of women. Banks are also doing that, NABARD is doing that, RBI is also supporting that. But how do we ensure, as we all agree, that this is a consistent process, that not once only giving financial literacy, maybe a training of 1 or 2 days is enough, but how do we go about that consistent trainings are given to these women, because we, as discussed, have to shift from being literate to being educated in terms of financial literacy. And how do we ensure that this is not just a training, how do we ensure that it is outcome based and we ensure that they are actually trained? Maybe in terms of a certification, but actually in terms of education, that they are able to make decisions to support their families, educate their children, not from 9 to 10 syllabus, maybe from the beginning. So how do we go about it? So wanted a few couple of assurances or explanations. Thank you, sir.
Any of the panelists like to reflect upon that?
Students, in fact, what we are talking about, we have been trying to integrate financial literacy curriculum into the syllabus of class 6 to class 10. As you said, below class 6, whether it should be given or not, because we say that from age of 11 and onwards, it should be integrated. And another study has found out when the student or the child in the house, a particular household, is financially educated, it has tremendous impact on the financial literacy of the parents. So, especially in case of SHG members, if the children, especially the girl child, if she is financially educated, I say financially literate, this word, then she makes her parents financially literate. And this is a phenomenal way. In fact, if you study the financial literacy level of Scandinavian countries, which is very high, the only successful model is this particular syllabus is integrated into their school curriculum. I think this is going on. ICAC, many state boards, as RBI CGM sir said, almost 20 states have tried that integration models, but it is not full. There are a lot of issues with the pedagogy, a lot of issues with the teachers' capability to teach financial literacy in the school framework. That has not happened, but it's going to happen. I think that's one of the successful models that we can try it out here. That's one. And number two is that consistency on financial literacy delivery. That has to be a continuous process. And the present model, I think there is a loophole in these camp-based models, where you go there and deliver in a lecture-based model, which is not very successful in terms of outcomes if you really measure. I think there are a lot of beautiful models available in terms of interactivity, gamifications, where you can play financial literacy games amongst the participants, and also a lot of interactivity where they will participate and teach the person who is there. He has to create an environment for learning. I think there are a lot of new pedagogies has been developed where the camp-based models will shift from lecture-based methods to all interactivity and game-based model. That is one. But consistency has to become out of performance, assessment, and then continuous performance. I think that we can think about.
Thank you.
So at the outset, thank you for very insightful discussion to all the distinguished panel members. In fact, there was a question in my mind which was basically asked by our GM Chakravarti Sahab, that we all know that financial literacy work is done by multiple people. It's NRLM, it's the banks, it's the many other organizations including NGOs, CSR activities. And Anilji, you asked a question also that what kind of framework the RBI will like to issue that all the stakeholders work together. And my question is to the CGM RBI, that he said it is multi-stakeholder approach. At the same time, he has also used the word convergence. So I am little confused that whether the multi-stakeholder work is doing independently or it is doing collectively, and if there are any thinking by the RBI that whether all these stakeholders come together because the target is one. So whether any such discussion, any such thought happening on behalf of RBI, that question is from them, whether it is multi-stakeholder with convergence or convergence by everyone together to the single target. Thank you.
No, see, as far as this convergence thing is concerned, if you look at the NCFE's strategy, the National Strategy for Financial Education, there they have used a word collaboration, C. Collaboration, again, there it means that all the stakeholders, they have to come together and plug in the gaps. You see, the problem in India is the country is very diverse, both geographically, linguistically. You have regions where people cannot reach. Okay, so that is the range of the entire country. And plus, you have different level of financial literacy which is prevalent. So then what does it call for? You need people who have idea about insurance, who have idea about investments, who have idea about deposit, who have idea about credit. So how do you integrate all of these? Okay, so as banker, as an RBI person, I cannot claim to be knowing many things about insurance or about investments. So that is where you need to have a multi-stakeholder approach where people from different segments, having different level of expertise, they have to chip in, right? The point which Madam had raised was continuous training. See, under the CFL model, we have something called as train the trainers. Okay, so this financial literacy thing is a very dynamic concept. Every now and then you have new products, new type of transactions. You have now digital transactions, UPI transactions. Then after these transactions, you have issues relating to customer complaints, grievance. So there, the range is, that is what I have been harping on, that the range is very wide. Let's not make it saying that this is a very restricted thing and only a certain segment of people will be able to do it. Yes, they will be able to do it, but then they also would be requiring a lot of hand-holding, trainings and inputs from various stakeholders. Like Mr. Jena was telling about the pedagogy. See, something that has to be, that pedagogy again is a very dynamic thing. You have to keep updating. I mean, recently we had a meeting with the state government education department wherein we said that the earlier whatever syllabus was there, it has to be now refreshed. We need to incorporate things relating to digital frauds, relating to banking ombudsman, which were not there earlier. You see, so this is something which will keep on happening. I do not know whether we will ever reach a stage where we say ki now everybody is financial literate. I don't think that's a thing which is it will remain a journey, not a destination. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I see many hands raised, but lunch.
Yeah, one. so I'll take a minute maybe. I'll be brief. So in the financial sector, essentially the regulatory framework is distributed based on the kind of services. RBI looking at banking, IRDAI looking at insurance. Don't you think this is high time that we need, if not a regulator, at least an integrator for financial literacy? Secondly, why this integrator is, because there is no information on financial literacy. At whatever levels, nobody is reporting. And if we don't know where and what and who are doing things, we don't know. It may be a journey, but it may be a directionless journey. So don't you think that this is something which may be required? I'll just stop here. Thank you.
This course correction, or somebody said that we should have an impact evaluation, those are actually things which have to be done, right? And like Madam said that while we have opened so many 54 crores or 57 crores of Jandhan account, but you see our colleague from Canara Bank, he said that through these accounts, now access we have reached, possibly now the usage thing has to be seen. And look at these Jandhan accounts, they have helped certain segment of people in putting their deposits into banks, which earlier was not happening. You see, so this financial inclusion, financial literacy, these things, as the economy or as the country progresses, now we are talking about micro enterprises, medium scale enterprises. There, you see, medium scale enterprises are not only situated in rural areas. You have many of them in the urban and semi-urban areas. So what do you do about those? So whether a certain segment of people, do they have that capability and capacity to train them? So that is where I'm trying to emphasize that it has to be a concerted effort, you see. Thank you.
Just to add that, in fact, we are a country with multi-regulators. So we have only, you're talking about financial sector, there are 4 financial regulators, and they have sectoral regulations like RBI, PRFRA, IRDAI, and SEBI. SEBI is for the market and all those. This National Center for Financial Education is a creation of all 4 regulators together. And there is a national level strategy at the head of where the finance minister is heading under FSDC. A strategy, national strategy for financial education is created every 5 years. So that strategy takes into consideration the focus, the policy thrust, the policy approach of all 4 regulators. So that is the convergence of all these regulatory practices into one institutions, and also one framework called national strategy. In fact, the inclusion strategy, national strategy for financial inclusion, is prepared by RBI, Reserve Bank of India, whereas national strategy for financial education is prepared by all 4 regulators under FSDC, headed by Honorable Finance Minister.
Yeah, just one last question. So we have been talking that how to make this literacy ongoing and change it to the adoption. So my request and question to all the panelists are, what role do you see in CLF doing it, which can help in perpetuity to make it happen? So that is my question to all of you.
I can share a practical example. We are doing fairly deep work in Maharashtra, Orissa, and now Assam with the CLFs. But that's on the credit side. But we use that opportunity to engage with CLFs, and that's both on the supply and the demand. So the end consumer who's receiving the credit, as much as the office bearers of CLFs who are actually being trained, their capacity is being built on actually onward lending. This is a program, Prayas program for SIDBI. We've also done work with the CLFs in Maharashtra on livelihood, etc. The biggest learning for us is, and this is out of all the conversations that are also happening, is that you can't make this work by building parallel systems. You've got to work with the system and leverage what's already there. In the case of an Umaid, they have a very robust YouTube channel. We created 60-second films for the nano micro entrepreneur. It could be on livelihood, it could be on payments, it could be on digital bookkeeping, it could be on safe practices, etc. These films it can be sent through WhatsApp. But for the Didi to access it, we've put that in the Umaid. I don't need to be creating anything. I need to integrate it into the system that already exists, the framework exists. So this we believe, and have reminders, and that's where the digital medium works beautifully. So you got to keep reminding. Have a calendar, have a schedule, have an LMS. So, have an LMS capability built, but to ensure that the training happens in the way it is sequential. She starts with payment, moves on to savings, moves on to credit, and then gets on to insurance and pension. This is the sequencing. And what cycle of business is she in? Is she in the early stage? Is she in the second or the third cycle of credit? All of that is important because the problems that she faces in each of these is very different. So you need to have a segmented approach, a life cycle or stage approach, and have that curriculum embedded in the system works beautifully.
Thank you. Thank you. I know many hands raised, but sorry, due to positive time, we will not be able to take comments and all. So thank you very much. In fact, 3-4 points. The financial literacy should be outcome based in the coming time. It's a continuous process. Customized and segmental approach is in fact what is required. Convergence among stakeholder is what should be required. So these are some outcomes. So thank you. I'd like to thank the esteemed panelists. Now hand over to Saul.
Okay, so I need not thank again. I think it was a really insightful discussion. I'm sure there will be a few more comments. So what we'll do is all 3 technical sessions, whatever there are comments from the audience or any of the other experts, tomorrow the first hour will dedicate it to that, so that some of these comments can actually be taken care of. So thank you once again to all the panelists. May I request the panelists to join us for a photograph. There is also a small token for each one of you. So thank you once again.
अब हर उद्यमी हर नारी सपनों की चल पड़ी सवारी इलेक्ट्रिक साइकिल लाई मुस्कान काम तक पहुंचना हुआ आसान घर की देहरी अब न रोके हिम्मत के पंख हर डगर टोके घर के काम हो या रोजगार अब हर कदम है तेज रफ्तार बढ़े कदम बढ़े पहचान स्त्री योजना नई उड़ान अब हर उद्यमी हर नारी सपनों की चल पड़ी सवारी इलेक्ट्रिक साइकिल लाई मुस्कान काम तक पहुंचना हुआ आसान.
Okay, let's give a round of applause to the entire panelists. We now break for lunch. I'm sorry, I'll be eating some time of your lunch. The lunch break, which will be about 45 minutes. So please come back at 2 sharp. Thank you.
పాఠశాలల విద్యార్థులకు ఉచితంగా పంపిణీ చేసే ఏకరూప దుస్తులను కుట్టే బాధ్యతను స్వయం సహాయక సంఘాల మహిళలకు అప్పగించాలని సీఎం రేవంత్ రెడ్డి సూచించారు.
మిమ్మల్ని కోటీశ్వరులను చేసే వరకు విశ్రాంతి తీసుకునేదే లేదు.
స్వయం సహాయక సంఘాల మహిళలు యూనిఫామ్స్ కుట్టేందుకు అవసరమైన ఏర్పాట్లను సెర్ పర్యవేక్షిస్తోంది. ఒక్కో జతకు గత ఏడాది వరకు 50 రూపాయలు మాత్రమే ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు. ఇప్పుడు అది 75 రూపాయలకు పెరిగింది. మహిళా సంఘాల సభ్యులు వారి సొంత మెషీన్ల ద్వారా లేదా ఎంఎస్ఎస్సీల్లోని జుకీ మెషీన్లను అద్దెకు తీసుకుని కుట్టు పని చేస్తారు. స్కూల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ నుంచి జిల్లా సమాఖ్య స్థాయికి యూనిఫామ్ క్లాత్ చేరుతుంది. ఆ తర్వాత మండల స్థాయి అవసరాలకు అనుగుణంగా బల్క్ కటింగ్ మెషీన్ల ద్వారా ఆ బట్టను కత్తిరిస్తారు. అనంతరం ఆయా మండలాలకు చేరుస్తారు. రెడీ టు స్టిచ్ గా దాన్ని మారుస్తారు. పూర్తయిన దుస్తులను మహిళా శక్తి కుట్టు కేంద్రాల నుంచి మండల్ హబ్ లకు పంపుతారు. ఇక మండల హబ్ నుంచి యూనిఫామ్స్ ఎంఈఓల దగ్గరికి చేరతాయి. అక్కడి నుంచి ఆయా స్కూళ్లకు సరఫరా చేస్తారు. గతంలో ఆగస్టు వరకు యూనిఫామ్స్ ప్రభుత్వ పాఠశాలలకు చేరేవి. కానీ ఈ ఏడాది తొలిసారిగా బడులు మొదలైన రోజే అవి అందడం విశేషం.
ఆదిలాబాద్ జిల్లా ఉట్నూరు ప్రాంతం అనాదిగా ప్రకృతిని తన ఒడిలో దాచుకున్న ప్రశాంతమైన అడవి. సూర్యుని తొలి కిరణం భూమిని తాకకముందు, కోడి తొలి కూత కూయకముందు ఇక్కడి గోండు స్త్రీలు తమ పూర్వీకుల నుండి వారసత్వంగా అందిన మధుర గీతాలు ఆలపిస్తూ మగతగా ఉన్న ఆ అడవిని మేల్కొల్పుతారు. పక్షుల స్వరాల మధ్య ఈ పవిత్ర ప్రకృతిలో ఇప్ప పువ్వును సేకరించేందుకు అడుగులు వేస్తారు. ప్రతి గీతం ఈ అడవి గుండెల్లో దాగి ఉన్న ఓ చరిత్ర. ప్రతి అడుగు ప్రకృతితో ఒక అపూర్వమైన అనుబంధం. గోండు స్త్రీలు వారు పుట్టిన మట్టినే కాదు, చెట్టును కూడా పవిత్రంగా కొలుస్తారు. అనాదిగా ఇక్కడి ప్రజల గుండెల్లో, పండుగలో, సాంప్రదాయాల్లో, ముఖ్యంగా వారి జీవితాల్లో ఇప్ప పువ్వు భాగమైపోయింది. ఈ అందమైన అడవి, నిశ్చలమైన ఆకాశం ఆశీర్వాదాలతో చెట్టు నుండి కింద పడ్డ ఇప్ప పువ్వులను సేకరిస్తారు. పువ్వు సేకరణ ఘడియలు దాటితే అడవిలో ఉన్న ఇతర జంతువులకు ఆహారంగా మారిపోతాయి ఈ ఇప్ప పువ్వులు. ఆదిలాబాద్ జిల్లా ప్రభుత్వ యంత్రాంగం ఇప్ప పువ్వులో ఉన్న అధిక పోషకాల గురించి పరిశోధన సంస్థల నివేదిక ద్వారా గమనించి ఇప్ప పువ్వుతో పోషకాలు సమృద్ధిగా ఉండే ఆహార పదార్థం ఇప్ప పువ్వు లడ్డూని తయారు చేయటానికి ఆదివాసీ ఆహారం అనే కుటీర పరిశ్రమను ఆదివాసీ మహిళల ద్వారా నెలకొల్పారు. ఆదివాసీ ప్రజల పురాతన సంస్కృతిని కాపాడుతూ ఇప్ప చెట్లను, పర్యావరణాన్ని కూడా సంరక్షిస్తోంది. పూర్వీకుల జ్ఞానంతో ముడిపడి ఉన్న ఈ ఇప్ప పువ్వు లడ్డు తయారీ ప్రక్రియ చాలా సరళమైనది.
ఇప్పుడు మేము లడ్డు చేసే ప్రాసెస్ ఎట్లంటే, మేము ఎండబెట్టిన తర్వాత అది మంచిగా ఎండాలి. ఎండిన తర్వాత దాని మొత్తం లోపల బుసు తీసేస్తాం. తీసేసిన తర్వాత నూనె వేయించుకొని దాన్ని డై చేస్తాం. డై చేసిన తర్వాత ఏమవుతుంది అంటే నూనె మొత్తం ఇంకుతుంది పేపర్.
hall. Beginning you ask guests outside to please come inside the hall and settle down. May I request everyone to settle down, please? We are beginning the session. I see few guests standing outside. Request you to come inside the hall. Okay, good afternoon. So welcome back after lunch. So we will start with our technical session, second technical session now. This session, again another one interesting session. This is on vulnerability and resilience. So how can we look at building the resilience of the rural communities, and what does role of financial institutions in this building of rural resilience of the rural households would be. So for this, may I call upon the panelists. May I first call upon Christine Ekstrom, Director General, Asian Development Bank. Ma'am, can you be on the stage, please? I would now call Ma'am Divya Devarajan, Commissioner, Panchayati Raj and Rural Development and CEO, SCRP, Government of Telangana. Ma'am, I'll call Mr. Surendra Singh, Executive Director, LIC. I'll call upon Vishweshwar Chatterjee, CPO, Shriram Life Insurance Company. I'll call upon Venkateshwar Aluperi, Executive Director, PFRDA. Shri Manoj Kumar, General Manager, Health, IRDAI. Ms. Deepika Arora, President, Hakdarshak. This entire panel would be the panel discussion would be moderated by Arup Chatterjee from National Development Bank. Arupji, can you come over? I'll now hand over the stage to my colleague Anil. Anil will take us through a lead presentation giving up a perspective on what NRLM is doing on building the resilience of the rural communities through a brief presentation. This would be followed by remarks from the Asian Development Bank. So Anil, please.
Thank you, Saurav. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, panelists. Can we have the presentation, please? Yeah. So I guess the kind of panelists we have in the front of us, no perspectives required. So just a few, 2-3 slides on what NRLM is doing, and then probably hand over to the review takers forward. Next. Yeah. So all of us know the various kind of risk and vulnerability that our community faces. So I need not to explain. So the point that we're trying to make here is not an unidirectional risk. It's not that one type of risk. So like the just hold on. It's a multi-dimensional risk. So starting from economic and livelihood risks, leading to unstable cash flow, to the financial exclusion. Thankfully, in fact, in a country like ours, we have been able to largely solve the agenda of financial inclusions. Health and social risk still, in fact, a large agenda, as in fact the inaugural session, the Joint Secretary mentioned that even one hospitalization, even in the middle class family, pushes that into the debt traps. Institutional and governance gaps, that's against the new kind of risks. There are lots of entitlement schemes and all there, but due to the lack of awareness and institutional design to take it to the last mile, in fact, leave many of the eligible rural family out of that ambit. And climate and environment, this is emerging risks day by day, in fact, it affecting the lives and livelihood of not only in our country, across the globes. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the various types of risk that you all know that in fact our rural community face in their day-to-day life. Next, please. So if you do not address these risks in a holistic purpose, probably in fact we'll be losing the developmental gains, right? So why risk resilience? Why in fact addressing risk in fact matter to the centrality? These are some of the different points that we have been able to call out. Probably all of you know. I would like to touch upon the last 3 points. So, and probably it's also touched upon into the pre-lunch session that if you do not address this, do not tackle with a proper ecosystem, proper institutional architecture, it lead to the intergenerational impact on the poverty, right? So, and there are various reasons, various examples before add. Secondly, if you do not handle it, do not tackle it properly, it will minimize or negate the developmental gaps. The program like NRLM and the many such programs like in fact gradually it measure the impact, it proves the impact, it lead to the community from one level to other and notch up. But if something happens to that community and if it do not address that, probably it will fall back to the same level 0. Right? So it will negate or minimize the developmental gains that we try to address or try to achieve from the various developmental programs including the NRLMs. And third is quite important. We can't ignore, if we try to achieve the agenda of the Viksit Bharat, we cannot ignore the risks pertaining to the rural India. Why? Number of population we are having the rural India, number of, in fact, employment by virtue of the rural India through agriculture and all that. Next. So, this is quite, in fact, important. One of the framework and one of the things that we are visualizing, the risk or the resilience cannot be achieved if we leave it to the household levels. So providing just a set of insurance to a particular family or household, should we say resilience? Probably no. So all the ecosystem, all the risks that are various risks that we have seen in the first couple of slides need to be addressed in a holistic way. So it needs an institutionalized architecture, institutionalized ecosystems to movement. It cannot be left to the individual per se, or per individual scheme or individual project per se. We need to look from the whole perspective to address the resilience into the coming futures. Next, please. Okay. So this is the framework, in fact, probably can address the various type of risks that, in fact, we have just seen kind of things. So what are the frameworks, in fact, based on our practical experience? So 3 types, in fact, from vulnerability to stability, stability to adjustment, and from adjustment to operate. So we'll see one by one, in fact, what are the key pillars and what NRLM has been able to done in the last decade on this ones. So if we talk about the first one, the absorptive capacity, there are some of the pillars that we feel will lead to the absorptive capacity, like informal safety nets, having some household savings, some insurance, asset and all that. So in each of these ones, probably NRLM has been able to do, in fact, some or all kind of things. Like in terms of the safety net, even part of the SHG member provide that network. Through the savings, in fact, the savings in SHG has been able to provide that cushion. Insurance, in fact, we have been able to do the basics works of through the government-sponsored scheme like the PMJJBY, SBI, Ayushman Bharat. In terms of asset ownership, in fact, the basic asset ownership in terms of the agriculture, livestock is there. In terms of the negative steps, this is the first that in terms of the next step in where the household or the family should be supported on the resilience part, which can things like having a social capital. So in the previous session, you must have seen the SHG in fact being federated into the higher structure of the village organization, cluster level of transaction that provides a level of comfort to the community. In terms of the access to financial services, in fact, the banks is in partner and we see the quantum of the bank loan that has been provided to the community. Basic insurance has been provided, but that's still work in progress. In terms of the productive asset, in fact, various income generation activities that the SHG and SSH household been doing with the help of the SRLMs, and that follows in the livelihood, in fact, diversion. In terms of the human capital, we must have seen again in the previous slide, a lot of capacity building input in terms of the skill training, financial literacy, and other things being provided. And in exposure to information, we also consider as major to risks by virtue of, in fact, and that is being provided under NRLM by virtue of digital literacy through the Saksham Center, etc., etc. Now, the third pillar, in fact, to be put on a slightly advanced stage where some nuances work has been done under NRLM, it's still work in the progress. In terms of building social capital in the larger integrating with the Panchayati Raj यहाँ पर, formal safety net, in fact linking with the entitlement of the government schemes, access to the basic services, electricity, etc. and all that, access to the higher financial services, higher order of the bank products, customized product on the insurance, customized product on the pension, that some work has been done, but yet the work in the process. Access to the infrastructure, that is the another thing. Access to the market, ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the pillars that we consider will be able to address the various risks, shock that the rural community faces. And these are some initial works that the mission has been able to do in this front. So going forward, what are the key message that we want to leave to the panelists and also to the audience? So institutional architecture is ready in terms of in form of the SHG and the higher institution, that is a cluster level federation. Now the stakeholders need to come together and utilize that infrastructures. So it's not only that one insurance or the one pencil will use, it need to come to the world. The government need to come together, the banking partner will need to come together, the insurance and pension regulators, a company need to come together to address the holistic issue of SOX energy. So what some of the things that we should do in the banking banking fraternity to address this ones? We need to have the more saving and wealth building products. We need to streamline channel for mobilizing savings. We need to incentivize savings so that the larger or more rural family do the savings here. We need to have an, in fact, slightly customized cash flow based entrepreneur loan so that a larger cohort comes into the more formal economic system, leverage the credit for the higher order growth and all that. Similarly, if we come to the other side, in fact, the insurance and pension sectors probably in the going forward requiring bundle products. Bundle products which caters the holistic need of the rural community in terms of the credit, saving and insurance. Is there any feasibility of introducing them? Simplified claim, you must have seen the bigger number in terms of the enrollment. But when it comes to the claim, in fact, still we are juggling. Maybe the sectors is also juggling. So we need a simplified and easy system for the claims lodging and the claim settlements. Parametric insurance, given the, in fact, climate change that we are facing, probably require the parametric insurance at a scale. Streamline channels. Still, in fact, in the rural area, as you'll find that the channels for, especially this insurance and pension, is not streamlined. It's nut and pieces of that. So these are the some things I leave. These are some things probably required from the banking side, from the insurance and pension sides. All types of panels are there in the house in theirs to delve upon names. How to will go forward this ones. Why they should come together? So there is a gains for each stakeholder. The banks comes with the product. In fact, they will be able to fulfill and probably surpass their priority sector portfolio. They will be able to lower down the NPA. Why the insurance company should come on this platform or utilize the community architecture that has been developed? It will have the low acquisition cost. Probably one of the issues from the insurance company, they have a high acquisition cost in the rural area. By utilizing the community architecture in form the CLF and etc., probably that can be reduced to a greater extent. Regulators, the regulators, all type of regulators, they have a deep agenda of deeper penetration of the services. By virtue of this one, probably this can be changed. And the governments, why the government will come on this one, government can retain the, in fact, developmental gain that the government is planning through this one. So by converging to this resilience framework, so all have something to take upon on their plates. So this is the last slide. So resilience being generally in normal parlance is a reactive shop. If something has happened or something will happen kind of things, probably then the architecture of the systems comes into play. So probably going forward, we should develop an ecosystem, we should implement an ecosystem which talks about it's a proactive stage rather than the reactive stage. With this basic thought, in fact, I leave the panel to be delved upon these ones. Now, in fact, I hand over to
Thank you, Anil, taking us through an insightful presentation. May I now request Madam Christine to give her remarks on the topic. Ma'am.
Great. Well, thank you so much. It's a pleasure really to be here today. So, honorable chief guests, representatives from the Ministry of Rural Development, distinguished regulators, industry leaders, development partners, and colleagues. So as we know from all being here today, a nation's progress is only as resilient as its most vulnerable household. And today that resilience is really being tested in many more ways that are complex and unforgiving than ever before. So it's really a privilege to be here today to join you for this important dialogue on fortifying the financial foundations of rural India. Over the past decade, and I've worked in India for at least 2 decades or so, I've really seen that India's rural landscape has witnessed extraordinary change. So through the National Rural Livelihood Mission, nearly 100 million women have been mobilized into self-help groups, which is really an unparalleled demonstration of collective agency. Financial inclusions have broadened and social protection has deepened, yet we still see that vulnerabilities continue to shadow daily life. Nearly 80% of India's poor still reside in rural areas, and only about 12% of the workforce participates in formal pension systems, which is quite low. When we talk about the mortality protection gap, the gulf between what families require after the loss of a breadwinner and what they actually possess, that stands at an alarming 83%. So these aren't statistics, they are actual structural fragilities that can turn a single shock into an intergenerational setback, as we've heard throughout the day. So, rural households really navigate a constellation of risks. First being mortality risk, the abrupt loss of a breadwinner, which can upend a family overnight. Second, morbidity risk, compounded by high out-of-pocket health spending, which leads to catastrophic financial strain. Third, longevity risk. Outliving one's savings is really rising as India's elderly population approaches 20% by 2050, and this is, of course, a problem throughout Asia. Then we have climate and livelihood risks, which are intensifying this precarity, particularly in the 100-plus districts now classified as highly vulnerable. What often happens first, however, is liquidity. So we see that collapse first. So when payouts are delayed, when savings are inadequate, or when coverage lapses at the moment of crisis, then households really slide into distress quickly. And then with each failure, trust in the system erodes. So India has created a formidable set of public instruments. PMJJBY, which offering 2 lakh of life cover, followed by PMSBY, promoting 2 lakh for accidental death or disability, PMFBY, shielding farmers from climate and pest-induced crop losses, and the Ayushman Bharat, delivering 5 lakh per family for hospitalization, mitigating catastrophic morbidity risk. These are definitely achievements of global note, yet uptake, awareness, persistency, product simplicity, and timely claims really remain areas demanding concerted improvement. True resilience requires an integrated scaffold: savings for frequent shocks, insurance for large ones, pensions for old age, and credit for survival, not just for survival, but for actual aspiration. So ADB is honored to support the Ministry of Rural Development in shaping the next era of rural advancement, including the newly announced Rural Prosperity and Resilience Program. MORD's extensive community institutions offer a foundation few countries possess. As we begin today's deliberations, our collective task is clear: to reinforce the points where resilience weakens, whether in liquidity, trust, access, or continuity, to achieve measurable gains in claims experience, pension persistent, and renewals, and to embed financial protection so deeply within SHG and community systems that really resilience becomes habitual and enduring. India has built the architecture. What remains is to strengthen the joints: service standards, portability, assisted access, and accountability. If we get this right, India's rural households will not stand at the edge of insecurity, they will stand at the threshold of opportunity. This is a true journey from vulnerability to resilience, and I'm so happy to be here today, and thank you for your attention, and I'll turn it over to Arupji for moderating the panel. Thank you so much.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So now begins the panel on From Vulnerabilities to Stability, the Role of Financial Resilience at the Household Level. Anil gave a very good overarching presentation in terms of the different risks which communities and households encounter, but today's session basically would be focusing on financial resilience at the household level, and Christine Engstrom in her opening remarks very eloquently highlighted the issues which we need to address. You must be all wondering, why is the moderator standing and not sitting? Well, post-lunch sessions are actually perfect live experiment for this topic, because financial resilience is about staying alert when your system wants to shut down after such a sumptuous lunch. So let me start with a line often attributed to Ernest Hemingway in his novel, The Sun Also Rises. And when the question is put, how did you go bankrupt? The response is, gradually and then suddenly. And that is exactly how household financial crisis happen. And if something which Smriti Sharanji also referred to, a surprising statistic to ground us. In India, a household is more likely to fall into debt because of a health shock than because of unemployment. And for many families, one delayed claim or one missed contribution is enough to trigger distress borrowing. So the uncomfortable truth is that many of the households were not uninsured, they were also underserved at the moment of need. As Nassim Taleb, the author of Black Swan, and in his other book, Anti-Fragile, thinks that gain from disorder. He says that the problem of fragility is not shock, it is what the shock exposes. And household financial resilience in this context is the ability basically to absorb shocks, whether it is health, whether income, climate, life cycle shocks, without selling assets, without pulling children out of school or locking into long-term debt. So today, we have a very distinguished panel, and we will be discussing two things because we have very little time. One is diagnosing where shocks turn into crisis, and then identifying what institutions can actually fix at scale. So no theory, no pilots, just outcomes. So we have this panel. I will introduce them one by one, and we will follow the same order in the 2 rounds. So as the saying goes, ekam satya vipra bahuda vatanti. Truth is one, but people have different perspectives on truth. And let's hear these perspectives with the round 1, and let me go straight to Ms. Devrajan, who needs no further introduction. She has been introduced several times today, and she's an authority in this area. So, ma'am, from your advantage point, what is the single most important failure point that turns a household shock into a financial crisis in India? And what one indicator should we track to know resilience is improving? And this will be the same question for all the rest of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I would like to say that I'm no expert, but I think several years in the field grounds you well. So having put 15 years of service in the field, so we have seen a lot of people go through these issues. As a young sub-collector, in our state, in Andhra, Telangana, we are the chairpersons for the committee to rehabilitate families of farmer suicides and weaver suicides. So thankfully I should say that the incidence has come down, but this is way back in 2012 when I was a young sub-collector and been asked to visit the families which have just lost their breadwinner because of farmer suicide and weaver suicide. So it is every household I would step into is an example of what can happen to a family if the breadwinner dies and what they go through. So the lady of the house is completely unprepared for such an event. The children who were studying might have to pull out of their education, and the lady is completely clueless how she is going to repay the debt that the gentleman has already taken. And there are moneylenders who are circling the house. So, you know, it is such a, it used to just make me feel helpless. What am I going to do for this family? And every time we react, it's no way going to, you know, comprehensively deal with the problems they are facing. But actually the mandate we had as a committee, the committee consisted of the sub-collector, the DSP and the agriculture officer, so that we comprehensively look at relief. So what the GO used to say, the government order used to say, is that at least help them settle their debt. So we had to speak with the bankers. If they had some formal debt, then how do we go for a waiver or a one-time settlement? Then if they're money lenders, call them because you are the subdivisional magistrate and speak with them, and how do you settle their debt? Then we had to join their children in residential institutions of the government. We had to introduce livelihood schemes for the lady of the house. Then we had to ensure that the widow pension is paid to her, and so on. So every family that we used to visit, they were totally unprepared. They didn't know about insurance. They didn't know what to do next. So this is, I think, a story which would be in all over India, which is not anything new. But I think thanks to the self-help group movement, that now at least enrolling them in PMJJBY and PMSBY has become mandatory, and at least they're all aware of it. So at least that will come. But I would also like to say that many of these products, with due respect to the bankers and all the insurance people on the stage, you know, there is something in common parlance we say, operation success but patient dead. You know, someone will be diligently paying the premium, but when it comes to, you know, claiming it, there is a huge gap. In many occasions, the rural poor household will not even know that their premium has been cut, whether they're aware that they're paying premium. Like if 436 rupees is there in the bank account on the particular day, I correct me if I'm wrong, some May 31st or June some date, then you automatically the premium is paid for them. So they will not know that it is paid. So who will go and claim it? You know, so there needs to be, so when you're talking about failures, we all are very good at selling products of insurance, but are we good in settling and claiming them? I've had several issues with livestock insurance as well. You know, it's a huge shock for the family when they've invested their entire amount into buffaloes or milch animals, which costs a lot for them. And when they die, they will have to go and, you know, claim that insurance. I've had so many complaints that those insurance are never settled properly. So I think as a collectively, as a group, we should ensure that the operation is success and the patient is alive. So it's not, our key performance indicator should not be how many tranches of premium did we collect. It should be how many we settled. We should create awareness as well as hold the people who are responsible for settling the claims accountable for finally the outcome as well. So, so these are the failures in the field I saw, that first of all the rural families are completely unprepared. Secondly, we do have a lot of schemes, but there is no awareness. And three, the monumental failure is lot of poor people keep paying for premiums, but they never get it settled. That is what I wanted to mention.
Thank you very much, and for this reality check, and also for showing the mirror to the insurance industry and also to the regulators also. They are all on the panel here, and that makes their life a little bit difficult today. But anyway, they are used to a lot of challenges, and I myself, having been part of a regulator in India, I very well know they will be quite well placed to respond. So, but before I go to the regulators, let me go to Mr. Chaplot, the Executive Director of LIC, to have his perspective.
Yeah, good afternoon all. Topic given to me was protection gap and persistency. and then claim settlement. So I think protection gap, the main reason is that traditional thinking in rural area or the lower middle class, that whatever premium we are paying for insurance, we should get back. But the high value protection policies are term insurance policy where premiums are paid but maturity benefit is not at all available. So awakening or some awareness campaigns are there for our field force, our agents also, as well as for public also, through media, through print media. And the COVID period, though it was quite tragic, but there was a lot of awareness in the public about life insurance and health insurance needs. After that, I saw spurt in the life insurance, health insurance business for 3-4 years, and I think that worked in the mindset of the people. So slowly the sum assured size is increasing, but I think it should go upward because still 80% of the policies we sell throughout the year is below 5 lakh sum assured. So term insurance policies we are selling, but I think we should increase the size in the rural area also. And then persistency, already discussed by some speakers that some income disruption is there in rural area because of crop loss and because of some necessity, I think that because of health, education, of marriage, because people spend a lot on these three aspects. So we are trying to improve our services. We are connecting well with the public, and our customer app that also help our customer to stay connected with LIC and know about the premium. And at the same time, we have launched some of the products, some of the policies, where a customer pays premium for 3 years, and for remaining 2 years, we cover risk insurance even he doesn't pay premium. So for persistency, sir, we have slightly reduced the commission of the agent in first year and increased the commission for next 3-4 years so that he focuses on all the new customers and provides them good support. And at the same time, if customer is not able to pay premium for some years, then policy loan is available under his policy. Then we ask him to avail loan and pay premium regularly. And then claim settlement. Sir, we are paying 80% claims before their due date, so far as maturity claims are concerned. In remaining 20% policies, we do not have that NEPT detail or mobile number because these are quite old policy, 15 or 20 years back, and they paid premium for 3-4 year policy left. So we try to connect with the people. We take help of the NPCI also. NPCI, we supply some data and they provide us mobile number and account number of the policy holder. So our claim settlement in maturity is 98% for the year, and remaining 2% we try to settle in the next year. Extensive follow-up is there. In death claims, sir, there are two parts. One is non-early death claim within 3 years. So these claims are paid within 1 week. We don't need any much investigation, etc. Simple claimant statement, policy bond, and NEPT detail, and we pay. So 85% all death claims are paid in 1 week. Early claim, some in accidental cases also there is not much of investigation. We are paying immediately. But few cases where we suspect some foul play, we go for investigation. But maximum period we take in these cases is 1 month. So our claim settlement is ratio quite good, and so far rural area is concerned, sir, we are partner of MORD in the form of Bima Sakhi agent, and with ma'am we signed one MOU at Goa. So I think 35,000 leads have been received by LIC, and 10,000 of them have been converted into agent. They started working, and other applications, some of them don't want to become agent. Some of them have appeared in the exam and awaiting result, and some of them are undergoing training. We are consistently following with our state nodal officer and district nodal officer and taking quite good care of these ladies agent and providing necessary support. So we already have agents in rural area, but our management, our corporate body decided that we will appoint one lady agent in every village panchayat because ladies' participation in economic activity is increasing. So far out of 2,60,000 village panchayat, we have covered 1,40,000 panchayat with one lady agent. She will be targeting the ladies, our segment, and providing them insurance and other services. So I think we are doing good job in rural area, providing services and the claim settlement. But I think there is scope for improvement, and definitely we are trying to use our technology for these purposes, and there is recently we are going for AI use also in there. So I think these aspects are being taken care by us. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. It was way back in middle of around 2005, 2006, I think, when LIC was celebrating 50 years, the late Dharmendra Kumar, Executive Director, he authored that book, The Tryst with Trust, and LIC's journey has been always the tryst with trust. And of course, LIC has done well, but I think it has more responsibility today now that resilience has come to the forefront of the country's main agenda also. So, but happy to know the progress which LIC is making. And now let us move to the Life Insurance Council representative, Bireshwar Chatterjee, and hear his perspective.
Good afternoon all. So, being part of life insurance industry for more than last 3 decades, what I could gather is innumerable problems leading to protection gap and vulnerability in the society. But I could suggest a very few suggestions to mitigate those problems, protection gaps and vulnerability. One of the very important instrument for measuring the protection gap which we use is insurance penetration in the economy. First problem is that do this index actually reveal the penetration gap in the society, that also in rural places. Looking into the vast diversity in demography, huge income gap, geographical issues, I think there should be a better index to identify the protection gap in the economy, and that also in rural places. Insurance cover, insurance protection gap, though it is directly related to measurement of penetration in insurance, which is a ratio between GDP and the insurance premium income, but doesn't accurately reveal where is the protection gap, how much is the protection gap, and what should be the mitigation process. Another problem which persists in rural places is underinsurance. I don't think the insurance provided under some government initiatives take care of the exact requirement of the family in case of crisis, in case of untimely demise of the breadwinner. So we need to look into the level of requirement of protection of a family where human life value is properly calculated, and then maybe in staggered way the project should look into providing protection to the families in rural places. Another problem that is huge in rural places leading to protection gap is persistency. Persistency, we usually look into 13th month persistency, which is around 70 to 80% at current level. But when the time progresses and the requirement is more for the family, it reduces to 30 to 40% in 61st month, which is a huge concern and leaves these families to vulnerability. And leading to complete financial crisis of the family in the time of need. So persistency, we need to look into how do we improve persistency. Financial literacy is another huge problem. Unless financial literacy is there, proper claim settlement, timely claim settlement will remain a problem till we achieve a certain level of literacy in the rural places. So I think we will find out a solution through these kind of deliberations and discussions. And this kind of deliberations and discussions should be a 24/7 activity, not a event-based activity going forward. This should be taken care in our day-to-day life. And as an industry body, we should look into lot of innovations which is very rare in the industry now. There was one SDD, Sectoral Development Department, which is to do lot of research in regulatory body also. I don't know whether it has been dissolved now or it is some format it is still going on. But being in a life insurance body, we don't find any incubation center, innovation center, or research going on in the industry continuously. Maybe there is lack of incentive in innovation in insurance product as well. So that is my view on this, and thank you.
Thank you. Well, of course, the measurement of insurance penetration has been debated, but as of now, that is one of the indicators which is comparable with the rest of the world. But definitely the insurance industry has to prepare itself to meet the aspirations of a country whose income levels, whose population's income levels are rising. And therefore there has to be more bespoke products for more differentiated products for different segments of the market. Perhaps again, drawing an example from other countries, the insurance industries and their associations, they also fund research. They don't abdicate everything to the regulator. So perhaps there is also onus on the insurance industry also to carry out research, share data, and also make the public aware of some trends, what they should be cautious about. Like the Swiss Re publishes data of insurance density and penetration all over the world. They are not a regulator or a supra body that way. So the insurance industry in India, I think, is mature enough today. Permit me if I'm wrong, but I think they are mature in that sense to take on this mantle and carry out some of those innovations. But of course, we will hear the point of view of the regulator. But let me first, we have heard a lot about life insurance. Let me move to the pension space and hear the perspective of the PFRDA, which has been very much in the news in recent days in terms of reducing the pension protection gap. And over to Venkatesh Perry, ED PFRDA.
Good afternoon to you all. But first, I'll go through the generic thing. Now, what do you mean by resilience? Is it only just be resilient to a particular shock, a health incident that has happened in the family? Is it only that one? The true resilience, as a regulator, what we call true resilience is not only to withstand those shocks, but to plan and lead a dignified life when you become old. Especially in the rural areas, this becomes very, very important. So a kind of a resilience, ordinary resilience could be a health shock or a crop failure, but everybody will be slowly recovering one way or the other. But the true resilience would be how you are moving across your life stage and to take care of yourself, especially now with the family structure getting dispersed to the nuclear families. So how are the rural households going to maintain themselves to live a dignified life? Second thing, the first and foremost is what are the shocks? So I come from an agrarian family, so I will touch base upon the thing shortly. Now, when we are talking about shocks, we need to understand that the rural population vis-a-vis the urban, same low income household living in an urban area to a rural area, the characteristics differ. Those low, even though their income might be low, but the persons who are residing in an urban agglomeration, urban areas, may be better prepared to a shock compared to a rural household. That's what my understanding. In the rural household, any crop failure, a kind of a drought, or a major hospitalization happening within the family, the whole family gets really disturbed. Maybe there could be, like as ma'am said, it leads to unnatural deaths and other things. So these are the shocks. Now how these are impacting my pension or pension persistency? Now, the major first question when we talk about persistency is, it starts at the first point of sale. Now the person who is being given that particular pension scheme or insurance or whatever it is, does he understand what he is buying? Whether it is really required for him, does it suit his profile? Now will he be able to pay such a consolidated premium at one go, a yearly premium or a quarterly premium for such a long time? Is he prepared for such kind of thing? So majority of the dropouts, what we understand is happening lack of communication or understanding at the first point of sale. There, the majority of the things, maybe within 1 or 2 years, the people drop out because they ultimately realize that, this is not suiting my requirement. Now second thing comes, now I want everybody, even the rural household or the urban household, they have a desire to save. Definitely they have a desire to save. But the issue is their inconsistent income or a lumpy income that they get. Maybe a seasonal worker or a gig worker. These people, they have a kind of inconsistency in, it's not like a regular salary that's coming in. So I have a different kinds of disposable income. During the maybe festival times, I have a more income. Whereas in the normal period or the lean period when there are no festivals or anything, maybe the income earning capacity is a little bit skewed there. So when I'm saying that it is going to be yearly or a quarterly or something, that may be one of the reasons. Now, when we are talking about pensions, the micro pensions, now when we say that monthly you need to pay or a half yearly you need to pay, that's the dotted line. There the issue comes because the person maybe at the time when the mandate comes at the end of the month or end of a quarter, maybe the person doesn't have the money. And when the next time when he has to pay the back portion as well as the new installment and also maybe the penalty kind of thing. So it becomes a little bit more heavyweight onto the head of that particular household who has a little bit of lesser income. So in such cases, what we do is we have basically the Atal Pension Yojana, National Pension System. These are the main schemes. Atal Pension Yojana being the rural, targeted towards the rural households. So when we say that at the month, even though we also understand that maybe at the 30th of the month, the account may not have the fund. So we run 2-3 cycles. We make it that the mandate is run 2-3 cycles, so that the person is able to put money whenever he has. And also, we ensure that even after 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, he can come back and review his pension plan. During the COVID period, immediately after the COVID period, the persistency for Atal Pension Yojana dropped down to less than 40, around 34 or 36%. And slowly, since then, now it has recovered to around 52%. So the basic desire is there. Only thing is, how are we going to manage these people? And we, thanks to NRLM and SRLM and other things, we work through SHGs a lot. We have around 1 crore women who have been routed to Atal Pension Yojana through SHGs. So there, the main thing, the persistency levels are very high because they are integrated into the peer group, that is the SHG. So they have a peer group which says that no, this is required for your dignified old age, you should pay, you should not drop out. So that peer counseling kind of thing which gives a moral and social support, that drives the persistency. So if it is left to the individual, okay, I have today I have some other urgent need, I may not be able to. But when you are in a group, your peer group, like a self-help group, the things differ. The perspective differs basically. that no, this is also very important kind of thing. That's how we see that the persistency is going to be more of a diverse nature. It's not only the financial thing, financial is definitely thing, but the peer group understanding, the way the things are shown in the right perspective, that also matters most. Second thing is about communication. We say that, okay, the moment your account is debited, I send a SMS, I send a email. But how many people will be able to read that the email which is in English, maybe the SMS also in some form of English, and which maybe the rural household doesn't even understand. He only sees that, okay, 300 SBI. So somewhat he will understand. But the best way is to make this financial inclusion part through the self-help groups or the community groups, to tell them that, okay, if the SMS, first of all, the person needs to know that if my account is getting debited, I will get a SMS kind of thing. So at least this knowledge will improve the trust into the system. Why I'm coming to this one is, one important aspect in the rural household is about the trust. If something happens, money is there for me. And in the pension schemes, what we have seen is that, like Atal Pension Yojana, if the entry and exit barriers are less, the people are more persistent in the account. They know that, okay, if something worse comes, I can fall back upon the amount that I have invested. So, but if the same thing, if I say, no, you cannot even touch 1 rupee, despite whatever may be your personal exigency, then the issue comes. Then the person's always the drop in persistency or lack of trust kind of element, or a kind of uncertainty looms into the minds of the people, and the persistency goes down. So it's going to be a more, in our opinion, it's more like a community kind of environment that needs to be given to these people to understand the implications of saving or dropping out, and to be resilient. Now, when we are talking about resilience, now everybody says that there's a health shock in the family. Thanks to the government now, Ayushman Bharat and things like that, at least they cushion the shock up to some extent. So we need to, what we need to plan is, we need to allow these people to, okay, if today I have 50 rupees, okay, you will be able to save. It's not that at the end of the year you need to pay 5,000 rupees compulsorily. So if you are able to put rails like, okay, micro contribution kind of thing, these things are going to improve, because today I have money. Maybe during the festival time I have disposable income which I should be allowed to put in, and so that at the point of time when my renewal comes, I'm not in a position where I don't have money kind of thing. So these things are going to be much more helpful in nature, and communication, openness, and the trust in the system. In the rural areas, what matters is the word of mouth. So the trust element is much more faster than whatever the email and other things. The word of mouth really makes a lot of difference in the rural household, and that's where a self-help group kind of things, or the BCs and others, they come into picture. The word of mouth there in the rural household is very, very powerful. So if we are able to tap into that particular source to influence these people by giving the proper information, the persistence levels will definitely go up. We can't say that 100% will be persistent account, but at least definitely there will be a good persistent, in terms of percentage, there will be good persistency as they understand and move towards the fag end of their working life. We need to show that you need to have a dignified life, at least when you are moving out of your operation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that perspective. Of course, pensions is one of the difficult areas. Of course, the long-term saving aspect is there. The restrictions on withdrawal is there, and also inflation eroding away the wealth also is there over a period of time. If the economy is not doing too well, sometimes that also acts at a disadvantage. And in many countries, even during COVID, the governments, to reduce their own contingent liabilities, allowed pension subscribers to even withdraw from their pension accounts. So on one side, you were trying to solve a problem. On the other side, we were complicating the problem. But so be it. And let's move to the next panelist, Manoj Kumar from IRDAI, and let's hear the insurance regulator's perspective.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure to be one of the panelists here. We spoke a lot about Madam on the insurance side and from the two delegates on the life insurance side. First of all, I would like to say that financial resilience is basically facing the uncertainty with the dignity. That is the correct definition of financial resilience. And I would say that insurance is the first line of defense. Because, it is often asked that, is the insurance returns comparable with the mutual fund returns? Then I say, mutual funds take decades to compound your returns and insurance take overnight to compound your returns. You are just one step away from poverty if you don't have insurance. So with that perspective, I would like to highlight I was asked to diagnose the issue. I'd like to highlight the issue with respect to the health insurance perspective. While PMJAY is one of the successful schemes launched by the government, but from the private insurance perspective, people take insurance, people take health insurance, and they perceive that they are financially resilient. But at the time of claim, their claims are repudiated, their claims are partially disallowed because of various things which is actually familiar at the time of claim only. For example, the pre-existing disease. For example, the sum assured limits, the sub-limits within the insurance domain, because health insurance by very nature is very complex product. So this is the problem statement I would say from a health insurance perspective. And the metric to see whether, metric, I would say the numeric metric to see whether this problem statement is reducing or it is increasing is the public disclosure that the insurance companies make on their websites on a regular basis. Is like, if you want to see that repudiation ratio of a company, the claim settlement ratio of the company, that will give you a picture on the both sides, whether the policyholder is aware, then the claim ratio is, repudiation ratio is reducing, and at the same time, there are enough disclosures, and the products have become simpler because of his, repudiation ratios are reducing. So that's a problem statement, I would say.
Thank you very much, and also for keeping within the time. You are the perfect regulator that way, So, and let's move on. The health definitely is a very, very important area, seldom less understood, and also very, very much responsible in portraying the image of the insurance industry to the general public. So they are basically the face of the insurance industry so far the public are concerned. Let's move to Ms. Deepika Arora. She is the president of Haq Darshak. She represents the consumers, and let's hear her interesting perspective.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Arup sir. Very good afternoon, everyone, and it's an honor to be here and share my thoughts. I think just few very important things that came to my mind while listening to everyone. When this panel opened, ma'am spoke about the hardships that happen at an individual family level, right? And probably it was one such story that moved our founder Aniket, who actually founded Haq Darshak 10 years ago. Haq is right and Darshak is guide. And the idea of this company, the social enterprise, was actually to guide the citizens towards their rights, which is the social security benefit, right? Now, the social security net, in its very principle, is there for the citizen of this country to save them from, these sudden shocks that can totally make the boat go awry and the journey completely off track. And as somebody who has now been working in the field with a network of more than 50,000 women in the country, spread across 25 out of 28 states, I have understood one thing, which is that resilience, thy name is woman, and the way these women respond to just a little hand-holding is absolutely stunning and amazing, So for me, honestly, capacity building, entrepreneurship opportunities,
these are two of the very, very important aspects in which we can actually, it says that, they say that when you educate a woman, you educate the entire family, right? So I think women, at least in the case of Haq Darshak, have proven to be a bridge to a lot of financial resilience that we are trying to inculcate in masses. Now, having said that, in 10 years, we've been able to unlock government scheme benefits of 18,000 crores and plus for more than 7 million people in the country. And I think that could happen despite being a non-government agency, is only because, we went out there in the field, we did our research and we realized one thing, I'm an MBA marketing and I can say confidently that I'll have to read a scheme, government scheme, twice or thrice to understand, if I am also eligible for that scheme or not. There are so many and, if, or, but. It's difficult. How are we expecting a citizen, at the ground level to do that? And that is where mediums like us, like you and I, play that beautiful role. That can we become the bridge of decoding it? Can we use technology to decode these schemes? Can we use AI chatbots, which we are very successfully using? Can we train these women to come forward and help each other in the community, the smarter women, pull the families and bring them into the net of social security, which can be a step one towards their financial planning. And can we, at least as a training person, I feel training is change in behavior. I'm a very strong advocate that until and unless this change in behavior, I don't think it's just awareness, then the training hasn't happened, right? So for me, I believe that one step towards training is changing their behavior, and change in behavior can happen when all of us, put together, take that one step forward and say whatever we are doing is not enough. We have to catch the low-hanging fruits. What we did as an organization was the government schemes were all right there. They're around. Can anyone tell me how many government schemes are there probably to cover our citizens? Just an approximate guess from the audience. Any number works. Sorry? Okay, ma'am. More? Actually, more than 10,000. Yeah. Actually, more than 10,000, right? And I can bet it, if I request anyone in the audience to name a few schemes, I can count on my fingers and we are done, right? And this is the educated mass of the country, including myself, till I came into Haq Darshak, right? And that is the shocking part, right? When will resilience happen? Resilience will come. These women and these families and these people are already very strong. They're much, much stronger than you and I are, right? But what's happening is the information anomaly, the information gap. So if we kind of fulfill that information gap and give them access and make it equal access for all to information at least, right? And then we create means where, ma'am very beautifully said when she opened, she said, okay, how does the person go and apply? Right? How do I expect a daily wager to leave his job, her job, and go and apply for a scheme? Right? So that's where organizations like ours, are trying to fill in the gap. And my invitation to everyone today, through this panel and through this podium, is that we need more hands to come together and simply become the medium of change. So for me, these people are resilient. There is a low-hanging fruit in the form of beautiful government schemes, which the government has very thoughtfully drafted and created for these people. What they need is a little support in application, and maybe as we call it, and I would like to close here in the interest of time, is our DEAR framework, which basically means discovery, eligibility. You discover who's eligible in the country, right? You check their eligibility. Then you apply. And then you ensure that they receive the benefit. Till such time we don't do the complete cycle for them, somewhere we have lost the plot. And if we're truly committed to inculcating financial resilience in a country of 1.4 billion, we all have to pitch in. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that was excellent. A rural woman keeping a handful of rice in a pot every day in the morning before she starts cooking is also doing risk management and saving for the rainy days. So she is a risk manager. Perhaps along with financial literacy or insurance literacy, we should also inform them about risk literacy, the difference between idiosyncratic risk and covariate risk. That means the risks which can be managed through sharing and the risks which are catastrophic in nature and cannot be managed by the household itself. And that's where insurance becomes important. So if somebody is sick, maybe people from the village can contribute for the treatment of someone. But if it is a catastrophic treatment like a open heart surgery and all, they may not have it. Of course, the government now has schemes for taking care of such eventualities. But the risk literacy also needs to be embedded with financial literacy. I was in mood to ask a second round of questions, but we have run over the time a little bit. I want to give the benefit to the audience first to ask questions, and if time permitting, we'll go to the second round. So let us start with the first three questions. Anybody? Yeah, please introduce yourself and
my name is Bhargav. Firstly, I thank to all panelists for these insights. So I work in field, and one constant doubt when I work in field is which is also touched upon by the ma'am and other panelists, like the SBY, JJY, which you have mentioned. So the target, because of the target, all organizations, including government, are, because of the targeted approach, we see the number of count that were enrolled. But the end, we haven't checked, we won't check is the claim process, which we have already talked about. So what approach or how we should just move upon? So to see the end benefit, like even in the first session, we are mentioning about the end benefit, that is the most important thing. But because of the target that every organization or even the government itself running of targeted approach, how we should move upon where they actually know the benefit or the claim process. So even in, for example, if I say PM, SBY, JJY, so they don't, as you mentioned, they don't know why it was being cut. And if they know also it is for insurance, the thing is they don't know the claim process. So at the end, what is the use of getting those Ayushman or PM, SBY or Atal Pension Yojana?
Okay. The second question. I will take three questions first before I move to the panelists to respond.
So good morning, good afternoon everyone. I am Anil Kumar. So I'm a very basic question, and that comes from the demand perspective. So in terms, when you define resilience, say, can we have a defined parameter, say that a family, if, or say individual per se, if say she has one life insurance, one accidental insurance, one pensions, can we term her, him, household as insured, the basic one? Is it definable? If not, then what are the goals you are changing? And why I'm asking these questions, say for the credit, it's relatively simple that you have a goal to change. One family, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakhs, and then my field functionary row, out of the 1 lakh, 50,000 happen, I have to chase 50,000 next. Can it be also defined in terms of the insurance or pensions and resilience and hotel? So what we are targeting, what we are achieving. So that is a basic question.
Okay, two. And third one, anybody there? Okay.
Sir, supplementing sir, what he has said now, whether we can go for one parametrics or matrix to define household approach to include in the financial literacy or financial inclusion, just like some metrics in terms of SB accounts, in terms of credit available, in terms of insurance taken, in terms of what you call other benefits, remittances, whether household approach, definition of matrix parameters.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me go back to the panelists. You are free to respond now, but be very, very brief so that we can get another round of questions, please.
I would like to take up Mr. Anil's question on the chasing of the target. Basically, insurance there's an underwriting policy which the underwriter normally see when you're going to buy a policy or some agent comes to you. So if you are, say, if you are a breadwinner of the family, so of course, in case of unfortunate demise of the family breadwinner, what should be the replaceable income for the family? So that should be the target. So for example, if somebody earning, say, 50K rupees per month, and, if he is not there, so what kind of livelihood, in order to sustain the family, or same kind of livelihood they should target? So that is one of the targets. And the second term is called lifestyle switching. So in terms of, I would say, if you are alive and if you want to target it for yourself only, then, while you grow old, your expenses toward ledger go down, your expenses toward travel go down. So ideally, you may target some 30% or 50% of your salary as your pension. So these are two kind of targets which can be, mathematically defined in your financial literacy.
Who else would like to respond? Please, yeah.
So Bhargav, is it? Yeah. So he asked, how do we improve the awareness and the settlement process? So in government, one thing I've learned is whatever is monitored gets done. Okay, if you put a parameter for bankers evaluation, like whenever their higher ups are going to monitor them, let's say we have an SLBC mechanism in the state. So one of the parameters that needs to be reviewed is how many claims were settled under the PMJJBY and PMSBY. Then automatically things will start moving. We are actually focusing on the, as you said, how much premium is paid and whether everyone is insured or not. But the parameter to be reviewed should be the outcome. The second thing is awareness. So how do you create, we have a beautiful platform through the self-help group. As you know, NRLM claims that 10 crore women are part of it. So we, the rural households itself need to be enlightened that there is such a claim. You might want to check when a person expires for whether he has been insured through PMJJBY and SBY. The last but not the least, which Mr. Singh also talked about, is having a Bima Sakhi. So, when you incentivize the person who will be hand-holding the family to get the claim settled, let's say that the claim is going to be settled for 2 lakhs. Even if we give an incentive of 500 rupees to the Sakhi, the community resource person who is going to do all the settlement, then it incentivizes the Bima Sakhi to help that family to settle the process. So this we have tried earlier in Andhra. They were called Bima Mitras. And whenever a death happens in that mandal, the Bima Mitra will get a call from the local village organization that someone has expired. Immediately she will go there with 5,000 rupees and settle the funeral expenses. And then she will come back and file all the claims for other insurances. And there was a revolving fund kept with Bima Mitra for managing the funeral expenses and also incentivizing her for settling various claims. It could be National Family Benefit Scheme. MORD itself gives the NFBS, which is 20,000 rupees. Then it could be PMJJBY, it could be PMSBY, and so many things. So if you incentivize the individuals, it also helps in following up and helping them file different claims papers which they may not be aware of. And lastly, I would end with this. I think all of us here, should move towards automatic settlements by triggers rather than people going and filing claims for it. When I was collector, I have seen two kinds of insurance in the crop sector. One is weather-based insurance scheme and then the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. The weather-based insurance scheme was for cash crops like cotton. So the temperature, the rainy days used to be measured, and if there is a big swing either ways, which is a defined swing, let's say there are more number of rainy days than which ought to be, or if there is more number of dry spells than it ought to be, there was automatic claim settlements. No one had to go stand in a queue and file the paper. The weather-based insurance scheme was so good. But whereas when you exactly compare it with Fasal Bima Yojana, so it's so complicated, the farmers regretted why they were paying premium. So I think we all should move towards that. Like I think from Haq Darshak, the president also was talking, it's so mystifying for a person to apply and settle. So instead, can we think of automatic with this AI and universalization of databases talking to each other? Doesn't the government know who dies? The Panchayat secretary is sitting there and he is entering in an NIC software that who is dying in the village. So can that trigger not help automatic settlements, you know, with some counter checks in the field, instead of making the citizen go around in circles for several things? It could be for insurance settlements, it could be even for various schemes that one's benefit, like NFBS and so on. If certain parameter matches, can we do automatic settlement? These are the suggestions from my side. Thank you.
Thank you. So the second round actually was about what's broken and what can be fixed, and thank you to the three excellent questions which more or less covered what we intended to cover in the second round. So I'll go for the final round and give each one of you 1 minute to basically come back to me in terms of one concrete commitment from your institution in terms of moving forward and contributing to household financial resilience. Say, by the time we meet next year, we can be ready with some outcome statement.
So far as life insurance corporation concerned, we are very strong in rural area and well connected with the people. So the sale of life insurance, around 2 crore policies are sold every year. So it covers the risk of absence of the breadwinner. At the same time, the person who is contributing small premium every month is creating a shock absorber for any kind of a crisis. I am staying in Mumbai, so our society one security guard is there. He is from Gazipur. One day he came to me, sir, my wife is admitted in a hospital in that Varanasi, and urgently I need 60,000 rupees, and I have this insurance policy. So I inquired from that Varanasi division that this is the policy, what policy loan is available under this policy. The policy ran for 8 years. So he got, actually 1 lakh policy loan was available, but I told, what is your need? Sir, my need is 70,000. So I completed the formality and forwarded the paper, and immediately he got 70,000 for treatment of his wife. So at any stage,
time is up.
If a person purchases a policy for 20 years, at any stage this policy works as soft observer and provides him many kind of risk coverage. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
So from my side, the 1 minute commitment is we will deploy as many Bima Mitras or Sakis as many as needed, and strengthen our village organizations to deal with the financial resilience, make them aware, ensure that every settle is claimed, every claim is settled for the sake of the rural poor. So if we can make this happen, we have 18,000 villages, and if we have even 500 Bima Sakis, I think it can really make a difference. So that's a commitment from us.
Thank you.
Before I give any commitment, I would like to take a round of applause for the government. They have made the GST zero GST in GST 2.0 for all individual health insurance and life insurance. So that is the commitment they have actually given to the customers. And from the IRDAI perspective, on the health insurance side, I wanted to say that IRDAI have taken many initiatives. We understand that health insurance is complex, and that is why we have mandated customer information sheet, which is a kind of one-pager sheet, which tells you a customized policy terms and conditions with respect to your policy. So, example, what is your sum assured, what is your exclusion, what is your inclusion, what are the sum limits you have. And in terms of the commitment, I want to say that we are working with NHA, National Health Authority. They have a platform called NHCX, National Health Exchange, wherein the claims will be settled online. And, it has been successful in PMJY schemes already. So we are working with them on the private health insurance side as well. And in terms of hospitalization, various claims, inflated bills and all, IRDA in collaboration with GI Council and providers also, there is a step for common empanelment, wherein one hospital will negotiate with all the insurers, or other way around, one insurer will negotiate with all the hospitals to have similar rates grading across hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, please. Yeah.
Christine, you would not commit anything?
From ADB's side, and of course working with a group, just a firm commitment in terms of supporting resilience in India and supporting the rural sector in terms of livelihood, entrepreneurship. We're looking at that, as well as insurance and pensions as well too, and to listening to all of you very carefully, and the clients as well too, to craft very tailored designs to address these problems in a targeted way.
Thank you.
So from my side, that is Life Insurance Council side, from the discussions and deliberations, it has come out that awareness can resolve a lot of issues in financial resilience. So we commit that we will form one committee, Insurance Awareness Committee. We will pull in money from all the insurance companies and run a very huge campaign for insurance awareness and all.
Thank you.
From PFRD end, our commitment is towards the gig workers through our NPS e-Shramik portal, which is a collaborative effort between the gig platforms like Zomato and Urban Company, and we are going for the others also. We would like to cover as many gig workers under our NPS as far as possible, and we have taken already a positive step with starting with Zomato and Urban Company. Thank you.
Thank you.
At Haq Darshak, we are aiming to reach 100 million people by 2030. That's our vision. And thank you for the support, everyone. And the idea is to do it through, Haq Darshak 2.0 strategy, which is moving from Haq Darshak, which is we were this one singular organization doing this work in a country of 1.4 billion, and it's clearly not enough. So to achieve a 100 billion target, we have now started capacity building at scale, and the Haq Darshak Training Academy is now teaching our own work, and we have termed this model as Haq Darshan. So in a sense, we are moving from the Haq Darshak model to Haq Darshan model, and we invite all NGOs and all organizations who want to learn this work, and along with the technology that's powering this impact at scale, to learn this at scale and spread the moment and spread the safety cover. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that has been quite an interesting thing. So today's discussion makes a few things clear, basically, that household financial resilience is not about adding more products. Of course, you need to have more customized products and differentiated ones, but that's not the crux area that way. We need to make the existing system work when life goes wrong. So 5 messages came through I've been jotting down. First is time matters. Delays do not just inconvenience households, they convert stress into crisis. That was part of that opening statement. The second is we talk about persistency or continuity, which matters. Delays do not just inconvenience households, they also convert stress into crisis. So that is the second message. The third is in terms of the service quality and there the claims turnaround time, the grievance handling, which are also sometimes the back office issues, they determine how a family copes with crisis. The fourth one was in terms of the last mile trust. Trust came again and again. Resilience improves when households know who to approach, what will happen, and when. And that's where Bima Sakhi-like approaches could work wonders. And finally, no institution can deliver resilience alone. This is a system problem and it demands system solutions. So as Peter Drucker reminds us, the best way to predict the future is to create it. So when we meet next year, success should not be measured by coverage, numbers, or enrollments, but by outcomes households can actually feel. Faster claims, fewer lapses, uninterrupted pensions, and fewer families into distressed borrowing. So thank you, panelists, for all your clarity and candor. Thank you to the audience for staying engaged, especially after lunch. Let's move from vulnerability to stability, not in intent, not in speeches, but in outcomes. So please join me in giving the panelists a big round of applause. Thank you. आप बाद में अभी आप पूछ लो, बाद में पूछ लीजिए सर. माफ चाहता हूँ, मुझे इन्होंने चाय के समय आप पूछ लीजिए. हाँ.
Thank you, panelists, and thank you, Arupji, for wonderful moderation and keeping the time. Please join us for a photograph. There is also a small token of appreciation for all the panelists. I'll request the panelists to pose for the photograph. Yeah. Okay, thank you. There may be some more afterthoughts, and as I said in the last technical session also, we can take some of those thoughts. Tomorrow in the first session, we'll have some time reserved for this. So if there are questions, comments, please keep that ready. We'll take it tomorrow once again. Thank you once again. We'll break for tea, but unfortunately, we are very hard pressed for time. So go and grab your tea quickly and come back. So we just have 15 minutes break for tea. Thank you.
వస్తుందా?
May I request to settle down? May I request everyone to settle down? Can I request Telangana team to please call upon the participant who is outside? All standing outside, please come inside the hall. So please settle down fast. We're starting in a minute. So welcome back after tea. So this is the last technical session of the day, but most important. So this session will be dealing with the credit ecosystems, fueling the enterprises and the livelihood. Paisa nahi to kuch bhi nahi hai, right? And to discuss the very important and very interesting session, may I like to invite our dignitary panelists. In this session, may I request Sri Neeraj Bhadra, Product Head, ICICI Bank, to please come on the stage. Sri Neeraj Bhadra. May I request Sri S.S. Bhatt, CEO FWWB, to be on dais. May I request Sri G.G. Maman, CEO Sadhan, to please on dais. May I request Sri A.K. Vinod, CGM Union Bank of India, to please join as a panelist. May I also request Ms. Ritu Singh from CSL to please join on the dais. May I also request Dr. Pooja Sharma, SPM Financial Inclusion from Rajasthan SRLM, to please join on the dais. May I also request Sri Ajit Agrawal from Asian Development Bank to join on the dais. And now I request my colleague Sri Saurabh Roy to be part of the panelists and the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, in this one we'll have two brief presentations and then it will be followed by the discussions. So to quickly start, in fact, the first presentation, it will give a slightly different but unique views of entrepreneurship in rural areas. So in this one, may I request, in fact, Madam Ritu Singh from CSL to make a brief presentation on the new sides of entrepreneurship in rural area. Madam. Can we have the presentation? ESL presentation.
So very good afternoon to everyone, and feel very happy to be part of this forum. And we have come with an interaction with the bankers and also share our knowledge, experience that we have in the field. So I'm going to briefly take you on a project that we did with SAG Women, and that is on electric cargo bicycles. And this we did in 4 states with the help of, by signing an MOU with the Ministry of Rural Development. And the states that we were able to work with the respective SRLM offices are Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Madhya Pradesh, and Kerala. So total it was 1,800 electric bicycles. But before we did this project, we did a groundwork, that was pre-feasibility test, to understand that what kind of challenge rural people face when it comes to mobility. And when we interacted with them, we understood that, especially if we talk about entrepreneurs, and that is female entrepreneurs or women, they do not have access to mobility. They are dependent on their family members, or they are dependent on the public transport, which is not readily or frequently available, and there's a lot of waiting time. And when we spoke about the different alternatives which can work for them, because there's also a challenge with them with the affordability. So they were not aware about electric bicycle. They knew about two-wheelers, motorcycles, four-wheelers, but the aspiration was more for moped or scooters, but they never thought about electric bicycle. So we had to do few test runs with them to make them understand that what this technology is. But initially there was a lot of anxiety about the battery also, because this electric bicycle has a battery and a motor, and we then developed with a comprehensive warranty for 3 years just to get away with their anxiety for the battery, because if battery gets discharged, then how it is going to operate. So those kind of questions that existed in their mind when we started discussing with them. And to meet out the affordability challenges, what we did, we understood that the market price of normal cycle comes somewhere around at 9,000. So we had some kind of fund available through the Global Environment Fund, which is administered by ADB. So we utilized that fund to subsidize our electric bicycle and made this bicycle available to them at the price of 9,500. And that is why there was no pinch on them to buy this bicycle at that price, and that also it created a value for them. if you see the table there, you see the comparative analysis that we showed to them, that how it is going to benefit. So the payload, if you see, that existed for all the three types of vehicle, whether it is scooter or it is electric scooter or it is conventional scooter or electric bicycle. It has a payload of 130 kg. But only the difference comes with the fuel charging, because the fossil fuel run operated by a vehicle that cost around 70,000 in a year, whereas it was only 3,900 for your electric two-wheeler, and whereas bicycle it only costed 3,485 rupees in a year. So this cost come only 3,485 because it takes only half a unit of electricity to charge your bicycle, and it operates for 40 kilometers. So the range is 40 kilometers if you only throttle, but if you pedal, so then it goes for a higher range of kilometers. Running cost, when we compared, so it came to 1 rupees 30 paisa for your conventional vehicle, whereas it's only 9 paisa for your the total cost of ownership was 4 rupees for your conventional vehicle, whereas 2 rupees 61 paisa for electric two-wheeler, but only 1 rupees 1 paisa for your electric bicycle. Now, electric bicycle, when we talk about the total cost of ownership, so it also includes your operating cost. So the upfront cost of any of the vehicle is much higher than electric bicycle. So that is why we could see that difference between the total cost of ownership in compared to your conventional vehicle or electric scooter. So the program, based on our experience through the feasibility test, the program that we designed, so we signed an agreement with the respective SRLM offices. As I mentioned, the 4 states where we did this pilot, it was Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, Andhra Pradesh, and Bihar. And while doing, and we also engaged a knowledge partner, IIT Mumbai, as a knowledge partner who provided the technical training to the identified 50 women in each, 50 SHG women in each state whom we named as energy champions. They were given the technical training about this technology along with how they have to do the maintenance. And a video around this was developed for them so that they can go through it again and again so that it gets imbibed in their mind. And these women were also incentivized to do the demand aggregation from other beneficiaries, from other SHG women. There was a checklist criteria being developed that who are going to be these beneficiaries. We kept this in our mind that they are to be entrepreneurs only, because we had to connect these cycles with livelihood. Because the upfront cost of these bicycles, if we see in the market, it is 40,000 rupees, and which could not be made available to them, or this was not affordable for the section of people with whom we wanted to work. So that's how we subsidized it, and we made it affordable for them, and we wanted to connect it with the livelihood so that in future, whenever it is designed as a program, so the women can be able to pay from their own earning an EMI either to the CLF fund if they are able to avail, or through the bank. Along with it, the training that we provided, it was a residential training. It also included the knowledge system with the financial training, with the digital payment system, and with the marketing skill, because the 50 energy champions who were selected as our energy champions, so they had to do the demand aggregation for which they were incentivized. Now, in the next slide, if you see, there's a few states where we worked, and we got like acknowledged also by the respective ministers, the chief ministers, when these cycles were distributed to SHG beneficiaries. These are the Didis who are using these cycles. The outcome, because already these Didis are using cycle for more than 6 months, and now we have done our impact assessment through Terry, who is again our partner in this program, and we found that over 50% of the beneficiaries have shown increased income within 2 to 4 months. They have been able to carry 10 to 15 kg of weight without making any additional cost. 35% of beneficiaries have been able to expand their existing enterprises or started new businesses because they're able to save time, so their outreach has increased, and they're able to reach out to different places for their livelihood activities. 65% beneficiaries reported that they have been able to save around 1,500 to 2,000 rupees monthly household travel expenses. And if we talk about the income, that has also increased by somewhere around 2,000 on an average of each SHG beneficiary. Now the mobility access, if we see the time that they used to take previously, it has gone down by 50%. Greater accessibility with an expanded travel, they are able to reach to a greater range. 20% of the respondents reported that their monthly travel expenditure has come down to zero because the charging expense that is borne by them, that goes into their electricity bill, and that is only half a unit. So if we talk about the electricity charges, so it is somewhere around 5 to 6 rupees. So it costs them only 2.5 to 3 rupees to operate their electric bicycle for 40 kilometers. It has empowered them, and it has provided them with identity already with getting enrolled, registered as SHG women. They feel very empowered, but this has given them independence in the sense when they move around in their local area and when the people see. So earlier they had this inhibition that maybe their family members will not appreciate, but once they started running it and when the cost benefit was seen by their family members, so I think that gave them enough encouragement, and also people started inquiring about these cycles, so that again further enhanced their motivation to run this cycle and to use this cycle for their work travel. Now the idea was that the woman will remain as the prime owner of these electric bicycle because it has to be connected with the livelihood. But somewhere it was also in our mind that the cycle should be known to their family members also when it comes to technology, because this is something new technology which people were not aware about in the rural areas or in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. So the men, when they started using with permission of their wives, they found that this is of the utility for them, and they started calculating the opportunity cost, that who is going to use this cycle so that they have more of the saving and more of their income enhancement. And accordingly, they started operating this cycle collectively in a family. But majorly, the cycles are being used as a prime owner by our SHG beneficiaries who is connected with the livelihood. It reduced their physical fatigue because it saved their time, and it provided them end-to-end connectivity. And that's how her professional time increased, and she was able to give more time to her profession, and that enhanced her income. It improved the mental well-being because she was also able to give more time to her family member, to her children. And one thing I think which everybody will agree with me, that the saving that woman brings to her family, that is being utilized for the family only, be for her children or be for her something which is going to enhance the happiness of the family. So that I think that is the central point with every household where woman becomes the bread owner, or she equally participates along with her male partner as a bread owner. Now, if I talk about the market, that what is the market size? So market, it is already, because there are not many manufacturers of these electric cycle, and those who are the big one, they have their market abroad, but they have not penetrated much in the rural area because there is no consistency they are seeing in the rural areas. But overall, we see there is a market of 160 crores now, which is going to expand to an extent of 500 crores. So there is a huge untapped market for the bankers. It is only the affordability that we have to meet, and the gap between the demand and supply, we are able to meet it. I think it is going to be a game changer, not only for the people, because many people we see still they are walking or they are using the normal cycle, be it a woman or it is a security guard or anybody. If you see in the rural area, it is not for the health factor because they cannot afford it, so that is why they're walking or they are using the manual cycle. I think it's a huge market, untapped market, which can be explored by the bankers. Now, why we are talking about this 3 project? How it is going to create a enabling factor for the bankers? Because it it is connected with the livelihood. It is augmenting the livelihood of the people, and it is also creating a saving. As I mentioned earlier, it is attractive because it is a small ticket and it is high volume, leading opportunity, because the loan size is a very small, but it has a scale which can easily be expanded or which can be untapped by the bankers. It supports the bank's strategic priorities for green and inclusive growth. It is green in the sense because you can charge the electric cycle by solar-driven electricity. And it is green in the sense because the manufacturing, the carbon emission which goes in its manufacturing is the least in compared to any other mode of transport. And it also helps in the ESG framework, the women empowerment, or if we talk about the rural transformation, so that becomes the center point for ESG. I think there also it gets aligned with the agenda. Processing the cost reduction through the existing SHG network. As we have seen, we talked about the Bank Sakha. So Bank Sakha already exists in many of these states who are operating. Now, energy champions we have seen in the few states like in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. So I think if these resources are being utilized and expanded further, because these are the well-established structure, and they can easily escalate the banking correspondence, be it documentation, be it loan recovery, or be it mobilizing the resources in the terms of communicating with the other women and giving them the information about these kind of about the banking incentives. I think it is going to have a better penetration. Strategic alignment with national priorities and mission. As we see that there is an interministerial, we are seeing the distributed renewable energy, or it is, if we talk about the priority sector lending of RBI, I think it is well aligned with these thoughts also. If we position the bank as a partner in the sustainable rural transformation, it's a market which is untapped, and it can be, it can bring a strong SHG network. It can be utilized through the strong SHG network for multi-strong priorities like DRE and PSL, as I mentioned. So my ask with the bank is that if they are able to see this as a product which can be untapped in the rural area, maybe this SHG or this electric bicycle can be an initial thought, but further it can go to any other mode of any other appliances. But these are assets which is linked to the livelihood. I think that is why it is not a consumable item. It is an item, it is a product which is going to enhance the livelihood. And as we are talking about 2047 as a developed nation, where it becomes very important that the women equally participate in the economy, and if we do not give them the enabling factor like we look after that mobility, access to them, independence to them, I think there will be a challenge where they will not be able to contribute or give their full effort to the economy. Yeah, so before I end my presentation, so with the experience that we are carrying with our 1800 electric bicycle, the pilot we have done, so now we are coming up with the outcome of this this pilot through a national workshop which is going to be organized on 16th March, where I would like all the SHG women from other parts of the state, they can be there. They are all invited along with the SRLM and the bankers, so that we see that how the knowledge can be shared and this kind of interventions can be expanded further. And there is a jingle which I would like to be played, which shows the electric cycle, that what are the outcomes that we have gone derived through our pilot. Can I request?
अब हर उद्यमी हर नारी सपनों की चल पड़ी सवारी इलेक्ट्रिक साइकिल नई मुस्कान काम तक पहुंचना हुआ आसान घर की देहरी अब न रोके हिम्मत के पंख हर डगर टोके घर के काम हो या रोजगार अब हर कदम है बढ़े कदम बढ़े पहचान स्त्री योजना नई उड़ान
Thank you very much, man, for the interesting presentations. Now, moving ahead, I request my colleague Saurabh to take us through the credit ecosystem under NRL, and also request him and Ajit from the ADB to moderate the sessions. Saurabh, please.
Thank you, Anil. Can I have the presentation, please? So, given the short time we have, I think much of what I was going to present has already been discussed. So, I will be real quick on this. So, essentially, since morning we have been talking about the self-help group architecture. The point I would like to drive through this whole slide is that these architecture are not isolated pieces. This is a whole networked ecosystem with the community architecture in place, the community resource persons over 5.5 lakhs, supported by over 10,000 master trainers, and they being guided by nearly about 46,000 staff across SRLMs. So the whole structure is a networked ecosystem. Now this is the foundation we have built. I think we have already talked about this. Now the evolution has been something like this. How the utilization of the credit within self-help groups has moved from predominantly consumption to investment in livelihoods. So that's a clear shift which has been, and this data itself shows that the members in the self-help groups are now maturing and their utilization of the credit is also maturing. Now these are some of the glimpses of, I will not go through the statistics, we have more or less we have discussed on several of the previous presentations on this. So both farm, livestock based enterprises are there. Through collectives also substantial livelihoods are being promoted. Almost 1,385 FPOs are there now promoted. 11,000 crore is the cumulative turnover till now which has been achieved. A comprehensive livelihood intervention support structures has been put in place, where it's not just only asking for credit, but a whole ecosystem which ensures that the business which is getting set up, it survives. So that's very, very important. Now, another important piece in this is integration with the markets. So across the country, we now have 25 plus established brands which are selling SHG products. SRLMs is now a brand in itself. By SRLMs name, there is SRLMs melas going on at the national level, state, district level, in some cases at the block level also. There is a experience center also under SRLMs at Delhi, which stores these many SHG items. So, so I am not saying this is complete, but I think that journey to integrate with the market is also there. And what has happened over a period of time is, as people have started taking, diversifying to livelihoods, many of them have now graduated, now have become Lakpatis. Some of the glimpses you can see, almost 3 crore Lakpati degrees are there, each earning about 1 lakh per year from this. Now, what is this? Now, till now, what we have been in bulk have been able to do is diversify the livelihood. Now, but to realize the vision of Viksit Bharat or India getting developed, we will have to work towards the pathway to economic prosperity. And for that, promote individual-led enterprises in the farm sector, non-farm sector, forest-based, different sectors all. Second is the collective approach, where the FPOs or the producer companies take up value addition, and through them a large number of primary producers are actually aggregated and their produce gets integrated into the market. The third is of course working on the local value chains. ODOP is an example. There are other potential products also. It's not one district, one product, but also many. There are many districts. There are GI products also in many districts. So the emphasis here is replicability of the models and the scale. So that is what the whole ethos of driving this livelihood to economic prosperity. Now this is a kind of pyramid structure which is on the top you see those 2.93 crore Lakpati didis who have emerged over a period of 12, 13, 14 years. Then there are people who are trying to initiate the new generation. They are the first timers there, you can say the startup entrepreneurs. And then there are the general SHG members. I would like to invite your attention to the top 3 crore. These are the members who have diversified their livelihood, already established their businesses, and what we see now is they, for expanding their businesses, they now need significant amount of credit. And our estimate says it is anything between 75 to 5 lakh. Most cases, in some cases, it is much higher than that. And again, another estimate says out of this 3 crore, in the next 5 years, more than a crore member would be expanding their businesses to the next level of business. So these are the people who actually would be coming to you for significant amount of credit coming to the bank. And what it indicates is a credit offering opportunity of roughly about 2 lakh crores in the next 5 years. Now, what does this mean? And how SRLM supports? Now, SRLM as an architecture, I think we have been talking about this, is de-risking these rural enterprises. Now, first of all, one is to understand that these are not just borrowers. They are essentially supported enterprises. It's not just an idea which is getting financed. The businesses are very much there. There is a cash flow which can be, it may not be in the formal space. It's still informal. But it is there. The cash flow can be assessed. The enterprises are there. The business planning support goes from an RLM. There is capacity building, mentorship support. I have told you about the market linkages there. There is the community-based monitoring. I think the SHG program might have proven you that in terms of the repayment rates and all. And furthermore, I think in terms of de-risking and giving a comfort to banks, we have instruments like interest subvention and credit guarantee support. So all of this together hopefully creates the necessary environment or necessary situation where the finance for these enterprises should be coming. Now, this is where the program stands now. We have started some amount of individual enterprises linking to this, and I have shared some insights to this, though this story is not uniform across the country, but broadly you can see the sectors, the way it's still mostly the agri-allied sector. Manufacturing is slightly less, trading is there, food processing is there, services are there. If you look at the average loan proposals, in most of the sectors, it is about roughly 1.752 lakhs. That's the kind of rate. If you look at the number of loan proposals in the amount bucket, you will see almost 80-85% of the loan requirements are within 5 lakhs. There are loan requirements which are going beyond that also, but there are still small in number. So essentially we are talking of loan amount, that is the next dose up to about 5 lakhs. So this is in terms of the demand side. But see what has happened on the supply side. This is how we have grown. Okay, so like last 2-3 years we have been trying to provide targets to bank on this. And I should say thank you for particularly this year. I think on a year-on-year basis, there is a 100% jump. So substantial growth has been achieved. But that after this 100% jump also, we are talking about 5.5 lakh entrepreneurs getting involved. But if you look at the demand, when we are saying 1 crore enterprises will have to get this kind of credit to expand their enterprises, we are talking about at least 20-25 lakh women getting credit every year. So that's where we are stuck. The pace is very slow. On the other side, from the SRLMs side, from the demand point of view, the NPAs are slightly higher as of now compared to the SHG program. SHG we have 1.6%. Here the NPAs are about 4%. In some small pockets it is higher also, I must add. What we have collected from the ground, and these are some of the issues which I would like to flag to the panel, and that's where probably we could discuss. One, I think, because the history of almost 1.5 decades has given a comfort to bankers of the SHG program. The bank branches to the higher ups, they still feel comfortable lending to the SHGs, then to shift from SHG to an individual lending. So that is seen in the action, and in sometimes it is also told कि आप SHG में ले लो, directly individual में क्यों लेते हैं? So both in action and in words. Branches are still not fully aware. Once you walk through the corridor here, you have seen many banks coming up with the products. Fantastic effort over last 1.5 years. But when we go down to the last branch in a remote area, the branch manager is not fully aware of these products. And it's not one single bank, across banks we have seen this phenomenon. I think just still to go down to that level. In terms of the application, though the statistics are still not fully with us, but what we get to understand is only about 1/3 of the applications are getting sanctioned. Many are not rejected, very small are rejected, it's pending. So that's where the issue is. And the pendency is essentially because of the delay on the on-site pre-inspection. That's where the delay, because most branches, the number of staffs are less, probably that's the reason I could guess, but that's what it would be. Variety of documentation requirements, variety of protocols, I think this is also creating a lot of difficulty. There are some things which are also coming as an entry barrier. Many banks asking for a full project report, which are asked for very, very large credit. So that's one. Without even looking at the GST requirements or the GST norms, it's like a uniform application that everyone who comes for a loan should have a GST registration, even if it is not applicable. So those kind of things are there. IT returns is there. Quotations, even for working capital, vending items like fruits, vegetables, asking for quotations, it is very difficult to provide. So those are some issues which are there. We have also seen banks reluctant. I will not say they have not given, but we have seen reluctance among banks to extend working capital. Investment capital is fine, but working capital, working out the eligibility probably is difficult. So, but working capital coming in form of a term loan is very dangerous. And that's where actually some of the NPAs which we have seen is essentially in those cases, mostly, I will not say all, mostly where the working capital requirement was provided in form of a term loan. And that's where the issue comes in, and many of those cases has actually turned NPA. Loans are offered in to banks. I think most banks are taking it a little in a garden fashion, limiting the lending to the members of SHGs where the parent account of the SHG is held by the bank. I think that's where. And also there is a ceiling in how many members, if it is 10 members, all 10 members cannot get a loan, 3, 4, 5, and there are also cases where bank is saying only one at a time. So those are restrictions which are put in place. Private sector bank, I am sure on the panel also we have a private sector bank, there are others in the audience. The participation is still low. Private sector bank has come in a big way in MSME financing, but here the participation is still low. Would like to understand why. And lack of monitoring. I think this is not monitored. This segment, though there is a specific reporting clause, loans to weaker section women, but here this is not monitored. As of now, this is not monitored very separately. How this could be accelerated is something. So I'll stop here and maybe taking you from Arup Chatterjee, I'll stand here and maybe speak. So maybe, sir, I'll go to Union Bank of India, one of the largest banks. Public sector bank has taken the lead in SHG financing. What's your thought on how we could accelerate this, where now the requirement of these members cannot be fulfilled by SHGs. They need individual loans. So what are those a bank like yours are planning, and what would be your guidance for the way for future?
First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to be a part of this esteemed panel. A very important discussion. In fact, today morning we heard two power-packed stories from Didis from Maharashtra and Telangana. And what we could witness was the kind of confidence, the kind of aspirations touching the sky. If we go by that, then I think we are talking about some 30 million such stories, which collectively has the strength to become a strong, perhaps the only in the world women-led economic engine. So for that, all appreciation and respect for the SHG ecosystem. And today when we are talking about the 3 crore Lakhpati Didi, which has been achieved, and that too ahead of time, and we are talking about Lakhpati Didi 2.0 in 2029, I think that going by the confidence which was demonstrated, if that is indicative, we will be having conversation about Crorepati 1.0 probably by that time. So that is a kind of potential as a banker, if we would see. On rural finance, there has been a shift, significant shift on, as banker would see as a banking opportunity, from reaching the unbanked to scaling up the empowered, or in other words, financing the poor to opportunities of investing in rural entrepreneurship of the future. So there are definitely great opportunities, but here is a paradox. Now, while we talk about the opportunities in numbers of 3 crores and 6 crores, etc., we are also talking about, say, 80% of the MSME population not having the credit access. Today, JS Madam also shared data of 1.2 lakh the groups, producer groups, not having access to enough access to the banking system, and the gap is huge. While the gap can be seen as an opportunity, there are a lot of challenges which are coming in the way, which sir, you also mentioned about what is actually coming in the way. One is the traditional way of assessing the loan. Now, of course, we have alternate methods, and I can say from Union Bank of India, we have taken steps, and it's almost 5 years now that we introduced the digital journey, STP, straight-through process, end-to-end journeys, which relies on alternate data, which relies on cash flow-based lending, and not the traditional thing. So it is now tested and it has gained maturity also, and we are scaling up in a big way as far as digital journeys are concerned. Now we have also partnered with IRDAI for the ULI, how ULI can be leveraged to enhance lending. So these are all early days, but then see the promise that we can definitely encash the opportunity offered. And there are regulatory incentives also available, like if we want to be small and marginal sections, the kind of opportunities that we get to gain income as a banker, that is also immense. If we actually look at those opportunities, I think we can figure out a way that we can derive value from this scale.
Okay. Thank you. I think one of the important points which you highlighted is that the traditional way of assessing credit, I think it has its own limitations. I think we need to explore alternative, and a bank like yours are already doing that. I think if we are able to mainstream this, you see a possibility of acceleration in this whole. Thank you, sir, for bringing that. Yeah, please do. Take your mic, please.
Hello. Sir, thank you for your response. Just a follow-up question on that, because we are also looking at individual financing, and we saw, the loan sizes or the loan sizes are still the same. I mean, it is not increasing too much. So, being a PSP, and you already have stepped up in terms of financing, providing collateral loans, like you're saying, you're looking at additional way of lending. Just want to check what will give you additional comfort to take that ticket size to a higher ticket size. Say if a women need a 5 lakh loan or a 10 lakh loan, what additional comfort from, say, policymakers, regulators, or say NABARD will help you kind of take that leap of faith for the next segment?
Thanks for the question. In fact, SHG ecosystem itself is so enabling and empowering, and that gives us comfort in terms of what we call as a social collateral, that we get us accessibility of the credit history, and we can take decisions on that. And as a banker, definitely you will have the wish list to have higher subvention limits and higher guarantees, maybe even an FLD component coming up. So these will certainly give additional comfort.
Thank you. I think I'll now shift gear from a mainstream banker to a person who has been a career banker, but now has a technical agency, SS Bhatt from FWWB. Sir, you have been a banker all through. Now, what do you see from, you are now sitting on the other side of the table. Now, what do you see, what are the kind of innovations should be there to actually accelerate this whole process? And I will also add to that, don't look at only the individual enterprises, also talk something on the FPOs, because that is something which has not gained the traction it should. So what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Saurabh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, NABARD, for the opportunity to be here. I think we had a great presentation since morning, highlighting on the need for credit for all the sectors and focusing on women. I come from an organization called Friends of Women's World Banking, founded by Livelihoods Bhatt. She co-founded the WWB Global Network also, and also Sadhan. Her main vision was that the low-income women and the informal workers should be seen in the marketplace. How they can come to the mainstream market, developing the support systems for them, and also providing, enhancing the access to finance and financial services. That's what her main intention was there. And with that, what she did was, one was establishing a Seva network, wherein the Seva members are lifetime Seva members. The life cycle needs are met there. And it is intergenerational. Now we talk about third generation is trying to get the benefit out of that. Second thing is started a retail bank for exclusively for women. That is where she tried to see that how women could be prioritized in lending activities. Third one of the wholesale lending activities. From the wholesale lending perspective also, because there are small organizations who are working in remote areas, they need the support. At that point of time, she established FWWB, wherein the lender could give the money to the local organization to support the women. When we see this problem of when Madam Joint Secretary was telling in the morning that what are the challenges we have? One is the average loan size is 3 lakhs. It needs to be increased to 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs. Anyway, you have a limit of 20 lakhs for SHGs. Second thing is individual. When the women graduate from, say, the SHG level to the individual entrepreneurs level, they are not able to get credit. I think what is happening in the system is, we look at both at the MFI and the SHG level. we look at a overall group level capacity of borrowing and also see that how they can, whether they can repay or they are satisfying all other criteria. Then we give that. We are not looking at the individual capacity of the individual women and trying to see that, assess their credit needs. I think when Union Bank of India, Vinod was telling that there is a need for alternative credit scoring model or alternative assessment system. That is where, when these women move from group level to the individual entrepreneur level, I think the existing system of credit scoring is not feasible for these women. There should be a separate set of gender intentional and also separate scoring model based on the other behavioral aspects of, because many of the things, as we studied, even the morning also it was said that behavioral aspects are also very important. Whether we are studying those behavioral aspects or their phone payment bills or electricity payments or other things. In that way, if we are able to build that alternative credit scores also, that would be helpful. Second thing is, I think now we are seeing in the world of this one, government alone can not build or support the structure for the development of women entrepreneurs. I think we need to bring other players also in this market. That is a blended finance model, wherein the individual women entrepreneur, because a woman, when she was availing 75,000 or 50,000 rupees, when her loan requirement goes up to 2.5 to 3 lakhs, she is also worried whether I will be able to pay it back. What is the protection she has got? If she takes a 3 lakhs loan and she fails, she is telling that, no, I am keeping a burden on my family. For that, whether we are creating any protection for that, whether we have a guarantee mechanism to protect her, suppose if she takes 5 lakhs, tomorrow if she fails, whether that protection system is available. I think we need to build that guarantee, alternate guarantee for these type of systems, like either a risk fund or a guarantee fund. Second thing, from our personal experience from FWW, we were working with 800 women entrepreneurs in Khambhalia district of Gujarat, wherein, see, the thing is, all of us think that Gujarat is a very developed state and every woman has got the facility to avail credit. We work with 800 women entrepreneurs there and we train them, build them the capacity and other things. These 200 individual women entrepreneurs who have to get the credit. But we look for MFIs, no MFIs were there. We look for cooperative, no cooperative was there. We went to banks, one or two banks, and they said that no, we cannot give it here. Ultimately, we did not stop there. We searched what are those other opportunities, like the fintech. There is an organization called Rangde, which sources crowdfunding and tries to fund it to the women entrepreneurs and the smallholder farmers. That we tried to bring him there and give about 200 loans. And they gave this. What it built was, it was a end-to-end tech model, and women were to use their accounts and also pay through the UPI. In that way, we built the even tech system also. Bringing other players also would definitely help in building this credit ecosystem in the society. The second thing was, we are working in Assam, wherein we are working with the women entrepreneurs. There also we tried. We went to CDB. CDB said that minimum women have to have a 3 years credit cycle. But there was not that. They are new to credit customers. What we did, from our own funds, we funded the local organization who are operating there. Okay, we'll give the credit. You try to see that these credit are given to these women. That is how we try to create credit history for the... I think government is doing excellent work, banks are doing excellent work, but there are pockets which are not getting the benefits. I think we need to focus. Government has to align with the local players or the CSO organizations or other organizations working in that space to see that how best we can universalize all these support systems available. The third thing is on the technical services. Credit alone is not going to help. It is the credit plus services. When we give 5 lakh, 10 lakh, no, you are telling the full business report they have to give. But at that point of time, who is going to give that? The business report or further technical advice? What is the market linkage support? What is the other linkage supports for her? I think that sort of like a support center. I think CDB had set up some SRLMs centers type of thing. I think those type of centers also have to be there in the system. I think I have to close with that. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Bhatt, you have brought in quite a few points. I think I'll not repeat that, but good innovative ideas which you have provided. I'll not go to one of our private banking partners. Neeraj, if you could throw some light on what is the perspective of the private banks on this. And see, this is a loaded question I'm going to ask you. Private banks, the notion the public carries or the borrower carries a lot of time is they charge a lot. And when I'm saying private, I'm including the private banks, like big full service banks like yours, the SFBs, and also the NBFCs of the world. So you are actually representing a lot of stakeholders in this. So how do you actually make a case for yourself here? What are those elements of support which you think you will need to actually go in this? What's your idea on that?
Right, so thank you for the opportunity. So I'll put it in two parts. Look, as a segment, I believe this is a segment which is price sensitive as well as service sensitive. So somewhere or the other, I believe that the idea is to create a transparent pricing system, which is sustainable in nature. But more often than not, where we are actively working on is being very clear and upfront about what are the different elements of the pricing, and at the same time keeping it simple. And I think that is one place where we are working on, is to ensure that each and every element of the pricing which adds up to it, whatever service we are providing at the end, it adds up to some sort of the charges which is there. So upfront we need to be clear on what are the different elements, how it is adding up to it, and then to be honest, you need to be just transparent with the customer. Tell them upfront that this is the service which is there. And I believe that in today's age of internet and with all the good work which organizations like NRLM and all are doing, the customer at the end of the day is smart enough to understand whether she is okay to pay a premium for that price or not, right? So I won't be able to comment on the pricing network of each of the banks which is there.
That's fine.
But I believe that at the end of the day, as long as it justifies to the end customer, as long as it is fair to the end customer, the customer is knowledgeable enough to take a call on that.
So you are justifying pricing with the quality of service,
yes,
essentially,
yes.
which you have. I have a follow-up question to you. So how do you compete, or how do you look at a bank like yourself competing in this space where your physical presence is limited, probably if I compare it with the public sector banks, but you have an important role to play. So what do you think a bank like yours expects from the other side, the implementers or who are working on the demand side, how these two ends can meet to support the whole cause?
So I'll split this question into two parts. One is the sourcing part of it, and then the other is the servicing part of it, right? Because both have their inherent qualities and both have their inherent requirements which are there. So on the servicing part, I believe at the end of the day, it is more number of partners we have, like NRLM or SRLM, which we have, and how well we can do jointly, ensure that the bank reaches the customer rather than the customer reaching the bank. We have forever been doing doorstep banking for ICICI Bank. So the idea is that, if in a particular pocket, today I might not have a physical branch, but I will definitely put in a manpower or a person who can travel with a tab to the doorstep of the SHG and ensure a seamless process for the group which is there. So that is point one. Now, second part on the servicing part. So on the servicing part, I believe, BC Sakhis and Bank Sakhis have a very important role to play. So right now, a lot of SHG services are coming on the Aadhaar-enabled payment system model, right? And with, RBI recently relaxing norms on BCs and ATOs, I believe that will be a critical thing. And there where we would, love your support is to, tell the customer how important it is to do a seeding of the Aadhaar to the account. It's a very simple thing, right? But the idea is, the impact is a lot. And then subsequently, it will be a phygital model. It won't be a standalone digital model. It won't be a standalone physical model. So it's, it's like each cog playing its part. So tabs and internet will play a part to it. BCs will play a part to it. And somewhere in this entire thing, there is also a need for us to educate the customer that digital modes are also safe. So today, in my limited experience, there are lots of places where we have told the customer that there is a digital mode available. You can do your, EMI submission through a UPI payment. You need not travel. But that trust factor is something, which we will have to develop over time, and it will require continuous amount of communication, not just from one entity, but all the players in the ecosystem. If all of us go and say that, this is why you should do a UPI, this is why you should do a Aadhaar-based cash withdrawal, that adds up to, the entire system sustaining itself.
So technology will be the centerpiece of connecting all.
Yes,
all of
technology will be there.
Yeah. Pooja, I'll come to you. You have long been an implementer now. So you have been working with the women closely. What are those things which you see are missing? Or secondly, I'll also add one more. What are those guardrails which you are also putting in place to ensure that the comfort to the banks are ensured? So if you could give us a sense of how it is in the field.
First of all, thank you very much for making me a part of this panel. Sir, as you asked that what are the guardrails or what are the important things that we have already put in as a system as a part of SRLM, probably not in only Rajasthan SRLM, but all the SRLM as directions of NRLM. We are not requesting for some newcomer to be entertained or supported. We already go through a lot of graduation stages. Initially, when an SHG member enters, somebody who could have earlier saved a bit of amount of money was not doing that, teaching them why and how to ensure their savings, which are generally and usually paid by themselves only. How to have appropriate book of records so that even if they consider they are doing a good business or transactions, they create a model through their book of records to be depicted to the banking or the other system for transparency purposes. In terms of guardrails, we have our own audits, internal as well as external audits, our own CLFs, which usually access maybe not technically but as small mini banks supporting the SHGs, VO and CLFs. We provide first hand revolving fund and CIF through the project, teaching them that after the savings, how they are able to utilize the decent funds that are provided by project on a rotational basis, repaying them. And once we get enough confidence that these people have been trained, they have understood savings, they have understood record maintenance, they have understood repayment, why it is essential, and when they understand that they have started following up with the zero NPA policy of NRM, then we extend first of all the SHG linkages, and it takes a lot of time, wherein after probably directions which we follow, minimum 2 linkages. Before that we do not go for individual or enterprise linkages, and the individual has taken not only a part or portion of RF, CIF and bank loans, has enough of experience with finances, utilization, repayments. Apart from that, the enterprise which he or she conducts is not something which he doesn't know, has learned either in the media or social media or television that tomorrow I'm going to start a jute shop or a kirana shop. Somebody who has been trained by one of our another verticals part of NRLM only, non-farm, wherein decent level of trainings are given to those individuals. Enough of record keeping. In fact, as one of my panelists said, business development plans, BDSPs and the team support them. Once they get enough of confidence, then we move to the banks that this is the enterprise. This has been existing in the system for more than 2 years minimum. They have got their own individual book of records of the business he or she is doing. Then we request the bank that they have got enough of systems. And one more thing which I would like to add, in fact, if we are talking about the banks supporting them, I think when we started off with National Rural Livelihood Mission, these women were shown the way by the system. And we expected and we created this trust in more than a decade. Now we have to support the individuals of the same existing system. So I think we have got enough of records. We saw those records, we supported them earlier. Now I don't think we have much of questions of supporting the earlier customers. This is like giving a renewal loan if you've earlier given a fresh loans and saying their repayment history.
Yeah, I think nice that you have put in place those protocols. I completely agree that they probably would be assuring the bankers. Gigi Mamun sir, I will be coming to you. You have heard bankers speak, you have heard the implementers speak. You are heading the SRO. Now, from that point and with that involvement, one of the things which I believe is the sector also needs a lot many players. I think several speakers also probably indicated that. And one of the key set of players who are probably missing out are the NBFCs. They have never participated in the MFIs, NBFCs in the SHG program. But in the individual financing for enterprises, how do you see that this collaboration can work? What are those key things which probably would be required to ensure that this partnership happens?
Thank you, Saurabhji, for this question, and thank you, NRLM, for inviting me for this panel discussion. First of all, let me compliment the organizers for organizing an excellent conclave. It was really wonderful from the beginning till today, till now. So, coming to your question, see, NBFCs are a major player in our Indian financial ecosystem. In fact, if you see the total credit, almost 25% of the credit is provided by the NBFCs, and it is only growing. The growth of NBFC's credit has been growing at a range of 20 to 25%, whereas the bank credit is only growing around 10 to 12%. So that is the kind of the role NBFCs are playing. And we also know that NBFCs are a different kind of institutions, unlike banks. Banks are large institutions. They have their own limitations. They do mostly branch banking. They have branches, and from the branch they do the banking. Whereas in NBFCs are more nimble-footed, agile, innovative, and because of the tech savvy, because of these innovations and technological advancement, they are able to customize and develop programs and products which will be much more suitable to the end customer. So that is the reason why NBFCs are able to do well in the recent past, what we have seen. Of course, when it comes to the cost part of it, in fact, already it has been touched by my colleague from ICICI Bank. Definitely the cost of service from the NBFCs are definitely higher, whether it is NBFCs or NBFC MFIs. Reason is there, because unlike a bank, NBFCs and NBFC do not have savings as part of their liability side. They can't mobilize savings. They have to depend on the banking system or a financial institution for getting the credit. So they borrow money and then lend to the end customers. When they borrow money, they need to spend around 10 to 12% for the cost of the borrowing. And also they provide a doorstep delivery, so there is an operational cost involved of 6 to 7%. Many times you find that microfinance institutions provide loan as a non-collateral loan, so risk cost is higher, 2 to 3% risk would be there. Then ultimately they need some margin of 2 to 3%. So all this worked out to something like 23, 22%. Maybe for a poor lady, this may be a little higher. So what could be the best way out is that NBFCs can do definitely a better job because of their reach, because of their mode of operations, because of the technology they have, because of the innovation they make. They can do a better job, but probably the cost part of it needs some kind of a support. Mr. Bhatt was talking about the blended financing. Probably something like that we can look at. Some kind of a blending with some kind of a maybe cost subsidization or some other low-cost funding. That could be one way of doing. See, if you are able to provide a lower cost funding, definitely then MFIs or NBFCs can pass on the money at a lower cost. We have an example for that. In fact, we did a program with National Scheduled Caste Development Finance Corporation, where the NSFDC gave the money at 5% to the MFIs, and they said that you can charge a maximum of 10% as your operational cost, risk cost, whatever cost is there. So the ultimate lending should not exceed more than 15%. It was able to be done. That was they were very happy about that. I'm saying if the cost can be controlled, it can be, whatever way it can be blended, probably we can bring down the cost. If that cost can be brought down, definitely NBFCs can play a role in the individual enterprises financing. Let me also give you two examples. One is about Mudra. We all know, and fortunately I was the first CEO of Mudra when it started in 2015. The program became so big, and one of the major contributors was NBFCs and NBFC MFIs. See, even today, 40% of the Shishu loans are by the NBFCs and NBFC MFIs. So they have a major role to play. And in that program, of course, I was also initially there. We did not stop any lending institution, or we did not keep any institution because of their cost or whatever thing out of that program. We said all the institutions can contribute to the lending under Mudra. That is number one. Number two is that we are doing a program with SIDBI in 2 states, Gujarat and in Tamil Nadu, where we have trained 5,000 each, women in 4 districts each, and they were credit linked. And credit linkage was done from NBFCs, NBFC MFIs, SFBs, banks, whatever it is. And they have all been able to set up their units. What I'm trying to say is that there is a possibility, there is a scope for NBFCs to play a role in this. But I do agree with that. A cost of 22% or 23% may not be an ideal thing for us when you're talking about the poor people. So probably some kind of a support in cost reducing, that would be helpful. But we can play a role in that. Thank you.
Okay. I think that's nice. That's a great idea. I think probably the SRO can play a role to work out such an instrument, if at all. Ajit, you have been patiently listening, and you being in the sector for long now, representing an MDB, what do you see are the missing pieces there in the whole ecosystem? And now listening from all the stakeholders, what do you say the road ahead should be like? How to put all of this together?
No, actually very broad question, but glad to kind of hear from all these stakeholders, especially Sadhan, Union Bank of India, and ICICI Bank, just to kind of understand their perspective. What I understood from the data also that you shared, that ecosystem is there, financing is happening. Then banks are also stepping in. But but the thing is that what I've noticed is we have public sector banks, but we need to kind of scale it up. We have private sector banks, but we need to penetrate further. We have NBFCs, MFIs. We need to kind of see how we could reduce the interest rates. And whenever it comes to a place where we talk about higher order credit size, that is where the doubt starts coming in, whether how can we support and those kind of things. So I think for that, a lot of suggestions that came in was around blended finance facility or some sort of a catalytic support from all these stakeholders. And I have something to kind of share on that. Also this catalytic capital will also help. For example, ICICI Bank mentioned about some of these initiatives will help, including digitization and those aspects. But this will also crowd in private sector capital. And that is one thing that we need to kind of get into the rural segment very soon, in the next 5 years, and make it business as usual. And thanks to MORD for bringing in NRLM, BC, the Lakpati Didi program, because they have provided enough data points now to all the bankers, all the financial institutions, the policymakers, that it is working. They are credit worthy, and therefore the financing should now flow in the rural economy. And for that, I mean, my idea was around that, should we have a catalytic fund which entails all these instruments together we are talking in silos. We should have a blended finance facility. We should have a credit guarantee support. We should have a first loss default guarantee. Can we all bucket it in one catalytic facility where we have all these products together, and we can then basically then make it flexible such that we can use it for various purposes. For example, the credit guarantee for new entrepreneurs. So if a small pot of credit guarantee support or capital can be provided to, say, CGTMSC or NCGTC, from the catalytic capital pool, whether that can give additional coverage. So that will automatically give bankers more confidence. Similarly, interest subvention for, say, green enterprises. So what we are saying is we are not doing charity or we are not distorting the market, but we are just providing some little catalytic capital that are giving enough confidence to our financial intermediaries to take it to the next level. The third thing that I would like to talk about, the first loss default guarantee, and I've seen it working. I've seen it working in the SIDBI Prayas program, and credit to Women's World Banking team who have worked with SIDBI on that, to take that forward. And there have been real cases, no NPAs. There is a skin in the game from the CLF side, and if a small FLDG can provide that, that's a very good, case to take forward. Then gender bonds. You were mentioning about lower cost for NBFCs. I think DFIs are very well placed to kind of issue these gender bonds at a very, lower rate, and the coupon at a very low coupon rate. And the proceeds could be used to, proceeds could be used to kind of give it to the MFIs or the NBFCs so that they can lower down their interest or the cost. One other instrument that I would like to touch upon is also something around matching grants. So which could also help from the capital side of things. Other things is also to bring in micro equity, venture capital, maybe in the form of a challenge funds, so that they can also help certain, early growth enterprises. In terms of, there are certain DFIs which are specialized DFIs, like, we have NetFee in the Northeast. Whether we can support, we can provide some sort of a capitalization support to those entities, from that point of view, so that we can also look hilly states, Himalayan states, northeastern states to support those enterprises in a very specific manner. One more thing, there's a long list of instruments that we could kind of work upon. One other thing that I want to also mention about not just the credit, but also about credit enhancement. Because the thing is that some point will come where we'll need enterprise, their ratings will come into play, their history will come into play when it comes to a very large ticket size there. So if there is a possibility that we can enhance the credit ratings of the CLFs, because that gives the bankers the immense confidence. If a CLF, is rated a AAA or a AA kind of a rating, then that can give additional confidence to bankers to give them a cheaper rate. Apart from credit, I think in the earlier sessions, there was a lot of mention about insurance should be bundled. I think, and the entire graduation piece will be incomplete if we don't have social protection aspects into it. So a catalytic fund where we can also support, certain insurance players, private insurance players or pension players to come in and design and underwrite insurance products for rural, enterprises on livestock, on cattle and those kind of things, which are missing right now. So these are the few areas I would say that could be part of that catalytic support, which can be provided to these financial intermediaries. Okay. Thank you.
Wonderfully weaved together, Ajit. I think many points which you have made. I think we'll probably, what I hear from you is bucket it all together. So I think and respective stakeholders can actually draw the kind of support which is required. I have been now, yes. Yes.
One point I have is that the point which Ajit talked about, the CLF being rated or developing CLF as an intermediary, financial intermediary. Absolutely. I think that would be an excellent idea to take it forward.
Taken. I think very valid point. Mr. Reddy has been eyeing on me. It's time. I think we are very short. So In interest of this, I'll take 3 questions. I already see a hand there. Anyone? 2? Anyone else? Just 2, 3. So can we have the mics, please? Mics here. Ma'am, you can take it from here.
Thank you everyone for a very interesting discussion. My question goes to Ritu ma'am. Ma'am, I have 2 questions actually. One, what would be the precondition of a CLF or a block where the project can be proceeded with or implemented? I mean, what are the livelihoods, what are the enterprises, or what are the demographic of that place where we would want to implement our project? And secondly, this is a room full of financial experts with a lot of service providers. What will be your ask for your project from them? Thank you.
So when we talk about CLF, so we want to make CLF as a hub where the services will be provided through that CLF, and there will be few SHG women, the entrepreneurial Didis, who will be selected as energy champions, who will be serving the other related associated activities when it comes to demand aggregation and post-sale service that comes with the repair and maintenance services. So they will be trained for all those aspects so that it gets bundled and we are able to build that local ecosystem. Now, when your second question was about? Yeah, so my ask to the financial, sorry, today I do not know, something went wrong with me. I do not know what has gone wrong, but my apology for that. So my ask to the bankers is that it's a very low-hanging fruit. We have been talking about a high-end credit, but here we are looking for a smaller credit, small size ticket, but it has a huge volume. So if you are able to provide these kind of loan, because there are loans which are provided like for the sewing machine, but for mobility, I think there is not any such financial model which has been there with the bankers. Although the financial instrument is there, but nowhere it is included as a mobility, and mobility has not been included. So if we are able to see that how we are able to provide at a lower rate of